flowmusic.com.
His covenant forever. Ejemini ekigbo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun loni ọtun ẹṣẹ, ìfà loni kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú ọ̀rọ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Wanna ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. So, baby, subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Wanna ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. No, but I ain't got to know. Yeah, they will get mad. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, Pumugoya, baby mo. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. ayendeba ayendeba asime ayendeba 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 wanna ayendeba 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 so baby subramia sunu baby subramia sunu baby subramia sunu baby subramia
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Since I was born, excuse the ridiculous hat, by the way. I'm using it to hold my. I just broke the headphone literally before I'm just streaming now. I get another one tomorrow, but for the purposes of this stream, I have to wedge it in with a woolly hat. So since I was born and now I am getting old, so certainly a year older. So it seems almost a year ago since I last since I last saw you guys. So seems almost a year ago since I last saw you guys. So a happy new year is the best way to start. So a happy new year to you all. So you've made it across to 2024. So all of those shenanigans of 2023, I hope you have packed it away with that year that just went. And there's a new, improved, invigorated you that is charging to the future. So charge to the future. So welcome to a new year and welcome to a new session on your with your friendly neighborhood or your Alafima woman went to mow. So welcome and all that. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride on the Juggernaut train, that is the one man, if you want to be a passenger, if you want to be a co-pilot on the Juggernaut train, is it a pilot that drives a train or a driver? I don't even know what the right designation is. But if you want to be a co-pilot on the one man went to mow Juggernaut train, your ticket to ride is that hyperlink that I've just posted in the comment section. So that's your ticket to ride. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us. So all that. Let's just kick it off straight away. Let's kick it off straight away. We'll kick it off with the headline piece, which goes back. I say goes back. It's still somewhat what is still subsisting in the news cycle. It's still at the top of the news cycle. The incidents that happened now, two incidents really that happened in Plateau State. But when those incidents happened, at least when the first incident happened, a lot of people very quickly packed the blame on Fulani headsmen. So Fulani headsmen was the chant all the way through. But really, are they responsible? We look to tackle that. Let's go to this. This was actually put out by a good friend of this platform, Ijele Speaks. It says, didn't I tell you guys the Jos massacre was carried out by locals? Here, one of the survivors. Meanwhile, the closest Fulani settlement to the location is over a score of kilometers away. When the Western religious handles and propaganda outlets where are the Western religious handles and propaganda outlets that spread falsehood, especially XYZ. And my people, the idea that the Fulanis would kill anyone in 2024 for land is preposterous. They are hiding their illegal mining activities under the cloak of herdsmen attack. So now this is what he is putting forward as proof then that what happened in Plateau State was nothing at all to do with Fulani herdsmen. So now you are going to hear victims' narratives, and who better than an eyewitness?
I would follow up with the security agencies until they are able to give us tangible evidence of the perpetrators of these criminalities. And not only are we able to fish them out, but that will also make sure they are prosecuted. That is the only way that justice can come to the dead, justice can come to the wounded.
The attackers came into our village, and when they came, They were carrying guns and other sophisticated weapons. They came into our house and immediately they entered. They hit the door, pushed it open, and when they entered, they saw me and they called my name. And the next thing that they did was that they used their knife and
So now, so you heard it right there. So that's one of the survivors of that attack telling you exactly what happened. When the attackers came in, they came in, they burst through the door, and they were calling him by name. So this is not a random attack. These are local people. And by the way, all of the reports from the victims tell us that they know the people who attacked them. So this then tells us then that this was not just some random isolated outside attack. This is an internal attack, and it goes to that narrative that it's an internal ethnic clash. But let's listen some more.
machete and other dangerous weapons to machete me, hit me. They kept calling my name. I refused to answer. Now later, what they did was that they took out their knife and they kept hitting me. They cut my leg, they cut my hand. They called my name, I refused to answer. They pushed me up and down, I refused to answer. When they now saw that I've stopped breathing, they decided to let me go. They were speaking in a language that, I know. I identified two of the attackers. They are people we know in my village.
Right. So I mean, what more do you need? So thank you, Peace Forever. That's exactly how to start a platform, start a session, the encouragement of a super chat. So thank you for that, Peace Forever, who's admonishing me for not wearing a suit to start of the year. So there you had it right there. I'm just going to scroll it back just a microsecond. So there you heard him right there. That's a survivor of what happened in Plateau State. And it's telling you that they know the people that carried this out, that there are people local to that space. So this is not at all a narrative of Fulani headsmen. This, as in previous conversations, we went back and forth. This is a narrative of ethnic localized clash.
Fight two of the attackers. They are people we know in my village.
Sun fara caccaka ni da adan a wuya nan sun fara caccaka ni.
What they did was that they took out their knife and they kept hitting me. They cut my leg, they cut my hand. They called my name, I refused to answer. They pushed me up and down, I refused to answer. When they now saw that I've stopped breathing, they decided to let me go. They were speaking in a language that, I know. I identified two of the attackers. They are people we know in my village.
So there it is right there. They were speaking in a language that I know. I identified two of the attackers. They are people in my village. So there it is. I'm not quite sure how much more. It's still a heinous thing to happen. We're still raged and outraged. We're still holding the government's foot to the coal, demanding that justice be done for these people. But for justice to be done, the right people have to be caught for this crime. And the right people are not Fulani headsmen. Don't take it from me. Take it from a survivor of that incident right there. So it was not Fulani headsmen that carried out the atrocities in our Plateau State. That is according to a survivor. So that is according to a survivor. So I'm going to speed through then just to rattle through Nigeria's anti-corruption body, EFCC, invites Buhari Minister Umar Farouk over 37 billion naira fraud. So, I mean, it should just be a revolving door at the EFCC headquarters, shouldn't it, really? The whole and entirety of Buhari's administration, Lai Mohammed, we're still waiting for him. The main fish that we're waiting for is Abubakar Malami. All of them should be revolving around the doors of EFCC until they cough out all the money. Nigeria's anti-corruption agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, has invited the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Umar Farouk, over allegations of fraud. Umar Farouk, who was appointed minister by former President Muhammadu Buhari, is currently under probe for over the 37 billion naira reportedly laundered under her watch through a contractor called James Equity. According to correspondence, the former minister was asked to appear before interrogators at the FCC headquarters, Jabi, Abuja, on Wednesday, January the 3rd, 2024, to explain the alleged fraud. The document reads in part, the commission is investigating a case of money laundering involving the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management, and Social Development during your time as minister. In view of the above, you are requested to kindly report for an interview with the undersigned, scheduled as follows: Wednesday, 3rd of January 2024, 10 a.m. This request is made in pursuant to Section XYZ of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act relating to money laundering. So there it is right there. So it is absolutely categorically impossible for them to jail a Fulani person within the Nigerian space. We just know how the politics, heavens will fall if they attempt to jail a Fulani person. We all know how the Nigerian system works. Let's go to this. Allowing Nigerians to carry arms, defend themselves against bandits, killer headsmen, will lead to anarchy. This is the army chief. As though we're not in an anarchy course, if there's such a word. Certainly, let me just use what I do know. As though we're not in an anarchy situation already. The Chief of Army Staff, COAS Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja, says allowing Nigerians to carry arms in self-defense against bandits, gunmen, and rampaging killer headsmen will lead to anarchy. Mr. Lagbaja said this while speaking on Christmas Eve. Let's do that entirely all over again. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General or Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja, says allowing Nigerians to carry arms in self-defense against bandits, gunmen, and rampaging killer headsmen will lead to anarchy. Mr. Lagbaja said this while speaking on the Christmas Eve killings across villages in Plateau State that left 162 dead and scores injured. Asked whether he supports Plateau State Governor Caleb, whatever the last name is, called for locals to defend themselves against rampaging bandits, Mr. Lagbaja said such would result in anarchy. I do not support that. I think that is a call for anarchy. The Nigerian army is the people's army. It is organized, funded with the people's money to protect lives and property. When you have a situation where people freely carry and use arms, then it becomes a lawless state, Mr. Lagbaja said. He urged the state's residents to provide the military with adequate information about incidents. They should report incidents. They should assist the military with information so the military can respond as quickly as possible. But to have a situation where people carry arms openly, I do not subscribe to that, Mr. Lagbaja said. Mr. Lagbaja said the Nigerian military has deployed more soldiers and equipment to tackle rising insecurity in Plateau State. I have reeled out our plans for 2024 for Plateau State. The troops that we are deploying to Plateau are on their way to Plateau now. This night or first light tomorrow, they should be in Plateau. We are sending more equipment to enhance the efficiency of the troops, Mr. Lagbaja said. So we'll believe that when we see it, of course, because, of course, a second incident happened after the 3 lives lost as well. Number of visitors to Daura reduced. Buhari reveals why he's happy when Tinubu increased our fuel price. So, yes, a lot of backlash against this. But then, of course, Buhari is known for many things, sensitivity, not one of them. Let's go on from the headline explains that Nigerians are now aware that good governance and leadership are not yet in place. This is Peter Obi then leveraging the difficulty in the country, the difficulties in the country for his own political gain. And rightly so, by the way, that is the role of an opposition. Where does it start? Obi, who stated this in his New Year message to Nigerians, said it was now clear to Nigerians that under Bola Tinubu's presidency, good governance and development continue to elude us. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, has stated that Nigerian politics must not be left in the hands of transactional politicians. Obi, who stated this in his New Year's message to Nigerians, said it was now clear to Nigerians that under the Bola Tinubu's presidency, good governance and development continue to elude us. The former governor of Anambra State reminded Nigerians that it would be dangerous to tilt Nigerians to a one-party state and called for resistance. I am involved in the struggle for a new Nigeria that is possible and works for all, and will remain passionately committed to the crusade. I therefore implore you all to strive for a new Nigeria. I therefore implore you all who strive for a new Nigeria to remain fully engaged, committed, and resilient as it is and will be possible, Obi said. The Labour Party flag bearer said, "My fellow compatriots, as we thank God and enter a new year 2024, I send my heartfelt and warm greetings to all Nigerians. From my family and I, to you and yours. May the Almighty God bless you richly and grant you good heart's desires in the new year and beyond. The events of the past year are now part of our national history. As we trudge on, we remain mindful of the state of our nation and that our best hopes and aspirations remain largely unfulfilled." Obi noted that peace and security continue to elude us, with the rising level of bloodletting deeply troubling and sometimes beyond a war situation. A situation where hundreds of Nigerians are violently killed in December alone is deeply sad and unacceptable. Whilst we pray for the repose of the souls departed, we demand that the federal government must do whatever is required to bring the perpetrators to justice and permanently stop a reoccurrence of in any part in Nigeria. I'm not quite sure how you can stop a reoccurrence of an insurgency strike. They've not stopped it in France. They've not stopped it in the UK. I'm not quite sure which country in the world has succeeded in doing what Peter Obi is inviting Nigeria to do. So we leave that. So that will be politicking, of course, the deaths in our Plateau State. I am heading back to APC, says SDP's Magnus Abe. So there it is right there. Nothing succeeds like success. Everybody wants to be party man with the winner. The 2023 governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, in Rivers State, Magnus Abe, says he will dump the party for the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Politically, I am heading back for the APC. Abe said on Channel Television's Politics Today program on Monday. Abe, an ally of President Bola Tinubu, ran for governorship in the oil-rich state on March the 18th, but lost to Fubara of the PDP. He also failed to emerge as minister representing Rivers, as Tinubu instead opted for Yemson Wike, the immediate past governor, as the minister of the Federal Capital Territory. So this is political strategizing right there. So this is political strategizing right there. What this Magnus Abe is, what is concluding or what he is permutating is that Fubara is gone, by the way. So Fubara is almost certainly going to be a one-term governor. But who is going to replace him is the thing. The very likelihood is that it will be an APC governor that will replace Fubara. So that is in 2027. So there's every likelihood, and almost the probabilities are, I won't say it's a certainty, but a strong probability that the person to replace Fubara will be an APC candidate in 2027. So Magnus now moves very quickly to be the senior name in that space, and as soon as he moves to APC, you'll be seeing him in different situations and events with Yemson Wike as he starts the politics towards replacing Fubara. So that's what's in play there by my reckoning. Obi visits Plateau, pledges financial support for victims of attack. So we've already then gone through that. That is politicking with the death of those people. Insensitive joke. Buhari expresses happiness with federal government's increment of fuel price. Video trends. So now let's now watch Buhari say exactly. This is for the Hausa speaking members of the space.
Alhamdulillah, na dawo gida na zanna, mutane suna ta zuwa suna gaida ni a kullum. Da Tinubu ya ƙara kuɗin mai ina murna saboda baƙi za su ragu. Amma sai suka shirya, sai su tara kuɗi, sai su ɗauki kuɗi su faɗo.
DCL.
So that's Buhari right there. In whatever language he said is Obi. That's just what he's saying. Obi to you that are suffering from a fuel increment. So now this one an interesting piece. So let's go through it. 5 reasons Peter Obi should return to PDP ahead of 2027. Peter Obi's performance at the 2023 general elections in Nigeria marked a significant chapter in the nation's political landscape. As the candidate of the Labour Party, Obi pulled strings that had never been seen before as he showed his electoral relevance on the ballot, going toe-to-toe with political titans like President Bola Tinubu and former Vice Atiku Abubakar. His giant strides at the election poll earned him 6.1 million votes, closely behind Atiku, who scored 6.9, and President Tinubu, who topped the log with 8.8 almost. Now, in the build-up to the election, Obi's campaign focused on economic development, social justice, and good governance, resonating with diverse nationwide voters. One of the key highlights of Peter Obi's electoral journey was his commitment to addressing Nigeria's economic issues. Drawing upon his extensive experience as a former governor and successful businessman, Obi outlined comprehensive plans for economic growth, job creation, and poverty alleviation. His emphasis on prudent fiscal management, investment in infrastructure, and support for small and medium-sized enterprises struck a chord with voters who sought tangible solutions to the country's economic challenges and even outclassing Tinubu in his backyard in Lagos at the presidential polls. Despite all these attributes, many believe Obi's one last puzzle of becoming Nigeria's president is returning back to the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So, this report encapsulates some key reasons why Obi should rejoin the PDP as compiled by whoever compiled it. Number 1, Labour Party factional crisis. Yes, the Labour Party has been plunged into structural anarchy over the party's leadership following several litigations on who the original leader of the party is. The battle between Julius Abure, the elected chairman of Labour Party, and Lamidi Akpakpa, the party's factional chairman, became a critical issue in the aftermath of the 2023 general elections. The origins of their altercations can be linked to the commencement of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. On Wednesday, May the 17th, the two factions of the Labour Party clashed at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. The faction led by Lamidi Akpakpa, attending the petition hearing, encountered the supporters of Joseph Abure, the suspended national chairman. The party's internal crisis persists, and Obi cannot afford to nurture that energy or ill luck into 2027. So that's the one reason. That's number one reason why Obi should leave Labour Party. That's what number one reason why Obi should rejoin the PDP. Number 2, weak Labour Party structure. Putting over 6 million votes as a first-time presidential candidate under a less fancied Labour Party is no mean feat. However, there is a strong belief that Peter Obi would have won the 2023 presidential election under the platform of any of the two major political parties, and in this case, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. There is no gainsaying that the ruling party and the major opposition have dominated Nigeria's political terrain through the personnel it has produced into political offices right from 1999. The PDP, for instance, have governors, lawmakers, and other critical political stakeholders and statesmen who would be instrumental in winning elections. The Labour Party, on the other hand, only gained popularity due to the emergence of Peter Obi as a candidate. Reacting to this concept of Obi rejoining the PDP, experienced election observer and public affairs analyst Moshood Issa told correspondents that Obi's political capacity would be a good fit for a stronger political party. He said, a popular candidate like Obi under the platform of a much stronger party like the PDP will stand a better chance with the right support from masses and political elites. After holding power for at least 16 years in the center from 1999 to 2015, PDP remains Nigeria's major opposition party. The party still has the second highest political seats at the state and federal level. First, with the right plans and internal stability, coupled with a sellable candidate like Obi, the bet remains that both stand a chance to usurp power from the APC in 2027. So I suppose that's an argument. I'm not quite sure what level of credit. I mean, it's just if Peter Obi was the candidate of the PDP and Kwakwanso was his deputy in 2023, he would have still lost. If Peter Obi is the candidate of the because the elements are lined for a Tinubu victory, and I think that was pretty clear. And if Peter Obi goes back to the PDP now, to then get a strong northern running mate to go again in 2027, he would still lose. The power of incumbency, that's one. Very rare, setting Goodluck Jonathan aside, that an incumbent loses an election in Nigeria. So that's one. And then number two, Tinubu would have served one term of a constitutionally allowed 2 terms. So no right-thinking northerner will vote for Peter Obi, who will still have the complement of 2 terms. These are just the pragmatisms of politics. So there is nothing that Peter Obi can do that brings him into power in 20. If he discovers the cure to cancer, he will not be president in 2027 because the permutations don't open up for it. It's either Tinubu gets a second term so that he completes his term and power transits back to the north, or a strong northerner takes power from him. Because the northerners, as soon as Tinubu was sworn in May the 29th, the northerners started to, they put you know that hourglass thing, the sign that started to drip, counting the 8 years for him. Their counting is 4 years first, and they are going to try and push him. Maybe they will use El Rufai to fight him, because El Rufai, of course, he feels betrayed by the party at the moment. Maybe they use El Rufai to fight him in 2027, but certainly, categorically, without equivocation, no southerner will replace Tinubu in 2027. It will be the most crass of political naivety for anybody to think any southerner, Yemi Osinbajo, Rotimi Amechi, Fashola, Peter Obi, anybody from the south, no southerner is replacing Tinubu in 2027. He either gets to his full complement or is that's the pragmatism of it all. But of course, forget pragmatism and continue to subsist in our fallacious nonsense. Right, weak Labour Party structure, I think that self-explains. PDP's nationwide presence, so we're still talking about structure, zoning presidency to the east. This is arguably the best moment for the PDP to present a southeastern candidate, as Obi remains the only strong option from the region. In the last election, a northern candidate, Atiku Abubakar, strategically annexed the southern slot, I don't know. This is arguably the best moment for the PDP to present a southeastern candidate, as Obi remains the only strong option for the region. In the last election, a northern candidate, Atiku, strategically annexed the southern slot, allowing the PDP to rethink their strategy in zoning the tickets to the east. With the APC having a southwestern candidate, Tinubu, in power, it is safe to say PDP can avoid micro-zoning its tickets to the west. Conversely, the North has already used its port in the last election with Atiku. So, yes, of all of the arguments presented, this is the strongest one so far. If Peter Obi crosses over to the PDP, they will hand him that presidential ticket on bended knees. So that's what they will do. They will hand him the presidential ticket on bended knees, one knee on the floor, their heads bowed, and the ticket lifted up like this. Everything gives him that ticket in PDP. Atiku has already run, and we all saw the debacle of what happened when he foisted himself on that party. So that's gone. Tinubu is a southwesterner, so a southwesterner cannot get the PDP thing because, of course, it's just... Or maybe it can. There's an argument for a southwesterner, but the strongest argument for a PDP candidate come 2027 is to present a strong southeastern candidate. If they present a strong southeastern candidate, then we'll have an election. If they present either another northerner or just some random person, then Tinubu is guaranteed the second term. So what they need is a strong southeastern candidate. And which other than Peter Obi? So if Peter Obi goes back to the PDP, he'll be given that ticket on a platter of gold, and that will be his strongest and probably his last ever chance to be president of Nigeria. He won't win, of course, but that's the strongest argument yet. This is arguably the best moment for the PDP to present a southeastern candidate, as Obi remains the only strong option from the region. In the last election, a northern candidate, Atiku, strategically annexed the southern slot, allowing the PDP to rethink their strategy in zoning the tickets to the east. With APC having a southwestern candidate, Tinubu, in power, it is safe to say PDP can avoid microzoning its tickets to the west. Conversely, the North has already used its port in the last election with Atiku. And then the fifth and final reason, Atiku's age factor. Before the 2027 general election, Atiku would be 80, and he exhausted two golden opportunities under PDP 2019 and 2023. I don't know. It wasn't under PDP in 2019, was it? Well, maybe it was. Yes, 20. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. So yes, the fifth reason, Atiku's age factor. Before the 2027 general election, Atiku would be 80, and he exhausted two golden opportunities under PDP 2019 and 2023 to become president of Nigeria. Going by simple logic and the antecedents of the internal crisis in the PDP, Atiku's place in the party has shrunk and may no longer be considered for the golden ticket. So that's it right there. I think yes, I think I broadly agree with that. The best opportunity for Peter Obi to have any sort of a push towards the presidency in 2027, it will be from the PDP. If he wants to build an organic movement, then he'll have to do the hard slog. But that hard slog will not come to fruition in 2027. So he will have to, I don't know, it's a heavy lift the other pathway, because he has to either build that Labour Party, which already there's internal wranglings there and somewhat resistance. They want him out of that party, or he will go and form a new for purpose, maybe a new Nigeria party. That's probably what he will call it. He'll have to go and register a new party and then park all of his movement under that party and then start to build all the structures needed for electioneering. So all of that's like that's a 10-year project at least. Certainly not something that will get you ready very quickly for 2027. So no slots open for Peter Obi in 2027 anyway, but the sliver of opportunity is in the PDP. That's the only micro window that might even entertain a possibility. But let's go on to this final readout and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room. Go back home. Nigerian students, others reportedly deregistered by UK universities amidst new law. So there's a tightening of the news somewhat around that migration space. Foreign students studying in the United Kingdom, including Nigerians, have allegedly been deregistered by many universities and advised to leave the country. This was disclosed in a post on X on Saturday, December the 9th, by Benjamin Kuti, the president of the Nigerians. The Nigerians in the UK community. I wasn't aware there was a community. The Nigerians in the UK is a community dedicated to ensuring that no Nigerian relocates or visits the United Kingdom without receiving all the necessary assistance to facilitate their integration into the European country. So many universities have deregistered students in the United Kingdom and advised to leave the country. Kuti, who is also known as Oluomo of Derby, posted on Twitter. So there it is right there. That place continues to squeeze. Just that mentioning of Oluomo, let me play you just a final little clip by way of just rounding off the readouts. If I can find it. Somebody sent me a clip just now of MC Oluomo purporting now to be the new national chairman of the Nigerian Road Transport. I think this might well be it. All right, let me play you this. A lot of it in Yoruba language, but I'll interpret. And by the way, anybody that wants to come into the studio, come in. Barely anyone there.
I'm the state chairman, National Union Road Transport. I'm incoming president, National Union Pro 36 State, Inshallah. So will be next state chairman, name 1 month. Governor, CP, Commissioner for Transport, SA for Transport, because I feel peace in Lagos State. Thank you.
All right, we'll stop that there. So that's MC Oluomo telling you now that he's going to be the new national chairman of the Road Transport Workers XYZ, and there is nothing you can do about it. So that's MC Oluomo right there. Acknowledge peace forever, super chat. One man, happy new year. It would have been nice to see you celebrate the new year with a suit and a tie for a change. But thank you. So I don't know if that was a telling off or not. And this is Play Summer. This is a compliment of the season to you, one man, articulate panelist, and elegant keyboardist on the comment section. So well done, Play Summer. And that is Alexander Gomez, just with the same wishes. So keep them coming. Let me play the Kegite music. Bring in, I've only got 2 people in the studio at the moment. If you want to hop on. Let me bring on the panelist, play the Kegite music, bring on the panelist, and the conversation hopefully ensues.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o náìdó.
ẹ kú ní náìdó ẹ jọ padà sílé kájọjọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko ni riwa agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is right there. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So with us at the moment are King Emeka and Thomas. We were doing Man of the Year just the last session. My Man of the Year, King Emeka, is my Man of the Year. So, and he knows why. So Man of the Year, King Emeka, good to see you.
Oh man, Happy New Year!
My goodness me, Mike Tyson be very afraid.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a roost, right?
Yes.
Happy New Year! I hope you're enjoying the holidays just like I am myself.
Yes.
With the family. I didn't know you were going to turn up today, but it's good to see you. And anytime you're up, we turn up to support you. You know, this is the best political show in the Nigerian space.
All right, let's get to the politics of. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you too, Emeka, of course. But let's get to the politics of it. The goings on in Plateau State. I know the language has to be delicate, but it also has to be factual. The reports that we're getting from the victims of this atrocity is that they recognize those people and they're local to them. Even one of them was saying that. One of the perpetrators that came into his own home, they were calling him by name. So this tells us then that it is not Fulani headsmen, and this seems to be what is coming out of that space.
Yeah, one man. Anyway, Happy New Year to the panelists and those in the comment section. You see, I also, I think I've given you your flowers, but it's good you're going into the nitty gritty. I'm just hearing this for the first time. Initially when this incident happened, we knew what the news that filtered into the mainstream media, right? But again, to show why this show is a show that people should tune in and listen to the issues. We had other voices coming in to tell us that this is not the case, that there's more to it than what we have been told by the mainstream media. And God so kind, now you're coming up with the details, and we can now hear from the victims that these are people that they share the same border with. These are their community men. And it is very strange indeed, right? Extremely strange that what's really going on. And I think the security operatives should go in and do more detailed investigation and get the culprits. We can't keep having this kind of incidents going on, or else why do we call ourselves? Why do we call Nigeria a country? I'm really, really happy that because they let the guy for dead. I think he was saved either by the gods or his ancestors. For someone who they already cut his hand, cut his leg. You could see that his neck is being bandaged up, which means the machete gun went into his neck too. So they probably thought he's dead, but he survived to explain the true tales going on within their community, and this is strange. If Fulani headsmen can't come and call your name, they typically don't know you. It is only someone who know you that will come and call your name and call it multiple times. You understand? To be sure, I think why they were calling his name, they wanted to be sure if he's truly alive, right? And this is, I think the governor should take this very seriously. I hope he has paid the victims a visit. He should take this seriously. I know he probably would have gotten the security reports, and he should also get the security operatives.
Because Emeka, because of course we have to establish the right perpetrators in order then for us to know where we're pointing the investigation. If we're looking for Fulani headsmen, when the victims are telling us that they are not, then we will never catch who did it.
Yes, exactly. The other time we discussed about the conversation was that the people said they know who are the individuals causing this problem, right? So now it's not like hearsay or third-hand conversation, not direct from the victims, those who suffered the incident, those who suffered the hands of the evilness of murderers are now speaking forth to say, these are our brothers, these are our village men, these are people in our community, they spoke the language that I understand. So, now it's from our point of view, the narrative is changing. Now we are seeing it from a different angle that, okay, there's more to it than meet the eye. I think, we heard about the mines, something that has to do with the mineral mines in that locality. So, I think more investigation needs to be done. But the first thing first is, okay, need to extract the name of the perpetrators and then go after them.
And the call from the state governor for people to carry arms and defend themselves, and the pushback against that by the chief of army staff. Where are you in that debate?
No, I saw the news on that, and I was like, "What the hell is the chief of army staff saying? That you have enough men to defend the territory of the country, but again, we have not. These are no pocket of insecurity going on in Nigeria. This is getting out of hand. Now, if governors are calling for people to defend themselves, they have the right to do so because it shows gross irresponsibility on the act of the military. And I think for me, where yes, he's new at his job as the chief of as the current chief of army staff, but his predecessors have all failed, and then the failure is really not getting closer to him. Then, if he thinks that the military has sufficient hands to secure the lives and property of Nigerians, then he has to prove it. These extrajudicial killings must end. We don't want to hear them anymore. We don't want to turn on our or look at newspapers and begin to hear reports of incidents coming out again from anywhere in the country. So it's not about just saying it, it's about doing it. Not only about doing it, it's about getting those involved. Now also invest highly in intelligence networks. We saw that the president has signed the budget into law, which is now the 2023 Appropriation Act. So wonderfully done. The House of Assembly, they did a wonderful.
Did they not increase it eventually somewhat? I was seeing snippets.
They did increase it by 1.7 trillion naira. So the new budget is now 1.7 trillion. That's now 28 I think it was 27.2, but now 28 point something, about 8 or whatever. And I'm still studying the budget, but typically, even the president gave snippet of area. You see, I don't want to move into this. Is an interesting part. I just don't want to move into that budget side. But what I also want to say is that, for the very first time in the history of our country, we have the House of Assembly working very, very hard to on the directive of the president, right? And then signing the budget, even when it's a holiday. That budget was brought to him today, and he signed it into law. You understand? Then now watch the president speaking. Despite he spoke in the morning, 7 a.m. Nigerian West African time, he also gave snippet of the budget. Right? It shows that the president has an idea. He's not just signing; he knows what he's signing into law. He has an idea of the budget. He also repeated that what excites him the most in that budget is the food program for school, for especially the secondary school students, that he's really excited about that, and and he wants that to work. So it shows that the president, and if you listen to his speech this morning, the president gave a rundown of the 2023, all what really happened. He's aware of the issues, he's aware of the fuel subsidy and the FX issues that has created hardship for Nigeria. But the main thing, he's also aware of the insecurity, and then trying to get his act together. My hope, that speech gave me renewed hope, and I'm just praying that the president will be able to organize his team to get things done, especially the economy and security. So for the chief of army staff, get your boys together, go to work, do the work, fish out the people who are creating problems in the country, regardless of tribe, regardless of interest, regardless of the individuals or the power structure that is behind them. Get them to book and ensure that they pay for their drastic acts. Nigeria has to return back to be a safe haven. And if the president is true to his words that which he repeated again this morning, that he's returning Nigeria back to business. So nobody will want to come to a place that is insecure. So the chief of army staff must get his act right and must do what he's supposed to do.
There is no window. There's no window left for all the. You know that the Pope has spoken on it. The Hungarian president spoke on it. I think the Americans have put out notes. The international communities are aghast. There's no room for this sort of thing anymore.
Yeah, the news. Well, I noticed that the news started filtering into the foreign space today. It started filtering today, maybe late yesterday night, but today. Probably civic societies in Nigeria started putting pressure on them to report on it, right? So it started filtering today, which is good. They should push further, right? And ensure that the pressure is on the president as well as the military. These things cannot continue happening. It's been going on for too long. Whoever is behind this, and I know it's not just one individual, but a couple of selfish individuals, and it has to do with money. From the look of things, it has to do with money. So please, for the love of God, we just want people to do their work. If now the chief of army staff is saying nobody should take off arms to protect themselves, that we have enough strength from the military to do their job, then let him put his mouth where, let him put action to where his mouth is, and let things move the way it should go. Go into the field. And not only in Plateau, not only in Benue, not only in Taraba, not only in Meduguri, also in the southeast too. Go and get these bad actors and get them out of our system immediately.
All right, brilliant. Let me move you on to this. This is politics as it should be played. I'm insisting that Magnus Abe is positioning himself for the APC ticket, River State, because of course, what's his name? Fubara is a walking dead. I am heading back to APC, says SDP's Magnus Abe. What do you think is in play there?
Yeah, Magnus Abe has always been a close ally to the president, right? And just like what you rightly said during your readout, if only that the success of River State was single-handedly done by Wike, and Wike actually deserved that ministerial position. Else, Magnus Abe would have been the one that would have been chosen for for River State as a minister. But then again, him returning back to APC, it's normal. That's where he came, that's where he has been. He started the party with the president. He has been the president's man. So he's going back home. He only left that party because of Amechi chasing him away to go to SDP. So he's only going back home because Amechi's hands are tied and Amechi is weakened. So repositioning himself, I noticed, if you notice, when the president came to Rivers during the presidential campaign, and then when he was going back, traveling back to Abuja, he told Magnus to reconcile with Wike. I hope that is undergoing so far. So with that reconciliation, and like you have rightly said, I think he's repositioning himself for the next gubernatorial election, which will be coming up in 2027. Fubara with his speech this morning, right? He still took shot at Wiki again.
Yes, is it that one in the church when he's saying
yes.
the red pen? This boy.
I think he knows, despite the fact that the peace accord has been signed, he knows that things are not still straight. He knows. Of course, he should know, because what he did is very, if you ask me, politically is silly, politically is suicidal. You understand? And then again, it's because he's not a politician. He was from the civil service, and you got the opportunity on a platter of gold. And rather than you to see how to, it's about managing people, and he was unable to manage manage his boss, who brought him to prominent light because nobody knew about him in the past, and then also manage his people and manage other stakeholders. I think he's a poor people manager, if you ask me. You've worked with Wike for 8 years. You should be able to know who the kind of individual he is, because you got a little bit of power and you started misbehaving. A lot of people just come up with, hey, he's protecting river interests. Man, that's not the case here. That's not the case. And that's not the issue. And Wike actually rightly said, if you watch his interview, the recent one 2 days ago, he said, you people don't know what is going on. You guys don't know what is going on. You are saying, Jojo, did I make a mistake to put him there? You understand? They both of them are yet to tell us what the real problem is. But it has to do with probably the political structure and him not obeying certain agreements. Anyway, we are hoping that they do a memo very soon so we can pick up the book and read. And I think Fubara would. If Fubara succeeds to 2027, then I'll give him his flowers. I'll give him his flowers, but I don't see him surviving. Then,
Emeka.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Baba. I would like to hear your view on the Speaker Ihie's resignation today.
That's what I was even trying to. So he not only did he resign the speakership, right, when he's actually not the true speaker anyway. He's also resigning from being a state house of assembly in Rivers State. So he's leaving the post completely altogether. So that place is going to be vacant now, and then which means one man down and 4 more to go. Is an exposure. So if those 27 weekend stronghold now they're back, they can still, if they want to impeach him, they can impeach him. It's like he's open to them to do whatever they want to do. But again, there's a peace accord which the president has, under the guardianship of the president, they have to respect that peace accord for the peace to reign. Everybody hold your sword, sheath your sword, and let peace reign. But Fubara, in my view, is gone. The speaker, I think maybe he didn't agree with the peace accord, or he's uncomfortable. But again, he is not the right speaker, and he should not be the speaker. 4 people cannot make you a speaker, right? So there was a former speaker who, was moved out because the governor was unhappy with the way things were. They had to run for their life. But so the real speaker is going to be back to preside over the legislative arm of Rivers State. So for him resigning as the speaker, that's typically what should happen, right? According to the peace accord. But what surprised me is that he's also resigning from being a member of the State House of Assembly. So that was what really surprised me from his resignation letter. And well, it shows that yes, the implementation of the peace accord is going on, and everybody is doing what is has been agreed on and what they've signed to do. So I wish them well in River State. I hope they maintain the peace. But Fubara should he should be counting his days.
All right, Emeka. The budget is out. You said you've had a read of it. Is there? Shall we leave it? Shall we leave it with you? To
No, not today. I'm still reading. I'm still going
yes,
through the budget. Yes,
yeah. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you, right? So I'm
Yeah,
still
you
going
sent it
through
to
that
me.
budget.
Yeah.
But again, we did a snippet of it, and it's still the same thing, though it's increased a little bit. Defense, education, agriculture, what is again? So those were the areas that got the highest numbers that will be getting the highest number of funding anyway, which is quite interesting. Another interesting thing again is that at the African Import and Export Bank, and through the assistance of UBA and Shaw oil company, they'll be able to provide some funding to streamline our FX. So the day before yesterday, was it the day before yesterday or yesterday? Yesterday, 2.5 billion dollars, $2.5 billion was released.
This 7 point something billion that Tinubu is borrowing, is that part of the budget, or is that a different borrowing? Do you know?
That will be the borrowing for the deficit, the budget deficit, right? So I don't think the three, I think it's 3.5 billion. I don't think that is part of the deficit borrowing, but this is mainly to help with the FX liquidity, right? So at the African Import Export Bank, which is headed by our lovely what's that his name?
Akemome.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for
Additional.
reminding me.
Yeah.
So out of his patriotism, you understand, decided to put a group of oil companies like Sahara Energy, Governor, and there were like four of them, coming in, putting in some funds. Also UBA, UBA was also one of the the intermediator to connect these guys together to help out with the FX liquidity, right? NMPC2 is the main borrower of the funds, right? Securing that funds. It's just organizing a bunch of people who say, okay, let's help out of patriotism, let's help out. So they brought about they are good. So the next tranche will be coming in this week we're entering into now, to help out with the FS liquidity being collateralized by crude oil, right? So they are going to be getting crude oil for it, and just to help out with the FX liquidity issues that we're currently experiencing. So to the president's speech, I don't know how many of us have been able to listen to that speech, but I think this is the first time I stand to be corrected. I have listened to Obasanjo on his New Year's speech. I've listened to Goodluck. I think I listened to the late Yaradua. I listened to Goodluck. I've listened to Buhari, which then I stopped listening to Buhari because nothing was coming out of it. But the president's first speech, I think, is the best so far since 1999. I stand to be corrected. The reason why I say that speech is the best so far is he started with the problem. I understand what we are going through. And he said, I know the pain, but again, we are coming up with solutions. And he said what him and his team are trying to do. And it's a speech of renewed hope. You can go check. I think the one I watched was on the one published by channels. And I said, in the comment, I said, this is a really brilliant, eloquently well-spoken speech by the president. It's renewed hope for me. It's a renewed hope speech for me, you understand? Because listening to what he's saying is not, he was not just going like what Buhari was doing in the
you are
past.
just letting your judgment down, man. If you think that is such a great speech, my goodness, God help you.
It's a great speech.
You are really undermining your judgment.
It's a great speech.
There is nothing substantive there.
It is a fantastic speech.
There is nothing substantive. You can't just say something is fantastic when there's nothing substantive in it.
It is a fantastic speech. Why did I say
it's hollow?
But would you let me speak on why is a fantastic speech? He admits the issues going on, accepted responsibility, told the country the solution, reassured the country that they are going to come up with it, and also reminded us that there is a unit.
Told them the solution to do what that is tangible, nothing tangible.
Relax, right? There's a unit that will be holding ministers, telling his ministerial appointees that it is the time, and he also gave a timeline.
You have the standard that they set for the ministers. No, you don't have it. It's him that has it. You just believe something. There's no tangible. There's nothing tangible in it.
You see,
True Nigeria, why not wait for your turn to counter him?
Exactly. Thank you very much. Right? He gave a timeline. You understand? He looked at. He said, "I know the problem. I know what is going on. The FX issues and the fuel subsidy." Right? He talked about the fuel subsidy. The problem the fuel subsidy has got, it was done to resolve an issue, but then it created another issue, which the president has recognized and acknowledged, as well as the FX issue, recognized and acknowledged, and said, we are working. Spoke about the presidential power initiative, which I said on a different platform, which to Nigeria, I was wishing you were the moderator. You would have done a wonderful job yesterday, other than the very biased.
Somebody signposted me to it, and I went and I only really skipped through your say because I cannot bear to listen to. I only really skipped to where you spoke, and I thought that guy was terrible in the way he was trying to handle.
He was very ridiculous, biased. I don't know what was wrong. He was, when you're acting like you are a principal in a school and only your words must hold waters.
He has a docile speech pattern as well that puts me off.
Exactly, you understand. You want to only hear your voice. You don't want to hear what that. And that was why. And I told them, right. I said, right, and which I said, I know what I was going into. I was prepared for this. You understand? It's not like if you give me the opportunity, I will take 5 of you on, because you guys are a bunch of ranting wailers, jokers. You don't know why did I say this? Somebody was coming to say the country is Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. And when that individual was saying that, I went and I brought transnational corruption index, and I sent it to the private chat for them to look at. And you were talking about, we have power issues. I went and I brought the presidential power initiative, and I said, people are, in short, that space is an ignorant space. That space, I don't know what is wrong with it. That was like, you don't understand. And I had to go there. It's like you going into the den of the wolves and letting the wolves know that they are wolves. Just let them know they are wolves and they are sick.
People were saying to me, go and watch it. I say, can I bear with
you understand? And somebody there was saying, I love Nigeria. And at the same spot, that was why I asked him that question. You say you love Nigeria, right? But on several occasions, you have been calling for the disintegration of Nigeria. On several occasions, you have been praising Nnamdi Kanu, a terrorist, and be praising the wickedness of IPOB, killing their own people, just like this man, this victim now that you played for us, saying it is my villagers that are killing us. The same IPOB are killing people in the southeast, and you say you love Nigeria. I say you're a hypocrite. You're a bunch of hypocrites, and there are a bunch of hypocrites there. And I don't know why Rudolph is allowing those people they've turned that place into something else. And I couldn't just stand it. Ignorant people talking ignorantly.
Yeah, but it's generating traffic. So why not? But Emeka, I want your thoughts on this headline as well. But I'm conscious that the room is populating and people are waiting. But if you can hang around, because I'm really keen on you to speak on this headline. But let me hold you in abeyance. I'll go to Baba so that our voices can be documented. Baba.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. Happy New Year to all of you folks. And it's a new year. And let's pray for God's blessings on our family, on ourselves, on our dear country, Nigeria.
Amen.
And I salute you all panelists. This is the only place I have actually to air my own views, because I find it that it's where they allow views of everyone to flourish, and where thoughts of different coloration content. So the flowers of our ideology actually flourishes here. So it's a very good platform, and that is why we have the viewership. I know they are actually a discerning one we have, not just for all comers. It's not about the volume, but the quality. And while you are at it, viewing and listening attentively with rapt attention, please like, share, and subscribe to the platform. But by all means, if you have not clicked, which is the most important one, click the like button right now, so we can have the opportunity to always come back tomorrow and do stuff. To the commenters, my favorite people, I salute you all. My favorites are very few and far and in between today. Sir Alex, Chioma, Eva G. I'm still waiting for Oga Ayo and Ola, those people who are competing with the Alibabas of the comedy stands. I like all you do there. And those that have not mentioned, we both with contentious views and those with also non-contentious view. You're welcome to the platform. Continue clicking on your keyboard. We are enjoying it. Yes, thank you, one man. Where do I start? Let's start with the budget. Okay, let's start with Plateau.
Yeah,
okay.
Because we have to get the facts right, Baba. That's just what it is. Otherwise, we're just propagandizing and
4 days ago, I think last I was on this panel, the same thing you are saying now, I said it then, and people jumped at me, particularly those who were coloring it that it's religious. And I was appalled. And I said that day that this is not about religion. That was when the lady Prime Minister of Hungary was huffing and puffing and saying they are killing Christians. I was very angry that day, particularly at those who were coloring it a religious affair. And I said, look, go into history and look at these things properly. You don't just jump into conclusion when this is a reoccurring issue year in, year out. Look at the maps. I said, look at the maps. Look at those that are there. I even gave an example of somewhere in Delta, and they would not listen and things like that. And here we are, because what is in there actually, it's about, like you said, one man, it's about resources. It is about what is inside the ground. That is what is at a contention right here. They know what is there. Like Dele Alake said a couple of months back, our lands have not been mapped properly as to what we have underneath the Mother Earth. We have a lot of things going on there. And those who are in business, in that kind of business, are far ahead of the authorities of the government. They are far ahead. They know. So it's about money and it's about land space. So this thing will continue unless the people themselves, and I talk about conspiracy of silence on the part of the people, they are not talking.
They are not talking. Though this time they've been forced to say, well, we know the people, and one even claimed, the man on the bed who lost his arm and leg said, oh, they call my name, I know them, they are my neighbors, and stuff like that. So this kind of skirmishes, if I may call it that, it's very difficult for security or people to contend with, because it is internal. It is different in structure from urban warfare. It's not a block-to-block thing. So if the people are not cooperating, this thing will continue, because it's a vicious cycle. It's like, okay, when we're young people growing up in Lagos, for instance, we do these street-to-street things at times, particularly when I go on holidays on the island. And the Lafia IG people will come to attack the campus boys. And our parents will be asking, who are they? And things like that. Lafia IG, but we will not go to the police, because we know we are going to storm Lafia IG 2 days hence, and things like that. So it's kind of rascality we play, but this is political. I'm just situating it to give an example of how conspiracy of silence is involved in all of this. So the people have to come out. Have we asked ourselves why the former governors of Plateau State have not institutionalized a kind of militia like we have at Motekun, and they have also in Benue State, where they wear whites and white or something like that? They go into the bushes in Benue State. Why is Plateau different? And why is Muftawal, or what's the name of this present governor, why is he not talking about it? Why is he not propagating that idea too? So there is something very wrong with what is going on there. So the people have to speak up. If they don't speak up, they will not get help. They will not get help.
It's like the Sultan of Sokoto said, Baba, life has no meaning in Nigeria anymore. You know, even by the middle of this week, we'd have moved on, forgotten all about these people.
Yes, it's because the people themselves, it's like they are used to it. It baffles me. I'm curious, actually. By nature, I'm a curious person. I want to know what is it that they don't want to tell the authorities? Why they don't want to help themselves? Because if you say people are coming, they are writing letters and things like that, that are coming, I would think naturally you arm yourself. Let me be a little bit open. And don't ask me further questions. On both sides of the divide, they have retired army generals.
Baba, there's an ongoing debate now. I think the state governor of that state pushing it, but it's a subsisting argument. They're asking that people should bear arms, like you said, to defend themselves. But the chief of army staff is pushing back against that, saying it will lead to anarchy. Where are you in that divide?
Well, I'm not in support of everybody bearing arms, because it will boil down to brigandage. And we know definitely that it is brigandage that gave birth to the American society today, and where gun flourishes. Everybody bear arms, and you can shoot and kill at will and submit yourself to the authorities later, where the arm industry is one of the biggest in terms of political bloc, where the political politicians pander to the arm industry and the associations that drives it. So we should not subject ourselves to that. But I'm saying in this instance, well, you can do it secretly. A lot of people who own double barrel, I know, in Lagos, don't even have license, because the process you have to go through licenses at times is long. But you secretly arm yourself. You don't show your hands until you are attacked, and you fight back. I've had instances where somebody, I think, couple of many years back, because I like referring to history. I like telling stories so that our people who are ignorant can understand. Somebody in a solo, armed robbers attacked him, you understand? And he shot back. He fired back at them When police came, they saw the gun. They asked if he has a license. He doesn't. They took the gun and took it to the station, inviting. But when he was leaving, the DPO of Isolo Police Station gave him back his gun and gave him an handshake and called him a man. So if you have this kind of thing and you have generals on both sides of the divide, let your generals arm you. They know what to do.
I don't think I can live with Nigeria without being armed. I must have a weapon in my house. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be slaughtered like a chicken.
That is what I'm saying here. That is what in Ghana they will call advise yourself. You understand? It's about advising yourself. Do the needful. You have wife, you have children. So advise yourself. If some men come into your home unauthorized, uninvited, trying to shoot you, then do the needful. Show them you're a man. And if you die in the process, your family will be proud of you. Because in Arab societies, these things are not just allowed because everybody actually knows how to defend themselves. You go to my 2 bus stop, for instance, in Lagos, and one small boy will carry a Beretta pistol with about only 8 rounds of bullets and will shoot in the air, and you will see multitude of people running away. The Arab society will not do that. They will be counting. He's shot 1, remaining 7 bullets. They will approach him until he finishes the 7 in the magazine. Then they will rush him and kill him. We have to get to that point. We have to get to that point in our country. We have to stand and fight.
But the window, if the window is ever going to open, it will open under this Tinubu administration. Because I've always thought that we need state police, and I'm not against people being licensed to bear arms as well. So we need those 2 things. But there needs to be an incident that triggers then the nation to push in that direction. So this incident now, it opens an opportunity for Tinubu to push for that state police and the right for those state police to bear arms, and even liberalizing that even anybody that is licensed to be like the right to bear arms is really what this window opens for, Baba.
Yes, fortunately, I lived in the era where we had state police, we had local government police, even with that with the ugly uniform they used to wear and things like that. And I saw what happened. It wasn't something very, very good that happened. And but we've evolved since then. I mean, a lot of water passed under the bridge since then. And I think even though we are not politically matured enough, but we will not say because of the intangible and throw away the tangible. I think we should have state police with proper legislation, with proper boundaries drawn between federal police and state police. It's a work of legislation. If we can do that.
What do you think is most urgent, Baba? State police or forest rangers? Do it or both?
I think both, because when it comes to security issues, you throw everything at it. You don't joke. Everything you throw at it. So if we can do both at once, I think it will serve the purpose, because it's not good to live in fear. It takes the man out of you to a certain degree. Why would you live in fear in your own country?
Baba, Ekalesa, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. One man, Happy New Year to everyone. One man, can I please chime in, please?
Yeah, of course. Happy New Year to you.
Yes, yeah. Sir, state police will not happen in our lifetime. You know that. It's not going to happen. I can say that for fact. There are many things attached to getting state police in Nigeria. You know that. You know, I don't want to go to that side, but you know that it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know that. If you want me to name it, I can name some for you. It's not going to happen.
Well, go ahead, name it.
Now.
Maybe it aligns with my own thought for the cons and pros.
I will name one. People don't like to hear it. I will name it. If a part of the country is still asking for C-section, state police will never happen in that country. Ask me why do I say that?
No, that's
if they're employing police in the southeast, who are they going to employ?
That's not the.
Are they not southeasterners?
I don't think that is the case.
No. I don't like to be interrupted. Let me lay it down. Then you can interrupt. You can assess it in your own way. If they are employing state police in the southeast, who are they going to employ? Are they not ESN? Are they not IPOP? Are they not Southeasterner? Then the Nigerian government will give guns to those guys. Are you kidding me? If you are a president of the nation, will you do that, Baba? With due respect.
I think that's a wrong analysis.
Yes, that's what I want, man. I know you will say it's a wrong analysis.
Very wrong one.
Thank you so much. The states are not agitating. It's only a small little bunch of people that are doing all this.
Yeah, Thomas, why I will fault your view is because the state police, let's say Anambra, the 5 eastern states we should refer to, they will be numbered. Their details will be taken. The rifles they give them, the tear gas launcher, everything will be numbered. That is a small level. No, let me finish, Thomas. I'm going somewhere. Just be patient with me.
Go on, yeah. Go on.
When the arms they are giving them are just compared to what is needed in warfare, even low level warfare, those are small arms, intangible, you understand? I remember when the war started, when the Biafran are yet to really get arms from the Francophone countries, even guns from their constabulary stationed there, you understand, those that contains those I've forgotten this bullet size, 4, you just clip it in. They have low magazine, and what they do when they start shooting, the federal troops will just be counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and they rush. So it's laughable actually, but so when you compare the AK-47 years and things like that, but the modern warfare is different. So it will not be that effective. So we can't, because of that argument, and stop state police from being activated. This is my view. I don't know what you think, though it's my space anyway.
I agree.
Sir, let me respond, please. Let me respond, please. So, what?
Police that will stop.
Can I please respond, please?
Hold on for him, Thomas. Let him. Chime that in, and then Thomas wrap that space up, and then Baba carry on. Chime it in. USA.
Okay, fine. One thing I want. Happy New Year to everyone. One thing I want us to always do as Nigerians, whenever there's an issue of national security, we need to sometimes take a step back and wait for the security agency to update the nation. The thing is that Nigeria will just conclude. We don't wait for investigation or anything. People will start taking position and taking stand. It is not good. It hit up the country. I don't understand. People will just take position without investigation. They will judge based on a video or picture they saw online. That's not how people, smart and educated people should behave. We should be able to wait for the security agencies to update everybody with new information they have before commenting on any issue.
All right. All right. Respond to Baba. Thomas, and then Baba round up that space, and I'll take you somewhere else.
Sir, that's all right. If you think it's not rational, yeah. But that's my view, and I know some people hold that view very strong. I would say it again. You will live long, I will live long. It would never be in my own generation
Amen.
that
Amen.
yes, that the state police will happen in that country. Go and write it down. My you can be my father. Go, and it's not going to happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, well, in this circumstance, we need it badly, because even Amotekun, that we all applaud their success today, they are ill-equipped. So, I mean, in the face of a Fulani huntsman, 2 or 3 of them carrying AK-47, you know, with double magazine, how much can Amotekun do in that kind of thing? What serves Amotekun correctly so far is because they have the knowledge of the terrain, and they have intelligence. The people are cooperating with them and things like that. So that is why Amotekun...
Baba, sorry for coming in, please. Wama, if you don't mind. What, I will not come back with this thing again. What do you think is stopping state police? If we actually need it, I want it to happen like yesterday. So what do you think is stopping state police? Thank you.
Nothing is stopping it other than for a legislator from any state in the Senate of House of Rep to put up a bill. The bill will be debated robustly in both houses, and once they come up with, they are all agree that it's a necessity, nothing is going to stop it. The president have to append his signature to it, and voila, every state will start coming. I like the competition. I know my own state, for instance, will come out with high level, well-turned policemen, well-cultured. This is my belief, and I know Nigerians like competition. Every state will want to do something differently. Right now, it's not like the states are not doing anything. After all, they have budgets for they have security votes that is not budgeted for. It's automatic. Previously, it used to be 850 million every month. Now that we have a lot of money, I don't know whether they've increased it, but 850 million, and that is what some states are using judiciously by cooperating with the commissioner in their state and the AIG in their zone, and buying equipment, motorcycle, vehicle, patrol vehicle, even armament and communication equipment. That's what they are using. They are doing something quite all right, but those things are not adequate enough, because naturally a politician with 850 to do maybe 200 million every month will be sacrificed for that and things like that. So, but when we have it established, backed by law and properly structured.
Can I have
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's see what the Nigerian police need to do first with the current structure. If I live in, let me say, Surulere, the police officers that should police Surulere should be people from Surulere.
Yes, sure.
People from Surulere to police Surulere, instead of the way it currently is. They bring someone from Kaduna.
No, that's what we call police. Everybody in their local government will be recruited. They will come. They will flow from the local government to the state authority. The federal police will just be on the background, and there will be offenses, federal offenses. There will be state offenses. So these things will be really mapped out. That is why I say it's a subject of robust debate and very good laws put in place, where the lines are drawn properly, distinctly, so that there will be no confusion. Because a state cannot drive armed robbers, let's say, from Agbara into Ibesa, which Ibesa is Ogun State. Maybe when you drive them or you communicate with them, because there must be synergy, so that they will also be coming through that road that leads to Ota, for instance, coming the other side, and you are pursuing them. So the armed robbers will be in the middle, and they will meet their nemesis. So these are the kind of things that has to be structured properly. There must be synergy robust synergy, tight one between states, police, and things like that. So it's a work of patience, and there will be missteps in the process. But we can't talk about, because of the missteps, we should not try it. We have to try it.
All right, brilliant. Baba, a brief thought on excuse me, a brief thought on Magnus Abe saying he is leaving the SDP for the APC.
Homer, can I talk about that insecurity real quick before you leave that space?
All right, carry on.
You see, Homer, one thing we don't understand about Nigeria is this. In our country, we have over 300 ethnic groups, right? And most of those, if you notice where most of these attacks are happening, are usually in areas where they are smaller, where a bunch of ethnic groups gather. Like usually where we have like one single state, we have like 50 different ethnic groups, right? Now, one thing we are not discussing is that many of these small tribes, they have a eternal strife between themselves that's been going on for like hundreds of years. Like there's unsettled. And this back and forth attack among themselves, right? Where they attack me, will revenge. Maybe they revenge you in 10 years' time or 15 years' time. It has been going on for even before Nigeria was created. It has been going on from beginning of time. The only reason we think it's just happening now is because we live in information age now, where if something happens, it goes straight to the news. The only difference is that now we just hear about it. I will even give you an example. When Ife and Mudakeke were doing their battle, did we hear about it? The people across Nigeria even know it was happening. Even in Lagos, they even know it was happening because that time was no information age. When Ijo and Shekiri had their clashes, we were not hearing about it. Even during Obasanjo time, we would not know. There was so much of those things, especially in those areas, that middle belt area. We were not hearing about it until Obasanjo started forcing us to hear about it on the news gradually. This thing has been going on. If you want to know the level of beef among all these small tribes, just go to those states and go and interact with them. I didn't know like all this when I was living in Abuja. When I began to hear, I was see Jukun and TV people. They find out where they are from. Are you TV? Are you Jukun? They just hate each other. And when I interact with my TV friend, like, what's going on? Why do you hate that guy? I don't even know him. TV people. You see what they did, and their papa they start giving on long Asian history. The hatred among those, there's been internal Asian beef among those ethnic groups that we don't talk about. So that's what has been going on. And two things that make us misunderstand what's going on is because some people came and used propaganda to start convincing us that anytime we attack, it's just one Fulani tribe that trying to conquer Nigeria. So whenever we hear an attack somewhere, we just so we think it's just one Fulani thing. But it's actually ethnic communal issue that's never been settled. That's been going on for hundreds of years. That no one has stepped in to educate the population, because this ethnic group usually raise their children from baby to say that tribe there, that's our enemy. So they grew up with that animosity towards each other. So that's what we need to discuss. That internal ethnic dispute that they haven't settled, that's been going on in the minds of these people for hundreds of years. That's what the issue is. It's not Fulani that's coming to invade Nigeria that's doing all these things. That's where government needs to start addressing. Oh man.
All right, brilliant. It's a myriad of problems there, Baba.
Okay. The River State politics is becoming very interesting. Very, very, very interesting, because Magnus actually is positioning himself for the next election. We must realize one thing. The next election is not 4 years away. It's not 3.5 years away. The next election is 3 years away. We voted in February. So February 2027, 3 years away, we are going to vote again. So this year is very crucial for all the parties. So Magnus, I think, is just positioning himself like a well-calculating politicians to come back to the APC. And I think, I'm trying to read his mind now, that he felt that, well, Fubara will not run for second term. But he's mistaken. Here's the thing. Fubara has been guaranteed these 4 years he's been given the word. He will not be impeached. And they are realigning things. The Ihie that resigned today, according to my sources, which are seeped into the press, he is going to be the next chief of staff to Fubara. And the old speaker will come back. So they are making all the necessary adjustments. And Fubara is no one's fool. Fubara will go to APC. Maybe not this year, but next year, Fubara will go to APC. He will want a second.
Yeah, but can he go to APC with all this push now that anybody that carpet crosses will have to give up their seat?
Well, many governors have crossed carpets and nothing happened.
Yeah, but there's a new dynamism now, is there not?
There's a new dynamism. Politics is politics. In Nigeria, politics is politics. He will give his excuses. He is in PDP today, and PDP, for instance, which actually is at the center of all of this, including the 2027 election. It's a house divided against itself. It's a three-house outfit. There is the Atiku people. There is the present interim chairman in place, and there is the Wike and Saraki group building. Whether they like it or not this year, PDP must go to convention. They must go into convention to choose their party officers, those who run their administration. And you can tell the group that will win. If Wike wins, if his group wins the chairmanship, for instance, and have the upper hand to run the party, that's another dynamism to be reckoned with entirely, because where will Atiku go with his own group? Unfortunately, those that are with Atiku today are not heavyweights. They are the people that join Atiku for the purpose of the last election. All the other groups are just drifters, but they are aligning themselves. They still have deep pockets. They have their connection. And Wike is at the head of these splinter groups. And they have a lot of governors in their camp. And where is Wike situated? Wike has become a two-colored animal, with one side APC, one side PDP. So people like Magnus Abe, yes, he may not get the governorship, because I know Fubara. Don't be fooled by his looks. Don't be fooled. A man who wakes up one morning and dynamites the assembly.
Has he not displayed a lot of political naivety, Fubara?
We might take it as at times, what we say it. Let me say, what you consider foolishness may be bliss for him. Maybe in his foolhardiness, is shown a kind of steel. Because if a man who wakes up and dynamites the assembly to forestall his impeachment, and even went a step ahead and brought that building down, I mean, we're all aghast, we're all shocked, gobsmacked. Where did this guy get these balls? You understand? So don't underrate him. He knows what he's doing. I'm not fooled by his looks or by his demeanor or by his manner of dressing. I'm not fooled. There is a politician in him. There is a Nigerian politician in him. And I'm telling you, he's going to switch. He's calculating. And he has his own people he's working with. Look at how they withdraw here. And is going to make him, that is going to be his own chief of staff. The former chief of staff was Wike's man, who actually resigned. So he's not even coming back. to that position if ever he comes back to government. So he's already taken that off and put him in his corner properly. So it's a space to watch. It's a space to watch. But the only thing I find interesting is that those who rushed to conclusion that Wike is finished, particularly the elders of River State and the elders of Bayelsa, because they are all claiming Asawana. They've had their face slapped as we speak, because their case even in court is going nowhere. The carpet has been pulled under their feet. I hope they are not in the 7th floor by the window side, so they don't fall down and get really flattened out. So Fubara knows what he's doing. And I told you the other time, I think it was 2 weeks ago, when I called your attention when Tinubu's wife went to Lagos, I think, or was it in Lagos? I was distributing money and I said, look, did you observe the woman by Oluremi Tinubu's side? That's Fubara's wife. You remember, one man?
Yes, I do. But she's a governor's wife now, and that's usually the format.
Okay, that's right. So it's already in the mainstream. It's a question of time. It's a question of time. And I would not be surprised if we wake up tomorrow, Wike and Fubara, they kissed publicly and make up. It's all politics. It's about strange bedfellows. No permanent friends, no permanent enemies, but permanent interest. Yes, woman. Any other topic?
Yeah, there are a few other topics, but I want to loop around just
okay, very good. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Hang around. I'm still coming back to you. Let's go to Tunaija, if it's still there. Tunaija.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm surprised, though. It's not even like you not to be interjecting and then taking off to the Million Man Army. All right, come into the conversation at whichever entry point you like. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, one man, and thank you for having me. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Personally, this Fubara issue is neither here or there for me. I don't like this idea of godfatherism, and because it smacks of people just usurping the constitution and doing whatever they like with power in the country, and people that just play this game with them, and you are basically ensuring the country remains the same, because you are playing the game that they play, and the game is a petty game, really, when you think about it. These people, as great as we think they are planning this, planning that. What have they got? 27 billion for national budget. This is a joke, people. Come on, I don't see these people as reasonable people. They are playing stupid games with the people's lives. And our people are nowhere to be found. And personally, I really wish our people see through this nonsense that they are doing, because they are playing mediocre games. If I hear that the Nigerian president or Wike is tussling with the Iranian leader or something, maybe I will respect that more. This is stupid game that they play with our people's lives, and because while they are messing about, other people are moving on. That is what I don't like about it. The whole thing is unedifying, and they are damaging the constitution as much as they can. Because how can you usurp the power of a governor and say, this is what I want to do? And the governor too goes and blows up House of Assembly. What kind of madness is this? What kind of is this gangsterism that we are in here? This is the real world here, and their gangsterism is for only us. Useless people that cannot take on anybody else outside our country. Useless people. They can't even go to a Niger without shaking. When Nigerians said, oh, no, don't try that. The French will come here, do whatever they like. Americans come here. Everybody is doing whatever they like with us. And here they want to show their toughness. Somebody, they got you elected as governor because you have a disagreement with somebody. Oh, you blow out House of Assembly. What is that? A Democrat. What is wrong with these people?
You know what's even more frightening to Nigeria is that he can do it and there are no repercussions. There is nothing
Nothing.
to
If
hold him
anything,
to account.
we are here talking about it as if it's some kind of Godfather this in drama that is going on. The entire thing is unseemly. And Tinubu himself comes in and reads his own riot act, whether it's against constitution or not. Oh, that one is saying, oh, the court is not going to go anywhere because the court is corrupt. What is this? This is what we are used to now. We have to elevate ourselves a little bit and say, you know what? Plague on both of your houses. Buhari, you are messed up. The president is messed up. Wike has messed up. What are you doing for our people? What are you doing? Are you really making any move to get us somewhere from where we are right now? Because it's our life, so it's your children's life. This whole thing is not a joke business. And a little bit has been revealed to people in Nigerians, and if people think that this world is there for is a joke, look at what is happening in the Middle East within how many these weeks. About 10,000 children are dead. 10,000 children gone. And if you see them bat an eyelid, what do you think they can do with us? And this is why here they're fighting amongst themselves for what? How much money are you fighting for? There is a lot more money there to be made. Why are we fighting for little scraps when there's so much money to be made in the world? You know what, man, how much the UK spends 1.5 trillion on their budget, and we are here fighting over how much.
You know what you're saying has been endlessly debated. That are drawing parallels between UK is 1,000 years deep as a nation. America is about 400 years deep as a democracy. Nigeria is about 60 years into its experimentation. I'm not sure that it's not an unfair parallel to be saying
okay,
UK
if you want to say that,
you
want to say that, let's say that's an evidence you want to use, which doesn't hold water. Look at Singapore that was just created how many years ago. Look at the economy. The Singapore owes $1.4 trillion and the economy is still fine. And Nigeria, we owe 100,000, we are 100 billion, we are shaking them like we're about to die. And these are the so-called men without shame. The Singaporeans, how tall are they? They can be, as a matter of fact, they will barely go to our shoulders. They are multicultural, they are multi-ethnic, they have it all. Almost all the
what does
we
height
have. And they can you it doesn't have anything, but it tells you that if they can do it, why can't we do it? Yet we still here fighting over petty stuff. I don't get it. Personally, if I was them, I would be thinking, what is this we are eating? Look at the other people. Look at what they are doing. Maybe we should up our game here. Have a bit of pride. Our people don't have any pride at all. They just play this shell game where they act as if they are anything. While when other people look at them, they just look at them like some stupid backward people. You notice that most other parts of the world, they don't use the word tribe. It's only us that use tribe. Tribe is associated with backward.
The Singapore that you often reference is a special purpose vehicle one, and then it has 4 major ethnic groups: 75% Chinese, 13.5% Malay, 9% Indians, and 3% others. So it's a mono-ethnic space.
No, it's not mono. You just said 4.
No, there's 75% Chinese. It's a Chinese country now. What does it matter?
Chinese country. They have multiple languages, and it's what you say multi-ethnic. You already
multi-ethnic, 75% Chinese.
Chinese are
75% Chinese is not universal Chinese now.
And they don't allow Indians to be involved in politics. Indians know their space. The Malay know their space.
My point is that when they are not one group of people, they are multi-religious too. Yeah, you're going to argue that they are multi-religious too. So they are able to function and be able to prosper. And they were just created how many years ago? How about South Korea? South Korea was created quite recently. Look at how well they are doing. There are many countries out there that were created very recently. Sometimes some of them maybe even earlier than later than Nigeria. They are doing better than us. So we cannot use that age thing, and we have been around. It's not like
I don't think Singapore is a strong example, and I take the broad strokes of what you're saying, but I don't think Singapore is the prime example, because to all intents and purposes, it's an outpost of China.
It's not. It's see. Oh my goodness. You see. Okay, if you want to even use China, China
One man,
that stays
point,
there.
one man, point of correction. Sorry, Singapore is not the outpost of China. China does not have any connection of creating Singapore. It's like you don't know Singapore history. Singapore broke out of Malaysia, so I don't know how you're putting China to it.
The population is Chinese.
I think he's just saying that.
You just call them
75%.
Listen, one man, it's like you don't know that Southeast Asian people. You don't know. There are Indonesia Chinese, Indonesia Malay, Indonesia Singaporean, Burman. But they are not Chinese as Chinese.
Yeah,
they are Indians.
But the YouTube is telling us that they are Chinese. 74.3% Chinese.
Hold on. No, hold on. Their roots is Chinese.
Google is lying to us.
Hold on. Wait now. Their roots is Chinese. You've never been there. I schooled there. I stayed there. Their roots is Chinese.
I'm just asking.
Hold on. Calm now. Let me lecture you a little bit. Yeah. Their root is Chinese. There's no doubt about that. But they don't see themselves as Chinese. They are Singaporean. Yes, British moved them during that 18-something. We're moving them around as a regiment. Not only Chinese, Indians and Singaporeans were moved around that Southeast Asia. That's why you see from Burma down to Singapore.
Well, please, if 75% of a country is Chinese, that country is a Chinese.
Listen now, it's not a Chinese. China have no connection in that country.
But no one is
Singaporean. Hold on, please hold on. They are Singaporean. Yes, their ethnic distinct is from China.
That's what we are saying now. So what's the argument here?
Guys, you don't know what you're saying. I don't know how you.
We are saying their roots is Chinese. We are not saying they are Chinese citizens. We know they are Singaporeans. We say they are Singaporeans, but Chinese. It's like the Yorubas in Benin Republic. If Oduduwa Republic come and Yoruba land begin to progress, the Yorubas in Benin Republic, of course, they will tap into that now. So it doesn't mean they are not.
Listen. I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to one map statement. I said Singapore is a Chinese outpost created by China, and I said China have no hand in it. And you are correcting me. Singapore is this thing. What are you talking about here?
Do you have proof that China has no hand in us?
See, I don't know where you study went to your school.
Okay, can we allow Nigeria to carry on, please?
Hold on.
So you can remain on track.
Hold on. Baba, hold on.
Singapore is made up by 3 ethnic groups. You have the Malay, you have India, you have the Chinese. They form Singapore. Same thing with Malay. You have the Malay, you have the India, you have the Chinese also.
Let me lecture Mike.
They have about 10 different languages there.
Listen, let me lecture Mike. Is in the British regiment in 18-something that moved when they were moving use India as a major regiment and Chinese people as a regional regiment from like 17th century, not even 18th, 17th, 16th century. So these people were moved. These people don't even know their parents. They only knew that they're from China, but they have no connection with China, just like Koreans in Japan. Don't you know they're Korean Japanese? Just 2 hours to Korea, yeah, they don't know their hometown. But they are born, bred in Japan. They are stayed for 400 years. But they call themselves Korean, but have no connection with Korea. Simple. Chinese, British moved them to Malay for their head count. Indonesia, Burma, and all those places. If you go there, you see Indonesia, you see Burma Indian, Burma Chinese, and Burma. In Mali, you see Malay. You see Malay Chinese, Malay Indian. In Singapore, you see Chinese Singaporean. Not because it's Chinese Singaporean, Chinese Malay, and Chinese Indian. Then they speak all their language. They have major languages together. So, Mike, before you argue people, sometimes
at the heart of all of this world is a Malay cannot rule Singapore.
Listen, yes.
Bahasa is the language.
Listen, Baba, come to the political spectrum of it. In Malaysia, Chinese cannot rule in Malaysia.
Correct, because there are Chinese Malaysians too.
Hold on, let me land. The government, in the government structure, the Malay control the government structure. In the educational structure, the Indian...
Don't take us through the longness of it.
It's not long.
No. Hold on. The main point is that whoever constitutes the bulk of the population tends to rule the country. So if the Chinese are the bulk in Malaysia, then they will rule. And if the indigenous Malays, if they're the bulk, and then they would rule. But in Singapore, if 75% are Chinese, then they will always have a Chinese person ruling them. So that's just the gist of it.
Yeah, even if it's a Chinese person that is ruling them, they are their own nation that was created, and they are functional. That's my point. And we are a people too. It's not like we are no people before the Europeans arrived. We're people, and we're put together, and this is what we still have to today. And it's not only us. This is universal among most these black nations, including the ones outside Africa. This is crazy stuff. If you didn't know, you would think this is a IQ issue here. So what I'm saying here is that the way we are behaving is unedifying. This type of behavior that we are portraying right now, Nigeria is one of the foremost countries on the entire black race. Most people are looking up to us, and this is what we do: fight each other, tear up the National Assembly, rebuild it. It's like, what is this? This is like gangsterism on steroids. And we are talking about a nation here. Why would anybody take us seriously? Tinubu is going overseas to go and beg people to come into the country when we are busy burning House of Assembly down. What kind of country is that? This all be, and then Wike and Tinubu, what they are doing now, they forget that they are trying to destabilize a region that they don't need destabilized at this time. Instead of them to just leave the guy to govern, they are just endangering the entire nation for their own ego. What kind of people are this? There's a refinery coming on stream in that area, so you want to start another drama there, so that refinery doesn't function anymore. Who needs that? And you know, they were already talking about going to the refineries and completely blocking off the whole thing. This is economic sabotage. The kind of stuff we do to our own people is unbelievable. And I really think that we that are online and that are at least we have access to international media and all the rest and information, we should be shedding light on this. This is not how you run a country. This is not how our leaders should be behaving. That's why I'm not taking sides on this one, because both of them have behaved badly. How can you go and burn a House of Assembly? That's another set of money that they have to spend doing that. Then you put up business. Whoever wants to come to Port Harcourt now will be thinking twice now. Why would you go there? It's happened to me, so I know. When there was a time I wanted to go to some part of Nigeria to go and do business, and the moment I heard that there was an attack there, I didn't go there anymore. So I'm in Nigeria and I didn't go. What will a foreigner think? This is the stupid behavior. These people are supposed to be educated people. They just keep doing these stupid things. What is wrong with our people? I really don't get it. So we shouldn't be supporting them. We should be criticizing them when they do this sort of thing. Don't take sides, because the behavior is not making us any better off. So that's the way I will leave it. The reason why I was a little bit concerned with what Just Emeka was saying, because I like his a kind of level-headed approach in terms of following facts. But when he reached a judgment based on Tinubu's speech, it's like a lady showing you her ankles and you want to go and sell your family land to give to her.
But Tinubu's speech was detailed, consistent, and hopeful for the nation.
Oh, hopeful is good, detailed is good, but there's no substance to it. There's no actionable thing that you can hold him responsible for there. That is the problem. When a leader tells you so many fluffy stuff, and you don't know how, there's nothing you can get your hands on. You see, people in the West here, they know how to pick up on that. You like, you know it in the UK now. When a prime minister makes a speech, or a party leader makes a speech, they'll say, "Oh, there's no substance there," because they understand. You can't hold them accountable. And our leaders are experts. They just talk and they don't have anything you can hold them accountable on. Even when he said they are going to be measuring a performance, he doesn't give us the standards they are going to be using to measure. He could decide that
the standards are mapped out in the budget now. There are achievables. There are KPIs in all of the parastatals, and uniquely he has set up a space which I think is led by KPMG, that they are tasked to KPI all of the ministries, to check performances and make sure that our benchmarks are achieved. I don't think we've ever had that level of.
It's one thing to have it. It's another thing for it to be measurable and for you to be able to say, okay, they've not met it or they've met it. Like now, if you were talking about security, of course, clearly they've made a big boo-boo of it, because a lot of things are going on in the country that has not been this held up. So I don't subscribe to when people talk about things that you cannot hold them accountable on. And I don't subscribe to stuff that you cannot. There's no way legally you can hold them accountable for something that they've done or what they've not done. Basically, he can just go on and do whatever he like. Do you notice that when he talked about even the refinery, he didn't put the timeline on it. He didn't say within the next 3 months. He didn't even do that.
Okay.
Because he wants it to be wishy-washy.
Niger, you know why things are not working in Nigeria? See, when a president has set a direction for everybody to follow, if the people don't follow it, what do you expect? Nigerians don't like to follow the actual procedure. Everyone wants to cut corner and do what is in their mind.
Is there any case now that he has done something that nobody followed? No. Before you start saying that, is there anything that he has done that nobody followed?
Let me land first. We need to first of all prepare ourselves and say, okay, we are ready to do what's right to fix the country. Many Nigerian leaders from the local level to they are not ready to do anything. Even the people self. You understand me? So no one can perform magic in Nigeria to fix any problem you are seeing there.
You don't have to perform magic. You just have to do something. Do
Like
something
what?
the right way. Like if you want to talk about security, recruit people like he promised to do. Did he not promise to do that?
Is that not ongoing? I thought we discussed that here already.
Even fire service are recruiting right now.
I've not seen. See, they keep saying they are recruiting, but I've not seen it.
So now, you live in London. How are you going to treat it? You live in London. You haven't been to Nigeria.
I've not seen it.
Tonight, the last time you brought this up, Kulata went and gave you all manners of details. They're now, I think, the final phase of the mass recruitment, and you saw all of the. So what was
all my Nigerians in London and my Finland and Malaysia, they are the one that complain the most.
See, the reason why I'm concerned is because when Kulata gave me that information, I took it on board because it's actually the information was online and it was put there, basically on just one website. But after that, our police head has come out to talk. He said we don't have enough men, and he didn't say we are recruiting. No, he said we can't for our country do it at this moment. That's what he said. He meant all those numbers that we're showing you is not going anywhere. Then the defense chief comes and all they talk about is synergy. They are not talking about recruitment. Every time they keep telling us stuff, they are not saying they are building the military up. They are not. So that concerns me. And the president spoke, we are going to improve security, but we are not going to tell you what we are going to do to improve security. We are going to synergize and talk to this one and measure KPI. What is that? Is that what you promised us before you got elected?
So when it comes to security matters, I think it's not a all-comers affair.
No, if they are doing something, look at the increment of the defense budget. I think the defense budget should tell you that the president, the government is serious or they are not serious. They increase their the defense budget. I don't know what you want the president to do.
Okay, then this is a question now. This is why it's problematic. This is what makes it slippery. The defense budget has increased, but what if the number doesn't increase? What has happened to defense budget? They'll tell you they use it to buy equipment. You don't know. You can't do all the audits for them. This is a problem that I'm talking about. You don't. If they were recruiting people, they tell you, oh, that money we needed to recruit people. They didn't even say they needed the money to recruit people. They didn't even say that. So this is somebody that got into office promising to do this stuff, and he's not doing anything at all. Nobody's holding him accountable. Nobody. It's when they kill people, they say, oh, you're not securing the country when they kill people. But you don't go specifically to say, you promised to more than double the size of the police, more than double the size of the military, but nothing has happened. Why is nobody questioning them on that?
Do you know that states do receive a security vote? Have you ever asked all this government what they are doing with the security vote amount that they are giving every month?
I understand that the governors too are supposed to help secure their country, their state. See,
securing Nigeria is not the responsibility of the president only.
Are you seriously saying they should not hold the president accountable?
Hold on, sir. It's not the responsibility of the president only. It's state governors and local government. They do give them allocation for security. So where's the money?
And the people too are supposed to demand it. The state governor don't have the power to even recruit police anyway. So that is another problem that they have. I believe that they should be doing more, But the government that promised to recruit people, you should also hold them accountable.
No,
And
why
this
you
oil
observe
also
this
did the same
recruitment?
thing.
It's all 2 million soldiers. I keep talking
That
about.
money, the state
Because
should invest
it's,
that
it's a very, very important thing.
intelligent gathering. They can easily, the governors can invest the security vote for intelligent gathering in the state.
How they are doing it now? Almost every state have vigilante groups. Do you know that Plateau has a lot of vigilantes too? You just couldn't be able to get there on time.
Massive insecurity. They should have, if they really have internal security within the state, they should have known, okay, something like this will happen. That people are planning for an attack. They should have had that information or something.
You don't have enough people. You can't expect one man to defend 1,000 people. Even American soldier has to defend 150. But Nigerian military has to
help. They should seek for the federal government help or assistance. But at least
why are you diverting it to the state when the government is responsible for national security?
Because money is being allocated to these people.
How much is being allocated? Can you name? Can you tell me the amount?
All right. To Niger, take us to. Thank you.
I don't know what you are going on about. The federal government promised something. The state didn't exactly promise that they're going to recruit you. The federal government promised. You have to hold them accountable. That's the minimum you can do.
All right. To Niger, take us to Plateau State. The victims of the atrocities in Plateau State, they are telling us that the people that are carried out the atrocities they are local people who they know personally. So this runs contrary to the narrative that they were Fulani headsmen. So we have to get the facts right in order to pursue the culprits.
I tell you, in Nigeria, we have a lot of, I don't know whether to call them evil or downright unwittingly stupid, and it's like our mumu weird trouser. It's unbelievable some of the things we do. You know, I just sat here arguing over whether we should hold a president accountable. What is wrong with our people even? They don't want to face facts. Okay, now you find out that it's the local person that did this stuff. And I was on panels where people were talking about it's Fulani do this, Fulani, everything is Fulani. It's like, it's illogical. Fulanis are not in Somalia. They are not in Congo. There are many countries Fulanis are not. As a matter of fact, if you go to Mali, the people that are causing problems there are the Tuaregs. And these were being funded by Qatar. Oh, who is a good ally of Qatar? Oh, the US has a gigantic military base there. Our people are completely illogical. It's almost as if we behave like children. It's scary. What is wrong? Where are the brains? These so-called professors that we have in there, where are all our brains? Why can't we discern what is going on? Where our people will go on panel, grown men. It's Fulani headsmen. And today I was on a panel where they said Fulani headsmen were never convicted. They would have never been arrested. It's like, then whom are those people that escaped from Kuje prison then? Well, why are they chasing them if they are not headsmen and Boko Haram terrorists? It's like some of the things we say, we don't care whether it makes sense or not. We don't even want to wait for evidence of anything. And if it turns out that it's not Fulani headsmen, then the people that did those things, they have to be held accountable, because that is another part. It's one thing to say, okay, it's not Fulani's headsmen, that's a straw man argument, but these people are responsible for the death of almost 200 people.
And by the way, to Niger, as you were speaking, I went to the Nigerian Army's website. So it's recruitment after recruitment. So this is 4,000 recruits passing out. And then if you go, they're about, I think they're about, how many pages? About quite a few pages on. So just go to the Nigerian Army website.
4,000.
That was in a set. So in another set.
How many sets in a year?
Wow.
Do they not go through training process? And this is another 6
in a year now.
Hold on, this is another 6,000 passing out again. So
Yes.
so it's a continuous training and recruitment and training process.
But you have to know the set in 1 year. If the set in 1 year doesn't cross 1,000, 20,000, we are going nowhere.
They have to do it meticulously.
Do they have the
They have to filter a lot of things. Or do you want
Exactly.
to
So there is a mass
in our army?
just in the course of this, just me scrolling through now, there's well in excess of 10,000 already.
But it's nothing. That's my point. It's nothing compared to what is needed.
Okay, Sunanja, let's put it this way. Do you know that when they recruit people, there are people, the instructors that have to train them, right? Do they have enough instructors to train 2 million people at the same time?
In a
I mean, they
certain
gotta be
facility.
quiet now.
Who has trained 2 million people? It's just a ridiculous notion, isn't it?
You see, the thing is, nobody says you should recruit 2 million in 1 year, but you can recruit 200,000 in 1 year easily. It's been done in Nigeria before, and that's one of the excuses that Tinubu's people use as an argument when they were making the proposal. They said we've done it before, and this is something Egypt just did recently. This is not new. People do, other countries do it all the time. It's not a big deal. We have the people. Israel, how long did it take them to call up almost 500,000 these reserves? They are able to call people when they need people. Or Russia does the same thing.
No, but you say this is it. You're always using the wrong examples. The Israelis, they have a completely different
structure,
security structure. As soon as you turn 18, you have to compulsorily go through military service. So
like in Greece too,
essentially, the whole country is an army country.
But that is my point.
Correct.
We need to be heading in those type of direction so that our national security will be protected.
But
for you to say, but you to say they are not recruiting, they are recruiting aggressively.
No, come on, 10,000.
You are moving goalposts. Your first argument is
not 1 million. 10,000
constantly.
See, they've been recruiting 10,000, more than 10,000 every year. They've been doing that before now. But
Tunaja, please, hold on. Yeah, Israeli style of recruitment is not only synonymous to Israel. Almost most part of Europe, from Belgium, Sweden, as soon as you finish your high school, you are automatically a military personnel trained and you are reserved. Then, but the problem I see in Nigeria and I've said it before, we station our recruitment in one spot. It becomes hefty and bulky for us. Even though it's 1,000 people are recruiting, we're supposed to have, like in America, military boot camp is in every state. Every local.
No, sorry, it's not in every state. No, that's not true.
No, you can say that. My cousin is an E9. Hold on. He was recruited in those states. They didn't recruit him. He didn't go to Baltimore to go recruit.
Oh, the recruitment. I thought you said the boot camp. You said the boot camp is in every state.
I said the recruitment is in every state.
Oh, recruitment. Okay, sorry. I'll take it back.
Every state.
Look, you see.
Hold on, one man.
Just take a fact to counter what you're saying. Nigerian army takes recruitment drive to River State, so they are recruiting from every state.
You are wrong. Every state does not have a recruitment center in Nigeria. It does not. We are in Lagos. We are in Osun.
That's why they are going there.
That's where the problem is. Every state. Hold on, Tunaja. Hold on, Tunaja. Hold on. If we need 200,000 soldiers, we can get it in one recruitment. Every state have to produce 30,000.
Exactly.
That's all.
But do you know what piece? When they did that for police, the Southeasterners did not apply.
That's their own cup of coffee. That's how to. But every state have to recruit. You don't have to go to the center.
It's police about college. The will of the
Hold on. Police college. Everybody have to go to police college in Lagos. Everybody have to go to police college in Lagos. How many people police college can accommodate in the recruitment?
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
And with technology these days, you can train people a lot more people if you wanted to train. If they have the will, they can recruit even 1 million if they wanted to.
You don't just bring any people into the force. Please.
No, you will train them.
Not just anybody.
See,
we need educated people.
It's not any person. I'm not saying any person. Nigerians, we are 200 million. This is not a small country.
In the country where Agbero can go and get a certificate, and now that they are getting certificate in Kutonu after 6 months.
Agbero was not born Agbero. You can train them. Train them whatever you need to train them.
Okay.
Yeah. See, and the truth is we're already doing it to an extent, but what we do is we hire gate man, we hire vigilantes, we hide ourselves in estates. All these things we do them, but very inefficiently, and it doesn't yield results. So we are supposed to shift. Everything we do, we tend to do it very inefficiently. Electricity, we get generators. We want water, we put pipe on water. It's like we dig borehole. I mean, those type of things don't help us. It's so inefficient, and we all can see the result. The nation is extremely poor, and the systems are not functional, and the insecurity is all over the place.
Let's stay with the recruitment and security, please.
The recruitment is not enough. The Nigerian, even in Nigerian police during Buhari's time, they recruited 20,000 when they were supposed to recruit 10,000 each year. They managed to
I know this thing costs money. I know that, right?
See,
hold on. Let me give you one estimation that I just did right now, right?
Okay, good.
If they recruit, let's say 2 million personnel, and they pay them minimum wage 30,000 a month, 30,000 naira a month, which is about $30 a month, right? So $30 times 2 million, that's like $60 million a month.
That's nothing.
$60 million a month. Now, how many Nigerians are
I
paying
don't
enough
even think
tax?
I don't even think the money is the main issue. I think the
It's nothing.
process.
Even if you pay the 100,000, it's nothing compared to the amount you gain from it.
You can't just have anybody in the army. So you have to first have people that are willing. So you go on a recruitment drive, and then out of those people that are willing, you have to then sieve through to make sure that criminal elements are not coming in. So that's one process, and then you have to then do another sieving to see if they have the capacity, the physicality, the mental acuity, and all of that. That's another sieving, and then you then have to take them through a physical rigor to see if they have the stamina. That's another, and then you have to take them through a training orientation. There's just a vast. You are not just in at the bus stop saying, "Do you want to be an army?" Then you put on
that's the way I'm saying.
You put a uniform on them.
We do some of them already, like the NYSC. Now you can have them transition into the military from there, 1 year, 2 year military service.
What if they don't want that?
See, it's not about want. Other nations do it. You make them do it. That's part of
someone that went to university. They're going to be serving army.
Compel them to go and
they do that. They do that in Israel. They do that in many countries.
They don't force a university graduate going to be serving army. No. Is it government that pay for your school?
They do military training. Yes.
No, you can talk about 18-year high school, because at least those ones they got free education through their. Hold on now. These countries that do this after 18. At least you went through free education, so you give back to your country. But you can't tell someone that went to university use his own pocket money to pay for university, school himself. Now you are telling me you have to serve in the army after that. Are you kidding me?
You hear what he's saying, but they are already forcing people to do NYSC.
NYSC is different.
Oh, it's different.
You're trying to serve in the army.
Which one is more valuable? What are you talking about? Which one is more valuable service?
No. Army is a dangerous. No, this is you're signing your. First of all, NYSC, if someone doesn't want to do it, can't force you. Now, army is talking about. Hold on. It's a career, and it also is a dangerous. This thing, you're in the military, you're actually signing your life away. When you sign for the military, you sign your life away. You are no longer. You know when you become a military personnel, you don't own yourself. You are government property. You know that, right?
What do you think we are? Most of the people that are in NYSC think they own themselves.
They own themselves. No, it's just service that you do the requirement to get.
Military people,
and you don't have to anyway.
See, Mike, all this is on a sliding scale. It's not about this. It is about the gain you get from it. And most of the stuff you can do with them, you're not going to throw them into the front lines, but it gives the ones that are going to the front line a bit of breathing space, because now they have more people ready to go to the front line, while these ones stay back. They might even function as border guards and other less dangerous roles.
Do you want quantity or quality?
Quality and quantity, both are important. Human beings are quality.
Then if you want both, you have to be, it's a work of patience.
It's not that kind of patience. See, let me explain this. $50 billion is being lost by Nigeria due to insecurity in terms of GDP performance. $50 billion. So tell me one other investment you can put money in that can give you that within a short period of time. You're not going to find it. And we are not to mention the social benefit that comes out of it. Most of us will be able to travel to Nigeria freely than we are doing now. The investment that's going to come into the country from us alone, not foreigners alone. By the time we go, foreigners will follow us because they know we are coming back to our country. If we are coming, they will follow. Many of us will drag our Igbo people that we are connected to back to Nigeria. The benefits are far outweighs the negatives. All these killings will end. IDP camps will end. I can't even count the benefits. And that's why, to me, it doesn't make sense why we are not doing it. It's worth every single penny you pay for it.
So now I came up with one idea.
All the burglary proof that we have everywhere.
So now, what do you think about this idea that I came up with last time I was here? I was like, the government should turn the security to like an industrial complex where they give private people the license to like come up with their own security businesses, and then maybe they build a community. It becomes a more of a industry. You understand? But they will just have to. They will now make the army the agency that regulates all these. Regulate that sector where you gotta get your license through the army, and also
You privatize the army. It's like,
no, you privatize
which
security. Like special forces. No, not like regular. You privatize.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous
No,
game to play.
no. The regulation is there now. The army, they pretty much they will be a regulatory agency. So you have to go through the army. Of course, they just won't give license to anybody. So an individual that has the expert.
We already have that though in some form. We have private securities in Nigeria.
Yeah, like Amotekun kind of people like that. I understand.
No, not Amotekun. Actual private, like retired.
Kind of stuff Buhari is doing now.
Yeah, like retired military personnel setting up. You have a lot of them in Lagos.
Asare Dokubo and all.
Yeah,
that
kind of
security. See, my thing is that those type of forces are not good to be using inside your country, especially for major security activities. And I believe, it's a fact. The Nigerian state is too small already, and we've bought into this narrative that we need to cut the state down because most of us grew up in the West, and that's in the West. So we buy into the narrative that we need to cut our state down without actually checking the numbers. I was shocked when I saw recently that the Nigerian federal employees were around 750,000. That number, I thought it was high, but when I checked that of the UK and the US, I was like, this is madness. Even that, just like our security force is tiny. And where all this come from is when we are taking loans, they tell us to cut spending. And to cut spending is by reducing the size of the government. This is why our country doesn't function. We expect our civil servants to outperform all civil servants in the world. We expect our military to outperform all military in the world. It's just not right. We need to look into these numbers. Everywhere I look, I see rot, and our people don't know these things. I didn't know about the civil servant.
No. I agree with you somewhat that they need to double, even quadruple the military, the security personnel. But the civil servants, I don't really see, unless you want to create the jobs just to create the employment. But it doesn't do any. The ones we have there, they're inefficient anyway. A lot of people don't go to the office. They turn up. Do you remember when they locked Wike out of his office for him telling them to come to work on time?
Umahi, not Wike.
Umahi. Was it Umahi? You know, I mean,
out of his office.
you know, so a lot of them, they don't even turn up at all. And when they turn up, they only come there to go and sell Ashwebi and Ankara and whatnot.
It's anecdotal now. Somebody see some things are functioning.
You know what, to Nigeria, in this respect of security we're talking about, because it's a very important issue. My own suggestion, because I don't want anything done ad hoc, we have to have a new military mobile force, well equipped. So we have to meticulously do selection, the real people we want. So, but in the interim, to actually plug the holes, particularly in Benue, Plateau, Axis, Taraba, and Co. I think we should recall some of our retired generals and servicemen. We retrain them for only 3 months, re-equip them, and put them as garrison troops in these states. Maybe about 10,000 stationed in this state to handle the security measures until we have our new army, what I call the new army. Because what these people are trying to do you know the Coast Guard also is coming along for the blue economy? So a lot of things are being put in place. And these people, we don't want to follow the old order. Even with salaries, everything. We don't want ghost workers. We don't want anything. Everything has to go through the computer. Now,
if they are able to
that
do this,
is what we should do right now.
Tinubu will be one of the greatest. In short, he will be the greatest president Nigeria has seen if he is able to do half of the things he says he's going to do, especially on security. He will be the greatest by far. Because
I think it's a quick, and I think the moment for the moment is now for Nigeria to be secured, because I think have you been seeing the international response to what happened in Plateau State? Even the Pope came out, I think, earlier on today to speak to it. So I think the pressure is on for Nigeria because people are fed up of it. They don't want to be hearing every time that another 10,000 slaughtered. enough of it. But I don't think it's actually personnel. I think it's equipment. I think if they, I think it's a smart war rather than
do that? Why do
British.
you do that? Even when other nations don't, it's personnel that makes all the difference for other nations. Even analysts say this all the time. Why do we always go for equipment? America has the best equipment. Why do they have so many soldiers then?
No. America has so many soldiers because they internationalize their
They are
military.
police of the world.
Yes, they internationalize their military.
You mean
as do all of the Western countries.
Algeria?
Do you know that 80% of American troops are stationed overseas? You know that, right?
I don't know that. But
yes.
There are other nations. Russia's military is not stationed overseas. Israel's military is not stationed overseas.
They are in Israel and in Iran. They are all over.
Egypt's military is not stationed overseas. Algeria's military is not stationed overseas. In short, any non-black nation, just name it, they are better than us in terms of the ratios. So all we are saying is that one soldier cannot. It's not about wealth.
No. But you see, the thing is, Mike. It's not really about all this million-man army that to Nigeria is fixated on. What Nigeria needs is equipment. If they have aerial surveillance,
exactly,
and then if they have the right sort of helicopter battleships, and they have all these surveillance flights and all of that, if they have all of that, and then they have a dedicated rapid response units. And by rapid, it has to be instantaneous. Then you don't need heavy numbers. You don't need heavy numbers.
How many minutes response time are you looking at? How many minutes response time?
As immediate as they can get there, because
how many minutes? You see,
what do you mean minutes?
See,
how many minutes? Look, what are you talking about?
One man. What we that are overseas are enjoying, we don't wish it for our people. You all sit in countries where 10 minutes, people you call emergency, they show up. But you're in your country where security is thin on the ground. You say, oh, let technology solve it. Technology can. Are you going to teleport there? You still have to travel through the ground somewhere to get to that location with all the roads. Haven't you seen our road that can swallow trailer?
Thank you for saying that. I was just about to say exactly what you're saying.
Our road and you expect them to, so that's why you need outposts everywhere. Even nations that don't have a lot of roads, they have large military because they have to be everywhere.
No. You don't need armed posts everywhere. But you need armed posts in strategic locations that can move, especially hot spots like Plateau, all those sort of. Then you need big numbers there. But at places like Lagos, you don't really need an army presence in Lagos. What do you need an army presence?
Until you don't have security. See,
so that guy does like talking on his.
I don't know why we think like this.
What do you need an army presence in Lagos for?
Because everybody else does it, but somewhere along the line,
everybody else don't do it. That's a lie. There's no army outposts all over UK. There's no army outposts all over London. Don't come here and say everyone else does it.
Hold on. That's why when you call police, they show up very quickly.
It's police, not army. You think we army all over the place.
But if they need the military,
and they are not there.
Hold on now. If they need the military of firearms specialists, they are also going to show up. So what you?
But no, in every country. They call and then they show up.
And they have the numbers. They have the numbers too. Even with all that technology and CCTV monitoring, they still have the numbers more than us. I don't understand.
The way they do this, that woman just explained.
Oh my God. I don't know how
they are. Hold on. They are waiting in a strategic location. When you call,
oh my God.
Stop! You think you have monopoly of knowledge? That's your problem.
No, this
like you're always trying to just
blindly.
Thinking you got it all figured out, but you can still learn from people. No one is saying what you're saying.
I can learn from you.
But you can't just think you got it all figured out, and then other people are trying to
no. That's not what I'm
other angle to look at things. You just
Mike.
What everyone else, any other angle someone is presenting doesn't make sense. Just one you figured out is the only way. That's your problem.
Mike, calm down. I will be happier when we all agree common sense things and move forward. As a matter of fact, me and you have had similar conversations before. As a matter of fact, you went on after 4 hours, you went on to suggest that we should have people from the education system go and protect the borders. You suggested
it. Disagree with me now.
No, you suggested it. No, I didn't disagree with you.
You just stuck with your 1 million troops. Everything else,
I didn't disagree with you. What you advocated was even more number. You're going to need a lot of people to protect the entire border, and you suggested it. But the problem
you don't need people to protect the borders. You need drones. You need drones and aerial surveillance. That's what you need.
Human beings are very smart. They will outsmart it, and then even when you have the drones, you're just going to watch them do whatever they want to do and get away with it. What is the drone going to do?
And there's rapid response unit now.
Are you going to fly there? Eh?
Oh, why can't you fly there?
How many are you going to fly the rapid response unit?
Listen, Tunaja, I know what they call perimeter. Tunaja, hold on, Tunaja, let me explain something to you. Tunaja, listen to me. Tunaja, listen. Do you know what they call perimeter security? Basically, you set up outposts in perimeter pretty much in four corners of an area, big area, right? Now, those people, if they are committing something in the middle of that area and that surveillance has captured them, they have to escape that perimeter, and each way they're going to get to escape, they're already waiting for them. The strategy people, woman is telling you, the people that will do the attack, that will apprehend them, they are already waiting for them. It may be a mile away. They are already waiting for them because they've seen them.
Okay, good.
Hold on. It's not like they will come in that crowd. They will sit there. They have to escape, right? So they can't escape that perimeter because there's a outpost there where the people that will do the apprehending or the attack on them are already waiting. So you don't have to have people in every corner. The surveillance already captured them. We already see them. Hold on. They've already been seen through the drone. They already know that, okay, boom, these people are doing this thing there, and they're just waiting for them on their escape, on their way out, through their escape route. So that's what we are saying. So that's more efficient than having people already waiting for where they will commit the crime, just waiting. No.
See, let me highlight where you are maybe mistaking a little bit of details. When you said the outpost would be just about maybe a mile or two away,
doesn't have to be a mile or two. Don't stand to use that.
How many miles?
It doesn't matter how many miles. Just strategic. It's a perimeter.
Let me. Okay, good.
Forget the how many miles. Doesn't matter. What we are saying is that one man. I'm using that because one man. Hold on. Now one man mentioned strategic. The people that will do it are in strategic location. So that strategic location will be perimeters around that.
Tunaja, just to be clear, are you advocating an army post in every community in Nigeria?
Yes, if needed.
All right.
If needed,
okay.
yes.
Then
my point is that it doesn't have to be in every community.
We're getting into the ridiculous realm.
It has to be away from the community. Obviously, he's not going to be in the community. My point is that you are about 10 minutes away. Let's put it that way. 10 minutes response time.
To cover the vast terrains of Nigeria.
Exactly. See, that is my point. If you don't want
to... Tunaja, sorry. Let me ask one man this question. Do you think there's no army outpost in the states of Nigeria?
No, there are army presence all over. Every state has.
Not present. I'm asking outposts, barracks.
No. There are barracks. I think what Tunaja is advocating is that they should be more localized.
No. They should be about 10 minutes or 20 minutes away from every incident. The reason why that is, you can create a grid in the nation. This is not only about banditry. There are so many things we are losing. We are losing our natural resources because of theft and all kinds of stuff going on.
So those are hot spots. Those are hot spots now. Are those not hot spots?
Okay. Some parts are hot spots, some parts are not. And if you like the areas that
are the hot spots in Nigeria not known?
It depends on how you call hotspot. Like in the case of Borno now that has been secured, it's no longer a hotspot. It was once one.
It's still a hotspot.
Okay, but you can create hotspots if you don't defend it. Like somebody said earlier on that 80% of our military and security forces are securing key assets, like places like River State, Lagos, all those key areas. That's where they are, and Abuja. Those are the areas they are protecting. The rest is just the remaining that they are using to defend the entire country. I heard recently that the budget for operations was $200 million equivalent.
I've got the budget here. Don't make me open up the budget.
For operations, you can open it. I saw it just today or yesterday.
It's a big document, but if you want me to open it, I'll open it.
For operations, they say for operations, it's about $200 million. I was shocked to see that. Because that is not going to go anywhere. If you really want to secure the country, and with the amount of people we have, you are still going to have people getting killed left and right. And then investment is not going to come into the country. The people are not going to. We are not going to return to go and live in the country. There are so many things we are losing because of all this nonsense. Because we refuse to just do the right thing. Something other people are doing so easily. It's like, what is that? See, the argument starts from numbers, because even people with higher technology have more numbers than we do. So how can you even start with technology when technology costs money? We have the people.
You're just looping around in we've already just discussed this. A lot of the Western military structures, they are not. When has America ever deployed this military on its own soil? They are essentially for international excursions. That's what they're for.
Not all of them. Many nations have their military in their country. They are not deployed overseas. I don't know why we got the idea that they are all deployed overseas. I don't believe that actually 80% of the America's military is overseas. That's inaccurate.
All right.
They are not going to be overseas. They are, mostly of them are in their country. And so
Right.
I just think that we need to do a better job of this.
Niger, American 80% of American militaries are deployed overseas.
You are telling me that 1.8 million American military is deployed overseas? No, I don't believe that.
Do you know the spread of the American military? Do you know the spread of the American military globally?
They have. Okay, to be fair, they do have a lot of military bases. American percentage of US. Yeah, I will check it out. I don't think that number is inaccurate.
Even Des from here, it was sent overseas. He's just come back, but all
So
right.
Niger,
Bring it.
American
So
80%.
Niger,
Sorry.
when I was in the US military, most of my time was in Japan, Guam. I would start naming, like I spent 80% of my time. Only time I was in America.
They said nearly half of US military deployed overseas. It's not.
Yeah, that's their. They are talking to anyone that's not US military. You spend more time overseas than you spend in the soil.
Yeah, but that's not 80%. That's my point. It's not 80%.
What do you mean?
Many of them
Almost everyone
they have 1 million in their country.
No. We are overseas all the time. Even when we come home, we just on a base. We are not doing anything locally, like saying locally or anything like that. And when we are home, and even time we come home, usually
what are you going to do locally? Is there any insurgency going on?
No. We don't have any operation locally except when we are doing some training. That's it. But most of the time, we're overseas. We're in another country.
Yes, the same thing in other words, you have 1 million in the US all the time. 1 million in the US all the time at least.
Yes. American 80% military are overseas. Japan alone have more than 180,000 personnel stationed. Japan has at least about most of the American base in the world. Over 120 bases in Japan, mighty to smaller base, from armament to reconnaissance, all of them here in Japan.
Yeah, but it's
Then
not 80%.
Singapore,
I'm looking at
hold
the data
on.
here.
It's 80% American military overseas. Singapore, same thing. Africa, same thing. Eurasia, same thing. Germany, all over. They have Middle East, same thing. Horns of Africa, Eritrea, they have Djibouti. Eritrea, they have mighty bases, mighty with 50,000 personnel, 40,000 personnel. In short, Japan personnel.
They do have those things. While they do have those things, I don't know the point you are making based on that. They still have a large military to the point where they export it overseas. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. All their carriers are overseas. From George Bush, now that they are the Commissioner Kitty Hawk. All that.
What is the point you are making? The point you are making is that you are even making my point even stronger. They have so much military that they are sending them overseas too. We don't even have enough overseas.
They are mainly overseas. What we are telling you.
They are not mainly overseas.
We are mainly overseas. Stop arguing, man. You don't live in America, man. God damn.
I'm looking at the data right now.
You argue
too much. You argue too much.
I'm looking at the data.
You are arguing blindly. You don't know what you're talking about.
The data is wrong now. The data is wrong.
You never lived in America. You never. Someone that serves in the military is telling you. People that know. We are telling you. Why are you arguing, man?
Did you know that Nigerian civil service is too small? You don't even know that, even if you are Nigerian.
This guy are parrots, man. Let's move. One man, have the floor for the past 3 hours.
This is illogical argument. They expect me to just believe them and not believe data.
Listen. Yeah, military personnel in America.
Hold on. I have that interjection, war piece, and then after that, bring it home to Niger, and then from you we're going to Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, so that military personnel in overseas. Their service range is 20 years. Do you know for that 20 years they never stepped foot in America? They have been stationed from one base to another base, from one country to another
Yes.
country for 20 years, and more
Yes.
than half like that never stepped foot in America again. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
80% of Americans military personnel are stationed overseas.
No, they are not. I
80.
don't know why we keep saying that. All the data I'm looking at here, one of them says overall service 73% served overseas. They say served overseas doesn't mean they remain overseas. They served overall the entire military. Overall, 73% are served overseas. It means most of them are home. And I don't know why we keep saying this. And then the other one said nearly half of U.S. military deployed abroad. Some 81,000 American personnel are stationed in Japan, with 53,700 this thing, I don't know, with South Korea. And they have them. I know they have them. But we're talking about 2 million. Out of 2 million, these numbers is a lot of people. If America has 2 million people overseas, military overseas, that would be too much. 80% of them, that's about 1.6 million overseas. That's too much. You're not going to be able to manage them. So
hold on a second. Oh, hold on. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year to you, Kulata.
Okay, you guys carry on. The madness continues in 2024.
It's unbelievable. I thought that crossover service that Nigeria went through.
One man. None of you care. None of you care about me in Japan here. When we have a big head that happened yesterday in New Year.
I was
that's true.
Apologies. I was going to phone you about it, and then something else.
Even me, man. One man, that's the first thing I said. Man, I have to call workies. When I come here, I'll talk to workies.
I thought I'll phone you, but I never did. But I thought about you. Yeah.
It was big.
Honestly, the first thing that came to my mind when I saw that news was World Peace. Honestly, hopefully, it
was big. It was big. It happened to a three prefecture: Niigata, Toyama, and Ishikawa. But it happened in the middle of the sea. That's a good luck of it. So we were expecting tsunami. No, we were expecting tsunami. No, tsunami didn't come. We were expecting it before.
No tsunami. Okay.
Tsunami didn't come. We were expecting it. It didn't come. That's it.
The first time I experienced earthquake was in Japan. That's the first time in my life, man. The first one, I was sleeping. I see my bed moving. I'm like, woman, I'm like, what's going on? My bed was moving, like literally shaking, like another one I experienced, the one in Guam. Guam is a small island, right? That one, the land will move like side. This one, it doesn't shake. The land will just move. That thing is not a joke. The earthquake is not funny, man. Another one I experienced in Japan was in a club, man. I gotta say one game when the light, that thing dropped like this. Drop on top of that girl head, man. She was lucky. Africa, we are lucky, man. We don't have all these natural disasters.
Oh, nice.
We just have human disasters.
You're going to lose it. Carry on with this attitude. I will even support the loss.
I think if God give us some natural disasters,
you don't take care of your heritage, that you're going to lose it before long. Watch this space. See, my point is that we shouldn't make this personal. I think sometimes people just want to disagree with me because they maybe I come across as being a little bit know-it-all kind of person. I know that I'm not a very, very likable person.
Let me ask you.
You're actually a likable person, Tunaja. That's why people tolerate your eccentricity.
Oh, that you see, you still find a way to turn it around again. It's all right.
Tunaja, let me ask you questions on security.
Go ahead.
So, internal security. Which group is in charge of internal security in the country?
All groups are in charge.
The primary focus, internal security.
Generally, is either a form of internal, like DSS and the police.
Okay,
Nigerian police, particularly.
Nigerian police. Okay, so from an internal perspective,
your audio.
If the country is run well, we'll have some intelligence gathering, internal intelligence gathering.
Yeah.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
We can hear you
Okay, sorry, I don't know my headphone. Cross-state crimes will have some sort of federal police, and local crimes will have some sort of local police. Now we will have some militarized police for things like internal terrorism, right? So when we look at our security posture and needs, a lot of it is internal. The role of the military is really external or projection of power for the case of big countries like United States. We're not that big, we're not that influential. So the role of our military should be to protect us against foreign enemies and threats, and also to have a reserve that will be able to do one or two things like building the country, natural disaster, you can deploy your reserve to help you build emergency roads, emergency dam, and all that stuff. So I want conversations on security to be contextualized into what we need, not copy and paste. Japan has this, Bangladesh has that, this, that, that. We have a country. You have to look at, adapt the needs of what that country needs and look at what we need from internal security. Do we need SWAT teams, people, sharpshooters, militarized police that can deal with terrorism combined with some form of intelligence? And then when it comes to external, ECOWAS, C, all those things. So I want conversations to go beyond this country is this, that country. That's kind of like Peter will be saying Japan is Guinea. No, let's solution from the ground up, from what we need as a country, what we have, what we're strong in, our resources, financial resources, technological resources. Let's solution that. Let's stop all this lifting stuff from here and copying and paste. That's my request for this year.
Okay, so
It's about time we start like
yeah, you
contextualizing
see,
our conversation.
if everybody has to reinvent the wheel, then we'll have a long way to go. Secondly, when you say what we need, you tend not to have, you are not ambitious for your people at all by your definition of what we need. Because we're colonized. Hold on, let me finish, please. We're
I'm not
enslaved and
talking.
colonized.
I'm not talking.
Okay, sorry. We're enslaved and colonized. And for us to just sit here and think we don't have external threats, that is the height of, I don't know what to describe it. And secondly, when it comes to internal security, it's equivalent to saying you don't need external security because the human body has antibodies, so we don't need the skin. That's the external. The military protects the internal security to be able to function fully without interference. The nature of security is not only one-sided. They all feed off each other. You see what I mean? And any living entity, which a nation is, has to be able to be secure from external threats and internally to be able to be able to do the job internally very well. And there is also the ability that when your people are compromised, the military might actually be able to step in. And when there is natural disaster, the military might be able to step in. When there are even some big civil engineering stuff that needs to be done, the military has so many functions.
I'm
it's
sorry.
not only to
I
kill
don't think I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I never for once said we don't have external threat or we shouldn't prepare for external threat. I never for once said that. I never for once said one size fits all. I said you need to localize, you need to solution from the ground up based on our needs, not copying and pasting a template from some random country with its own unique needs that has nothing to do with Nigeria.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, if you're, hold on, let me land. If you're charged to fix a problem, you have a new client, you first do something, current state analysis. What's happening in your current state? And then you look at, okay, what methodology, what will work for you guys? Where do you want to be? What's your future vision? And then you map a roadmap and a plan with deliverables to get to that point. I'm asking you to, we get all this is that, that is that, that is that. It means nothing compared to bringing unique, meeting our own unique needs. So because I get frustrated when all I hear is this number, this soldier, this.
Okay.
Have we done, like, I'm just saying, take it, solution for it. Go beyond that high level, our forefathers are this. We've heard. Let's now solution, like specifics.
Okay, I think I get what you are saying now. If that's what you are saying, of course, even my own proposal is not the same as what the Chinese did or what the other people did. The proposal is based on what we are facing. We have a problem with internal security, and we have a Sahelian insecurity problem that keeps coming through, and we have to deal with those things. And to deal with those things, you need the manpower to get in there. And to be fair, we are lucky now that they are not even that sophisticated now. If they get more sophisticated, it's going to even be more dangerous. And the danger is coming even in Sudan. It's coming down this to the south. And you see that in the Malian, the Malians are responding to it with the Burkina Faso and Niger Republic. So it's tailored to our own needs. If it was, I was going with the the North Korean method, it's going to be totally different, the approach to everything now. So we need the manpower to be able to protect the outlying areas, because since the major cities generally have been protected from this type of mass killings, they've been protected. But the areas that are outlying have not been protected. Our borders are not being protected. Not to mention, in terms of, for me, the DSS and the NIA, I don't think they are very strong. I think somebody, I think he's on this panel, he said the other day that, have you ever heard that they caught a Nigerian security agent spying on anybody? No, because they are non-existent. They are not doing anything out there. They're just sitting here waiting for us. It's like we are sitting ducks for other people to take advantage of. So my point is that I agree with you that we have to tailor it to our own needs. But one ingredient that is missing, that every single nation has, is the size. We're not doing enough to protect our people. We don't have enough people doing it. Our state is even very small compared to other states. Even capitalist America has almost 3 million federal civil servants. Capitalist America has that. And yet ours is around 750,000 for a country that is about 75% the size of America too. So that doesn't seem right. And we actually need more of these people. We need the services. We need our roads to be fixed. No wonder they say FEMA cannot fix the road, because we don't have the people. I'm sorry. One soldier cannot defend 1,000 people. It's impossible. We cannot be setting this kind of standard for our own people. It's not fair, because people that we are living in their country, they are not doing that. Japan is not doing that. No other people do that. Let's treat our people fairly, give them the resources that they need to do the job
here's the thing.
properly.
You have a bias for soldier, because by default you go soldier. You are not talking about law enforcement first. Let's even start with law enforcement, right? Let's start with infrastructure security. Let's start with ungoverned spaces. What do they call it? What do they call those people that govern the forest? Let's just call it forest patrol. I don't remember if that's the word. So
Forest rangers.
Forest ranger. Thank you. You default to soldier all the time. We have a soldier. Mike is an ex-soldier or a current soldier. I don't know. Is telling you the role.
He's a toy soldier. Mike is a toy soldier.
Yeah, World Peace knows a lot about soldier, and it's not soldier. Let's talk about law enforcement first. That's our most critical need.
I've checked all this information. If there been the information I checked was telling me that law enforcement makes all the difference, it doesn't correlate with law enforcement. So, but I agree with you. We should deal with law enforcement, just as you said, but we should also deal with our defense. Even the president himself said this is needed to be done. But the problem is that nobody is holding him accountable that he's not doing it yet. He said it himself. They know. In short, all the presidential candidates knew that. Nobody forced them. They knew. They know what our problem is, but they're not doing it. So why do you think all of them said the same thing? Because they know, based on what other nations are doing, even Egypt, that we are ridiculously underdefended people in terms of the law enforcement, in terms of the military, in terms of the secret services. Even our judiciary is compromised because of all these things. We have to build a strong state if we want to prosper in this world. Don't you
Okay,
like
so
to enjoy?
let's follow up question. So with limited resource, which is indeed limited, walk me through your methodology of prioritizing our needs and meeting what we can meet based on our limited resource. Don't just assume dollars we don't have. I want some sort of realistic method of handling this, because we do have limited resources.
Okay, so based on my calculation, it should cost about $1.something billion. And I just learned that the president borrowed almost $7 to $8 billion. And given the returns that you get from securing the country, people, economic activity picking up and everything.
Can I ask you how you get to that number?
In terms of $1.something billion.
And is it a recurring number? Because I mean, these are recurring.
I think it will be recurring. Based on it will be recurring. Yeah, it will be recurring, and I actually increased the Nigerian military salary almost doubled it based on that number. That's why I did, because they deserve to be
You're
paid
going
well.
military. You're going military.
No. Sorry.
I-
Sorry. I think I made a mistake there. Security. When I do my calculation, it's based on 2 million, and all includes all the security forces: police, customs, DSS, NIA, and the military. I actually think that the security service is actually very, very powerful. They need to increase the size significantly in terms of proportions, actually more than the military, because they actually give a bang for their every dollar spent on them, more than even any other institution. So I think we should increase that significantly, because that we have to take a kind of charge of our neighborhood, because we have a lot of potential for growth, but we are not tapping into it at all. We could be a $3 trillion economy quite quickly if we really tap into our potential. But for some reason,
So, but you dropped a number. You did not walk us to how you got to that number.
Because you asked me a question that took me away from military.
He just plucked it out of thin air. He just grabbed numbers.
Let's not do that now. I estimated that it will be 1 point on the lower end, about 1.2 or so billion dollars, and that's with increased salary up to 2 million into this in security forces. And what
back of the napkin calculation, how did you get there?
The calculation was about 100,000 on average. This is salary. I know that there are quite a lot of people that they pay a lot lower than that. On average salary 100,000. As you can see, if you do that, the maths, where is it going to get you to? Somewhere around.
How many people are you hiring?
2 million.
2 million. 100,000 a month for 2 million people. That's 100,000. 200. My math, man.
You want to do the math now?
Is that 20?
Look at this guy. He's a senior accountant with KPMG.
Is that 20 billion? Is that 20 billion a month or something? Okay, so that's roughly 20 billion naira a month. Someone correct me in the comment section if my math is wrong. So that's 20 times 12. That's already way higher than what you're talking about.
20 billion. Oh no, 20 billion naira. Is that what you said? A month. How much? It's less than $1 billion.
No, 20. If it's, can someone please correct my math, please? If that is 20 billion a month,
it's still less than 20. Okay, go ahead.
Is that I'm trying to do the math. What's the correct? I'm messed up right now. 20. Is it 20 billion or 200 billion?
You started the number game and you are struggling.
Because my brain is just not adding up today. Is it 20 billion or 200 billion? What did you call it again? 2 million.
200 billion. 200 billion. 200 billion actually.
Oh, okay.
No, 200 million. That is 2 million troops at 100,000 a month.
At 100,000 a month.
We'll give you 200 million.
Billion.
200 billion, I think.
200 million.
No, billions.
No, you give 200 billion. I think it's going to give.
The billion is 9.0.
No, it's 200 billion. It's 200 billion.
It's 200 billion. He said 100,000 naira on the average because we're doing back of the napkin math here.
Yes.
100,000.
It's 200 million.
Chioma has done the math. It's 50 billion.
100 by 2 billion.
How did it come to 50 billion?
I don't know.
100 times 2 million gives you 200.
Umbe say mathematics.
You have a dry kind for Imo State.
And that I think it's about this in $2.something billion if you go head on.
So now,
all right, let's go to the wider point. Carry on.
The wider point is, first of all, even if you assume 100,000 flat, which I don't think is realistic, because if you're going to hire 2 million people, you're not just hiring Godo. It has to be hierarchy. There needs to be some hierarchy there. And you're just talking about recurring expenses. You're not talking about additional for soldiers, additional divisions and co you create for additional bureaucracy to training, because you need quality people.
I use that number. I remember the exchange rate that I used during that time was a lot less.
So even that recurring expense has shot your 1 billion initial. Wait, let me just land. Even that the recurring number you said, you've already shot your projection by over 100%, because that's like 2 billion in today's terms. That's for just the recurring, and then the structure, because like I said,
100%.
hold on now. because
you are using the current exchange rate. When I did the calculation, was
All
around
right.
700 or so.
Let's not get bogged down in money.
Let's not bog down on it.
Yeah.
So the thing is, so first of all, you're not having a flat recruitment. It has to be hierarchical. You have to promote a ton of people to be able to manage this new structure, whether it's in the military or in the police. And then you now need physical infrastructure, administrative infrastructure, weaponry.
Barracks. You have to build
Barracks. I mean,
Yes.
let's just say for the military, you need barracks or you need something. The cost
if
we're
you
talking about.
quadruple the numbers, then you have to quadruple the barracks.
Yeah.
The accommodation.
You asked me about the this in the salary. That's the one I gave you. In terms of the other
I asked for the
aspects,
cost.
It's going to stimulate the economy anyway. I don't
we
know what,
know.
because those things
Hold
have to
on.
be spent either way. Those human
Naija.
beings have to be employed somewhere.
You see these things, you don't fully think them through.
I think them through actually.
To Naija we know. So that ramp up, number one, that ramp up time is going to take close to a decade because you need quality, and then you need all this. You need to put all this infrastructure in place, and then a military intelligence is different from local civilian intelligence.
What is wrong with our
Hold
people?
on, can you just hold on? Just calm down. You were exaggerated in 2023. This is 2020.
Your audio is gone.
So you have to think through to set everything up. All the infrastructure and everything that needs to be placed needs time. So when I said limited resource, let's start with our most critical need, which is law enforcement and some sort of militarized police.
See, you can say that Tinubu disagrees with you too. He knows better, and you see, Nigeria. They even give an example.
Man, you let Tunajab take over this. This guy is like I'm listening to Dr. Damages.
Mike, you are too personal. You are too personal.
It's not personal, man. We don't get it.
All right.
Why are you making it about me?
All right. Tunaja, bring it home. But before you bring it home, let's Chuku, did you come in especially for this conversation, or you are just hanging out?
Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit to this conversation. First and foremost, Happy New Year, everyone, and Happy New Year to the gentleman on the panel. I think one area of opportunity here.
Gentlemen, are you including Tunaja in that? You said gentlemen.
What is wrong with you?
I'm really joking. You know I like to do that. Carry on, jokes.
Yes. So one area that would greatly enhance the effectiveness of the police and military agencies' ability to find and detect crime is forensic sciences. I think Nigeria hasn't invested enough in its forensic capabilities, forensic death investigation, forensic laboratories, forensic toxicology, the ability to investigate crime scenes and collect trace evidence that could identify a suspect or do DNA testing that could, confirm that a suspect was at a specific scene, and use things like drone technology to surveil areas. There's a lot of missed opportunities that could be used to not only detect crimes that were committed, but catch the suspects. And you can give this information to the military or to law enforcement so that they can go after those involved and you can prosecute those involved. And I think this could be done in conjunction with universities and colleges, where you can, have these specialties in universities, train up, students to be doctors or scientists in this field. And they could be either civilians or attached to military, state, or police agencies. So I think forensic sciences is one area that needs investment. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. So it's roughly roundly where I was with Tunaja. That it's not the numbers, it's the science. But Tunaja, just a couple more minutes, and then we're going from you to Mike. Can anyone still hear me?
I can hear you, woman.
All right. I think
sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
All right, just a couple more minutes. Yeah.
Yes, yes. The numbers, the technical stuff is important and all the rest. I've actually read about this stuff. People that actually collate information about national security and all the rest, they went on and said, I can read the paragraph to you. They said the measure of a national strength is the number of soldiers they can deploy. This is basic knowledge for them anyway. And if technology was only the issue, then the other countries will have less military than we do, but they have more and they are technologically more advanced than us. So that argument doesn't hold. Please, I'm tired of hearing it. If the others have less military, then I will agree with you. Why would I disagree with you if you are making a logical point? The others have more technology and they have more soldier. Why are there people not arguing, oh, let's reduce the amount of soldiers, we have enough technology already? Why are they not arguing that? So that is my point. The minimum we can do is have the people that we have the people already. We don't have to import them. Employ them, teach them. It's going to stimulate the economy. The military is a good job. They have pensions. A lot of people have to bribe to join our security forces today. That shouldn't have to happen. Create the jobs, stimulate the economy, and we are all happier for it. It's a no-brainer. $50 billion we are losing every year from insecurity. How much do you need to spend to give you that kind of return? If you spend even $5 billion, it's still a massive return. Tell me one other part of the economy you will invest in that will give you that kind of return. Tell me, everybody that is so into economy. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Tunaija, of course. Who else can it be? Thank you, Tunaija. Stay with us. From Tunaija on to Mike. Mike, come into the conversation at whichever entry point you like.
Okay, yeah. So I will, of course, this insecurity thing. So I will go from there. So the way me I look at this matter, you see, any problem that involves humans, the first step you have to take is to pay attention to the psychology of the matter. Now, when you have a situation that involves community and stuff like that, the first group of people you want to invite are psychologists. It's not service chief, or even if I'm the service chief, first thing I would do is invite psychologists and look at the psychology of the matter. Like, okay, go to that environment and study psychology of the people. From there, you actually get more understanding of what's happening, what's going on. Because issues that affect human beings don't wake up and just do things. There must be something that leads to something, that something. Now you get better understanding of, oh, what's going on. Even in America, when they have arrest a criminal suspect, the first person they sit that person with is a psychologist. They want to get in his mind, to understand his mind first. From there going, they can even gather more, understand why, who did what, and who's connected, and what and what and what. That's the first thing. So now, if we take that approach, if we begin to have psychologists interacting in all these societies, all these communities, they'll begin to tell you things that will be shocking you. And even me, from looking at that video he played, that guy talking, when that guy spoke, the guy they were interviewing, there was one victim, when he said, oh, he called my name. Oh, they were still talking to me. I'm not a full-time psychologist, but I know a little bit about psychology. From there, I'm already getting the mind of that guy. From there, I understand. From there, it's already giving me a picture of what's actually going on in that place. It's already suggesting to me that there's a communal ethnic beef going on in that community, where maybe two communities, they've been having this one beef or issue that's led to hatred, where they attack, the other one we plan for revenge later. And it's been going back and forth. I think I don't know for how long, maybe hundreds of years, I don't know. What we saw today, what we saw in that attack, is a creation of a future attack, because that community that came to attack that community, this community would want to do their revenge. It may be 15 years later, it may be 5 years later, and we'll come back and say, another attack in Plateau. But we'll forget that years ago, the people that came to attack were also attacked years ago. This community that was attacked now, if we start digging deep, we'll discover that a group of men from this community probably went to that other community 10 years ago and killed their people. Now, those people now came back to revenge. We'll begin to discover all these things. But we are having conversation because we are not thinking, we are not involving psychologists in things that's going on. We are just seeing insecurity. Let's get drone, let's get more army, let's get more this thing, let's get more this thing. But if we are looking long term, we get into the really greedy of the matter, we can actually address the real core of the issue, what will prevent future attack. Because these people that just attack, they will want revenge. To prevent the future attack, we have to get to the roots of why are these humans, why did they carry the attack? And how can we prevent revenge? How can we? That's the conversation we have to be having. So a lot of human issue is just a simple, non-kinetic approach to solving it. The problem of Nigeria.
So it's not a million man army like
you can get 1 million man army. That guy in that hospital is thinking about revenge right now, and the day will get on his feet, he will teach his children to carry out his revenge. I'm telling you, he will teach them. Even if he doesn't do in his life, he will pass that history down the throat of the baby they will be born tomorrow. They will remind him of what happened to their community, their village, and that they know who did it. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with these hypobians now. Nigeria's a foolish. I'm sorry, the way we do things. We had a civil war and we're sweeping under the carpet. You don't think those people, this Kanu, is not his parent that's pumping in his mind what happened to them in the civil war, this and that. Oh, the Hausa, the Yoruba, hate them. You have to address the psychology of things. We don't. That's what we don't do in Africa. We don't understand how the human mind works. We don't get it. We don't pay attention to that. That's why they say a black man can't think beyond one in his nose. We don't look far, we don't think far into things. That's why we can't solve problems. We just ignore, we don't look at the past, we don't even know where we're coming from. Some of us practice religion, we don't know where it originated from. We just do it. We don't question nothing. We just approach issue as they come. And we want to kill it right there. We don't, that's it, okay, we'll solve it. No, you haven't solved a problem. Problem starts in the mind and it finishes in the mind. It's not in the physical. You can end the problem in the physical, but if it still exists in the mind, it's not gone. It's still alive. You can end a war on the battlefield, but if the war is still in the mind, it's not over. It's not over. I'm telling you. If the war is still going on in the mind, it's not over. Even Biafra war is not over. People like Pansa are coming every day, is waiting for the war to start again, even though he wasn't even born during the war. Maybe he wasn't born during the war, but it was in the mind of his father. The war never ended in the mind of his father, so he put it in the mind of his son. So he's human. You have to understand how human mind works. That's why you have to involve psychologists in all these things. Psychologists, philosophers, those are the people that actually do the thinking for government and tell government, hey, this is what the issue is. It's not army general. The army of the soldiers are trained to just go and attack problems. They don't solve problems.
Mike, there's an argument off the back of this latest incident, but it's a subsisting argument that Nigerians should be allowed to bear arms to defend themselves. But the government space pushes against that, allowing Nigerians to carry arms, defend themselves against bandits, killer headsmen would lead to anarchy. So that's the army chief pushing against that narrative. So where are you on that divide? Should Nigerians have the right to bear arms? At least they can go out fighting.
That has to be that. Okay, so this I just explained to you in a community that have internal beef. So now give arms to them. Now you bear arms. It's going to be shoot out. That's
is it not going to be a deterrent though? When you know that everybody is armed and you know that if you go, there's a 50-50 chance that you're not coming back.
Yeah, that will help to some. It will help, but to me, I think it has to be in a controlled manner. To me, I think if the weapon is involved in America, we're scared to knock on the neighbor's door because we all know everybody here get gone. You understand? When we are playing football, the football land in the neighbor's backyard. We don't jump the fence and jump in. We go and knock on the door. If they are not home, we are not sure. We wait till they come. You understand? Because it's possible while we are knocking, they don't want to answer. But if you jump that fence, they will shoot you. And if they shoot you, the law say, hey, we should not jump in the fence. So we understand that. But in a society like Nigeria, in America, if you shoot someone, they can find a way to use ballistic way to find out which gun shot that person or whatever. Even despite going in America, most of the shootings, they're still unsolved, But in places like Nigeria, they will just be shooting every day. People will sniping each other from far. We don't want to put guns in the hands of hungry and angry population. The way we want to do that is it has to be in a controlled manner. I can agree that, You set up maybe certain category of people within the community. You can give them the guns, people you trust, and you can to do protect everyone else. But you can't just give it to anyone or everyone. That won't work. I don't think so. The To me, as far as securing all those things, the real best way to do it is to first of all study each environment. And that's another thing we don't do in Nigeria. We don't like, let's say before you create a country, you have to study what you have, study the terrain, study the people, understand what you have in your hand before you use it to do anything. So it's like you want to build a product, you didn't understand the materials, you don't know the nature of the materials, you don't know the components of the material, you don't understand it, you're just joining together, boom, and think you are creating something. You might create something and you bomb yourself. It's like you take a bunch of chemicals, start mixing it without understanding what they are. You will kill yourself now. You understand? You call it, you will just explode, you kill yourself. So Nigeria was a country where we didn't study the country, we don't know they didn't do any study as far as what that country entail, what the history of different people, who the people are, their history, their nature, their culture, their taboos. We didn't do all these studies, and even the land. We didn't do survey of the land to know what the land is, what is in the land, everything. We didn't do that. A European man just came through the land, drew it, and just handed it to us bad. It took good for people to go and read and study English. You don't know how to speak grammar in England. I just handed the country to them, like, okay, this is a country, take it. So we don't even know our country ourselves, to be honest. So to me, we have to take a step back to the beginning and restart, like do a proper process of creating a country. Send some people to go and study Nigeria, study the environment, study the land, study the different culture, the people, their history, and everything. So that way you will know, you will understand what you're facing whenever something arises. You understand? Like, for example, that community, and it could be that the ethnic groups there, they have this 1,000-year war between them or something about them that's there, that is passed on from generation to generation. So we have insecurity or something happening there, and then we don't understand this. We don't know. We just see, we don't understand it. So when we say even the insecurity, the way you tackle insecurity in one area is different from the way you have to approach it in another area, because their culture, their history, the reasons for it are different. You know, it's not the same. You know, what caused something between Udaki and Ife is different for what caused something between Ijo and Shekiri in Delta. The issues are different, so the approach has to be different. Some places it's a matter of just sitting down with the communities and squash their beef. Some it's a matter of drawing, fixing, just maybe posting army there or whatever. So the issues are different. So what I think our problem is that we just don't believe in thinking. We don't believe in thinking. We just I don't know why black man became this kind of human being that doesn't think anymore. And we say our forefathers were backward. Actually, those people used to think. They used to think. Today we just don't think anymore. We think, we just wait for Igbo and Chinese to come and do thinking for us. Honestly, if you pay attention to our psychology today, Africans don't think anymore. We've become children of the white people and Asians and other race of people. We don't think anymore. We are not people that think.
What do you mean we don't think, though? Because
we don't think, man.
There are certain knowledge that are already available, so you can't go and reinvent the wheel.
Okay.
All you have to do is take existing knowledge and modify it to your peculiarity.
Okay, for example, when I say we don't think, and the example you just gave, if we say we need, you say something exists. Actually, it's the equipment that exists, not the knowledge, right? We need, let's say we need one equipment, right? If we are people that think, we tell our people to go and figure out to manufacture it, or manufacture, even figure out to make it, and even make it in a way to suit the solution to our own problem, right? Because maybe the way a white man made his equipment, before he made that equipment, hold on, woman, before the Oyibo man create that one particular weapon, he saw his problem, right? And he had to study the problem, and he had to think of what to create to solve that problem. So that's why he created that weapon the way he created it, right? Now, in Africa, you're in your own place, you have a problem. Did you take the same route? Did you think of the problem and think of what you would need to solve that problem? and decide, like, okay, this is what I'll need. Let me create it and make it. But what we do is just go and buy, either we'll copy and paste idea, or just go and buy, acquire. So you didn't really think. You just went to acquire something from somebody. That's it. That's what we did. Even our military manual, it's what British gave us now. The British designed their manual according to what their issue was, their own society, their own way of war, things like that. But Nigeria didn't sit down and say, maybe we can create our own different manual based on our own issues or society, where the African terrain is, or the African reality. That's not what we did. We didn't think. We just adopt. They just gave us. And that's why whenever we have problem in Africa, our leader just go straight to Oyinbo to come and solve. We run to them. Hey, come and solve our problem for us. We are not thinkers. We stop being thinkers. And it's not, when I say that we hold the older, the younger, the less thinker we are. I'm sorry. Woman, when I go to all these people we are calling bushmen, those old men, when I sit down with them, when I interact with them, these people are actually philosophers, they're thinkers. But we see them as bush people, backward people, because they are not rich, because they are not wearing nice clothes. But then when I come around, those of us that say, we are speaking grammar, we begin to talk. I'm like, you guys are not, your reason is not philosophical. It's just, you depend more on your subconscious mind, what's in your brain, not what's in your actual soul, your consciousnness. You are not reasoning from imagination, from actual abstract. It's just what you've consumed is what you spill. Garbage in, garbage out. We sit down, I'm having conversation. I'm trying to, you just give me conventional wisdom. That's it. You can't think outside of that. So the problem is we are not thinkers. We are not thinkers. That's just, we don't know how to think. We just.
I would probably argue that we are the greatest thinkers of all of the world's philosophy came out of Africa.
But we are not those people anymore. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm even telling you that the old men we are not those people anymore. We are not those people that used to think. I don't know that. I think the colonial master had to come. They need these Africans were thinkers because they had to come and that's why they came to build schools and begin to teach us a different way to think. And the new way they teach us to think is to just consume and reason with what you've consumed. It was in your head. What you've put in your head only, rather than
all right. Mike, let Baba and Chooks come in. I think they want to come into that space, and then you pick it up off the back of that. Baba, then Chooks. Baba.
No, I'm just questioning when you said the great philosophers came out of Africa, and I said, who told you that? So last I checked, Socrates wasn't an African.
Socrates. Anyway, you have the floor, Mike. Carry on. But Socrates got all these philosophies are reincarnations of African philosophies that they came across.
I disagree with you.
Socrates, they will tell you the student of Socrates. They will tell you that. Plato was a student of Socrates. Well, they won't. So most of the cases, they won't tell you who was the teacher of Socrates. Socrates himself will tell you that the Africans were his teacher. Listen, there's no philosophy.
Mike,
Baba,
no, Mike is right, Baba.
Baba,
they go on excursions to places.
Can you give me? Just let me give me.
Baba, wait now. I'm giving you one present.
People talk about Egypt, cradle of this thing, cradle of that. You allow these same people we are opposing to their line of thought, give us crap. And
let me just give you one simple thing that will destroy what
I'm not an Egyptian. I didn't come from Mecca. I didn't come from there. I'm an African.
I did say no one mentioned Egypt. No one. You are the one. You people always assume when people say back to Africa, people always assume Egypt. And now you're relying on conventional wisdom because when Europeans want to tell us about African greatness, they only talk about Egypt. Even when they were teaching about pyramid, they only talk about Egypt. They don't talk about Sudan pyramid and or even they don't. But when I say Africa, I'm not talking about Egypt. In fact, Egypt is even, even known as Greek. I don't even see it as the greatest of African greatness. I don't see it. Now, Baba, go and study Orunmila. Just go and study with the philosophies of Orunmila. You find out that everything Socrates, they claim belongs to Socrates. Orunmila already had it. It's right there.
I listened to
we already have
Sophie, you understand that?
But you can't tell me, no. So the wisdom, the philosophy of Socrates, you can't tell me that we was the British, what we are learning in Ifade, which everything they claim Socrates came up with. You can't tell me that we just keep learning it now, or we just started learning if Fafa British came to us. No, we
Who
already
was
have this
before
philosophy.
who?
We have it.
Ifa or Rumila? Who is Baba Ifa? Who is before?
It's the father of
That
philosophy.
before Socrates?
Is what?
Socrates was before Rumila.
What?
If we have to go to history.
Okay. So are you saying we Yoruba went to learn from Socrates? Is that what you're telling us? We learn. Hold on. It's not even whether who came for us, whoever is irrelevant. What I'm saying is, before we didn't know Socrates was the British came to Nigeria, but we already have Oromila before British. We ever encountered a British. So unless you're arguing that we Yorubas already went to Greece to go and learn philosophy and brought it to Nigeria, it wasn't British that brought. Introduced Socrates to us. We just knew about Socrates just a few decades ago.
Okay,
We already
don't
have.
digress. Just remain focused because this could take us elsewhere.
All right, let Chooks come in and then wrap up that space, and then we'll carry on. Chooks.
Yeah. So one issue too is that the world is becoming more and more technologically advanced, more complicated. So the amount of knowledge that is needed just to stay on this treadmill is accelerating. So I think we have to, in order to stay competitive, we have to make sure that Nigerians have more access to education. Compulsory education would be a good idea for Nigeria. Make sure that that more children are able to access, to have their school fees paid and to eradicate illiteracy. I mean, I think one of the things that's holding Nigeria back is that there's a lot of poverty, a lot of children who aren't able to even be educated, and a lot of people who don't have access to a quality education. And all that ultimately boils down to economics. There's not enough, the economy isn't expanding, and there's not enough jobs available for people to sustain themselves. So there has to be economic solutions that are the basis of all these other things that need to happen.
All right. Bring that space home, Mike.
Yeah. See,
Mike, can I just say something quickly about your what you said? I think you have a point that we don't think much anymore because I recently started dabbling into some of the philosophers, apart from Socrates and Plato and all the ones everybody know about. But the period of enlightenment in Europe that happened about 400-500 years ago. The period of 400-500 years ago. No, there is Kant. There is Kant. There is Hume's, and when you look at the thoughts that they came up with, that is the foundation of the modern world that you see today. They subscribe to the idea that the true knowledge in this world is to study the world. It's almost as if one of them even came close to describing studying the world as almost God. And the reason why I found that very fascinating was because I was beginning to, when you wonder how we got where we got to, like in our own early traditions, because if you think about it, our forefathers, what they were doing was studying the world. They studied the roots, studied everything. It's a form of science. If you look at the Ogun now and some of all these, the ones that is associated with iron, it's also associated with metallurgy. That's smithing of iron. So it's a kind of a way of science, but we infuse it with religion. But what the Europeans did well, because they used to have that problem where science was infused into religion, but they separated it, and it became a pure form of practice, which technically, from the way the philosophers spoke about it, it's almost like worshiping God, because you're actually listening to what the creator or the creation is, and interacting with it and learning from it and building on top of it. And look at what they've accomplished within how many 100 years just by doing that. And that is it for me. That's the true education that we need to start embracing, that kind of education where we actually study the world properly, and even if we can excel at it better than they are, all the good for it. But we have to start from there. We really have to start learning, thinking for ourselves, and that is important. And I think Mike is correct from that point of view.
All right, wrap that space up, Mike. I think we've been there too long.
Yeah. So the education we receive in Nigeria is just memorize and store that memory and lean on that knowledge. that you've consumed, lean on it. And if you go by a dictionary
Mike,
and look for
Sorry,
the what they call,
Mike, let me
hold
add
on.
this. Sorry. Baba, Socrates has a teacher. I think his name is Imhotep, the founder of Papyrus, who started Papyrus Scroll, who now called paper today. But if you're an atheist, you will know more about Socrates, their teachers. You know, all the Robert Das, Gopatas, you will know more about it. Just try and read some books,
They
you
are
will
all
know.
there in
Thank you.
Greek mythology, no doubt about that. But that's a long
No, Imhotep is an
discussion.
Egyptian. Imhotep is an Egyptian priest. He taught most of them. He taught Socrates.
All of the Greek philosophers got their knowledge from the East. They all go on a study thing
All they
to
came to Egypt.
Egypt, yeah.
Yeah.
Egypt is not the East. Egypt,
Egypt.
the East, when we are talking about the East in the real sense of civilization that pertains to religion, we should be looking at India and all that terrain. That's what we should be looking at.
And those
because
places,
even Jesus Christ was said to have traversed that area.
there's actually a theory that says that Christianity it came off the back of an Indian mysticism. There is that theory.
Yeah, exactly. I read that. I read some books which points to that.
Is it Christianity or Judaism?
No. It's
Judaism.
No. What do you mean? You mean in the East? In the East? In the East, I mean, I can't remember. Carry on. My brain is weak now.
So
carry on, please.
Okay. So we have to question education. See, in Nigeria, we just have memorize and then store what you've memorized in your head and use it to represent and just present it. And then you say, I'm so educated, And if you go in the dictionary and look at the definition of a fool is someone that leans on his own understanding. So you can't lean on your understanding. You are just taught, memorize this thing, read it, memorize this thing, this one, discover this one, this and that. And then you just walk around. You know I'm educated now. And everything I present is just the garbage in your head, not really breaking it down or doing analysis and when someone questions that knowledge you have, you say the person is stupid. No, so that's what we are conditioned to be like today. So we are no longer thinkers. Real education is to teach people how to use their brain, how to actually, think, how to question what their knowledge, how the brain works, how the brain understands, how the difference between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is just your brain, where whatever you tell your brain, you store in your brain is what your brain, whenever you want to fix something, you ask your brain will tell you what you store in it. Like, yeah, this is the answer because this is the answer you told me back then. If you tell your brain, if you go and read a book and that book teach you that 1 + 1 is 5, and you store it in your brain and becomes your reality, when you want to solve a problem in the future, you search in your brain, tell me what's 1 + 1. Your brain will tell you it's 5. So now you think you are smart, So is that the real answer? So that's just what we are today. We're just people that depend on the brain, but someone that actually depends on their actual real conscious mind, you know that the actual truth is it's far, it's just something in the universe, deeper, beyond what your conscious mind. That's why children are more very advanced than adults, because children they don't know when they are born, they don't know anything, their brain is empty, but their senses is so sharp because they rely heavily on their consciousness, their conscious mind, their natural intelligence. So children can learn 20 languages within a short time. Where an adult, you want to teach them one language now, you start arguing with the teacher yourself. Like, no. Because an adult depends heavily on his, he relies so much on his brain. So that's the difference,
They call it that adults tend to have a lot of concepts. They've created a lot of concepts, while children haven't. So they just absorb information from the environment and just process it pure. But while we, as grown-ups, we tend to block information, actually. Sometimes we tend to block information. We don't want to accept it. And I guess, based on the discussion we have, it's clear that that's true. So you can see we block information because we have a lot of concept of mind where we have our own truths that we created within our mind. And this was a big debate during that time. I think this is why I was looking at Kant, because they said that guy was the one that really it's almost like they say they are like physicists, but just they are not using tools. They are just using the mind. He said what is knowable and what is unknowable, and he went on to examine it. And it turns out that in the end, from his own submission, that you have to absorb information from the environment and create concepts of it and make it match. If it doesn't match, you can't regard it because it's not. If you use your own mind to create it without getting proper information from the environment, then it's basically speculation. Because there was another guy, I think Hume, that would believe that you didn't need information from the environment to reach conclusion. You can reach it in your mind. But he said no, that you have to get the information from the environment, because some other person opposed Hume's and he believed that person was correct, that it has to be both of them. And guess what? That is what the current scientific processes are based on. These people created it during that time because they felt that you have to absorb the environment, read it, then you create your own concept, then put all of them together. When you get a result, then you have to make it repeatable. If it's not repeatable, then it's not knowledge. You don't have knowledge. It's just speculation. That's what he believes. So that is where this is why when you read those things, you begin to wonder, we don't think alike. We are not Igbo people. We think they are human beings like us. They think differently because if they know this is already,
you are not there yet, Tunaija. You still have to go to Jürgen Habermas. So that's your next step. Jürgen Habermas. Yeah.
There's so many.
Yes, that's the thing. And then when you look around, you just discover that you want to form your own thought. That's how when I looked around that space, I just thought these people are just you read one of these great minds, and then you adopt it, and then you read another great mind, and then after a while you just abandon them.
You become confused.
Yeah, you become confused.
You have to start. You have to create your own concept. Then you become an original. You start creating your own concept.
But the fact and reality we have to face is that the military actually destroyed educational system in Nigeria. It wasn't used to be like this. I mean, the education in Nigeria in the 60s and part of early 70s was very different. Not to even talk about 50s and the rest. It was directional, very intentional. They roll out products that are even better than products of Europeans and the Americans. But if you look at Institute of International Affairs in those days, which Obasanjo, as a military leader, rode on their back and their knowledge to bring Nigeria into international prominence, then you will know that that was a man who respected intellectualism. And we're talking about a lot of professors then. I can't really remember their name now, but some of them are still living. Ebenezer Babatope was, I think he was in Unilag, but a student of International Institute, Professor Olusonya, Professor Ogunsanwo, and a host of others. That is in that field, even in the field of science. Do you know even the Saudi king used to come to University of Ibadan for medical services? The Saudi king. That was how good we are.
But Baba, how many times did that happen? Because I've heard this thing so many times. Did he just come once, or will he just come routinely? Because every time I hear it, I just get very curious.
Yeah, I know you will ask that. That's a very intelligent question, but he is used as just a pointer to the fact that there are other facilities. I mean, other personalities all over the world. I know, for instance, Leopold Sedar Senghor in Senegal used to come also to University of Ibadan for medical checkup. These people, because we have the people, we have the student, then we were blind to tribe. Ibadan was like a
a beehive of activities both in art and in science. Chinua Achebe and all the rest, the Mbari Mbayo club. But somehow, when these guys came into power, they actually clipped the wings of the meat, because most of these people we came from missionary schools. We know schools that are good in science. We know schools that are good in sports. That's how good we are. Then you have to choose your school. Because then people cannot even afford to go to school. The concept was like, if you can afford, go. If you can afford, go learn how to trade. That was how a lot of people were left behind. Some of them were left behind whose parents could not even afford to pay their school fees are billionaires today. If you read their history, they'll tell you, I couldn't go to school because my parents couldn't afford it and stuff like that. But these days, it's like mass production. I'm against mass production. Because in those days, the school we meet ourselves even in debate society is the tie we use in recognizing ourselves. Everybody is proud of our tie. Stella Maris College in River State, where Hosi College from Warri, this school in the north where most of the military generals went. We come to Lagos, we talk of Fimbas, we talk of St. Gregory, we talk of Methodist, Ahmadiyya College, and Sarodi. These are the time Nigeria has focused, and we have plans. And those are the people that are still making waves till today. But what have we done with people like Okonjo Iweala? If she's not lucky that Nigeria actually propelled her to international position, she should be home helping us, and we should be listening. But do we listen? It's a country where the first-class student in the university will go work for the man who made third class in his father's bank. These are the kind of problems we are facing in our country today. You go to Asia. I had an Asia friend. The first time I was with him, he owns a lot of hotels in Malaysia, and we went for dinner in the evening. Guess who attended to us as the server, the person who took our orders? His first son, whom I met in their house just that afternoon. And I was looking at him like, what are you doing here? He said he's learning the job. And this was a guy who was on a holiday from Harvard University doing his master's. But an African, that child will not even learn from the kitchen, straight to managing director of the hotel group. These are the mistakes we make today, that we have people leading us that don't know anything and will not even listen to people under trying to drive us in the proper direction. So I put everything at the doorstep of the military. So we are just going now, setting things straight. Because Obasanjo didn't take us, apart from his first term, Obasanjo wanted a third term. So the second term was like a fracas. Yar'Adua health didn't allow him. Jonathan lost control somehow. And Buhari did nothing. Though I'm hearing a different thing now. People arrogating some successes to him, rightfully so anyway. But when he was there, they refused. But just to make sure somebody doesn't receive the praise, they situate the advancement in a proper place. But we are now redirecting. We've gone to the starting line. We've got a degree now, BA, begin again. And we must get it right this time. That's my own contribution, please.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, Mike, unless you want to add more, then we're going from you to World Peace. But still setting to Niger homeworks. To Niger, another person you should be reading up on is Confucius. So you talk about China a lot. China is actually based on Confucian treatise.
I know about him a bit.
Yes, there's a concept called filial piety, which is what the Chinese society is a Confucian treatise, or is it treatise, or how do you pronounce that word even? But it's based on, yes, a treatise. It says it's a Confucian treatise, filial piety, And it's based on respect for your parents, your elders, and your ancestors. And that is what underpins the whole of what China is. A filial piety, they call it. And you know, it's a matter, it's honor. And from that concept of honor comes hard work and ingenuity. And that's what propels that country. A lot of people, they will tell you that China is actually built on filial piety. Filial piety onto war peace. War peace, you're up next. Come into the conversation wherever you want.
Yeah, one more. Thank you. Yeah, I was just watching the news now. It was a 12 dead in this earthquake attack or earthquake we had in Japan. The Prime Minister just knows the news right now. So may their soul rest in peace. Anyway, which section do you want me to come in? The attack?
Yeah, you can come in from the attack. You can come in. You can come in from or a space that's not been spoken to yet. Go back home. Nigerian students, others reportedly deregistered by UK universities amidst new law. So that mass recruitment that all these Western spaces were doing, inviting everybody in, they're now kicking everybody out.
Yeah, in that space, it's really affecting a lot of people. I personally have family friends out there. They almost sent her home. The company that brought her, they listed the company, and I think the company brought about 48 people. I think she and about 2 escaped the deportation. They withdraw their school, whatever, they withdraw the school license, and they are facing deportation now. But she was able to walk away and get employment from another company because she already finished her studies. So that's how she escaped. You know, I know many will come, many more will be sending home this year because it was too much. Anyway, but the woman, I didn't read the news about the Fulani people. The attack in Bend of Plateau. Who is taking responsibility for the attack now?
Let me actually, this is actually from your friend Ijele Speaks. It says, didn't I tell you guys the Jos massacre was carried out by locals? Here, one of the survivors. Meanwhile, the closest Fulani settlement to the location is over a score of kilometers away. So that was what he put out, and this is what he used. This is what he used to back it up. So listen to this. It's about a minute and a half.
Would follow up with the security agencies until they are able to give us tangible evidence of the perpetrators of these criminalities. And not only are we able to fish them out, but that will also make sure they are prosecuted. That is the only way that justice can come to the dead. Justice can come to the wounded.
The attackers came into our village, and when they came, they were carrying guns and other sophisticated weapons. They came into our house, and immediately they entered. They hit the door, pushed it open, and when they entered, they saw me, and they called my name. And the next thing that they did was that they used their knife and machete and other dangerous weapons to machete me, hit me. They kept calling my name. I refused to answer. Now, later, what they did was that they took out their knife and they kept hitting me. They cut my leg, they cut my hand. They called my name, I refused to answer. They pushed me up and down, I refused to answer. When they now saw that I've stopped breathing, they decided to let me go. They were speaking in a language that, I know. I identified 2 of the attackers. They are people we know in my village.
So there it is right there. So the attackers came in and they referred to him by name. The language that they were speaking is the language of that community, and he is able to identify 2 of them. They live amongst them. They are from his village.
Okay, so that means
so nothing at all to do with Fulani headsmen.
Okay, so the tribal situation then. Okay, one man. Sorry, it's 2024. I have to be a nice person, a different person. I would likely yield my floor to Kulata if he's awake, so he can take the floor. I'm busy, right? I'm quite busy right now.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Good to have you
Okay,
here anyway.
good one.
Well, man, remember
Europe.
People like
Hey,
Uptown was ready here
Kulata should
last
come
week,
in
telling us it
happy
because
was
I have
Fulani,
some
Fulani.
want to
questions for
remind
him.
you that I'm here, so don't
Uh,
think that
uh,
I've been
I'm
listening
not
to you guys at the background.
in
Yeah,
2024.
Kulata.
Dewale, you are there. I didn't know.
I've
I
been
thought.
listening all this while.
All right, Kwele. Shall we come to you then, and then to
Go
Kulata?
go to
No,
go
you
go
can,
to
I
go
can,
to
I mean, I'm
Dewali if
turning
he's ready.
around if you want me to.
No, okay. Dewale, pick it up then from what I was putting to world peace, because with these matters we have to get the facts right. And
Mhm.
if the victims themselves are telling you that they are not Fulani headsmen, there are people in that locality, which speaks to a language of long-standing clashes between communities, then we have to get that right if we are ever able to get to the perpetrators, not Fulani headsmen. Seems to be what is coming out.
I mean, it's not new that you call the dog a bad name so that you can hang it. Recently, there was a robbery, a bank robbery in Ekiti State. There was something similar to that too, that was carried out in my hometown, and luckily, they were able to identify some of the perpetrators. Actually, one of them was from that same town. So it is very easy, at least for someone to have known the nooks and crannies of that place, and shows that they've been mingling with the community. They know the in and out of that place. But it's easier these days, even if it happens in a remote Niger Delta, to have the name of Fulani Earthman being being attached to it. But thankfully, there's a survivor that's able to identify or at least make reference to that effect that the local was involved. So at least the security operative would know where to put their searchlight. But earlier, there was a discussion about, I think Kulata brought the solution on how to strengthen our security operatives and how to make the country more safer. And I said, I think it was a day before yesterday, that we were discussing this on this show. And I said, look, I went back to look at, some of the data of our security operatives. Um, we have less than 400 personnel in the Nigerian police force. I don't even know why they call them force in the first place. They're not part of the armed forces. But you see, with that less than 400,000, half of them are carrying handbag for the VIPs. One quarter of them are being stationed at the supervisors' houses and places, to guide their properties. So we have less than maybe a quarter of the entire force to defend and to effect arrest and police the community. So we already have a shortage of personnel. And then the one that we have already been used for something different from what their job is originally meant for. So even though the federal government is proposing, recruitment into the force, I would say this: the biggest asset that we have in Nigeria is people, the people, right? I would rather we take it away from the federal, decentralize it, so that the chief executive of each state, to some extent, will be responsible to the security of each of their states. Now, without diminishing or taking away the power of the federal. What I mean by this is that the federal government will create a jurisdiction. And I look at the budget that was signed into law. As at last year, it was around 57 billion or so, right, for the Nigeria Police Commission. So I can imagine how they would disburse that money. In that money, equipment is not included. I don't think even the police personnel will be buying their gears and all that for them. They will be responsible for their shoe, for their clothes and uniform and all that. So when you have a state executive, for example, Lagos State Governor, right from the days of Ashiwaju, has been responsible, has been trying and helping and collaborating with the Nigerian police force by buying equipment and ensuring that they equipped the police division in Lagos State. So other states can emulate that, but it should go beyond that. Empower the state, all right, to
to some extent responsible for the command in their each state.
Hold on, Dewale, 1 second. He. Can you switch on your camera so I can identify you? You seem to be a new person here. He. Carry on, Dewale. So I'll
Oh,
wait for
don't
you.
stop it. Somebody that's a red flag already. So don't
Yeah,
even.
I know.
Okay, so I think it was Mike that spoke earlier about militarizing the police. There's nothing wrong in militarizing police. It's just a division that will be responsible for, countering all this insurgency and other unrest situation.
They were like SWAT teams, right?
Yeah, it's yes, yes, to that extent, so that at least they will be trained to restore peace instead of militarizing your community by putting military in the street. You can have a police force that is trained to handle high-tech weaponry, and also they will also be trained to relate with the community, not just to do the kill and go of the past and just march order and kill people. Instead of restoring peace, they will shoot, just like what we have in Lekki Tollgate. The military came over and started shooting live ammunition. That is to tell you that by training, their training is upside down. Their job primarily is to defend the external aggression and defend the territory. It is when there's an unrest and there's a need that the president will be called upon and will be transmitted to, call upon and, invite them to restore order in within the country. But you see, what we've seen happening is that we've diverted that function from the police to the military. The military themselves are also corrupt. So we could see how these things are playing out. So when we decentralize the police system in such a way that at least people at the local level can get familiar with who is actually policing their community. Because 21st century is beyond carrying weapon, carrying condo, or doing the stuff by the roadside and collecting the gunje. It's more or less like interacting with people that matters. You will find police officer, hanging around places where they are having a social gathering, social engagement, just to see and snoop around and see what's going on. I mean, at the end of it, the possibility that the intelligent gathering might be right or, maybe not right, but at least they will have an idea. So to me, the amount that we budgeted for, our defense in general, how much is going into the police force training? Even the kind of people that we recruit to the force, at least I would say 1/4 of them are the ones that are commissioned. The rest are just being picked. The last time there was a report that came out on dailies that the people from the south were not actually, signing up for recruitment. It was mainly people from the northern part of the country that dominated that recruitment. And you are clamoring that people should come to the force because, I mean, at the end of the day, it will be lopsided. I'm not saying that the tribal doesn't play party, but the kind of personnel that will recruit. I think Mike also mentioned the psychological aspect of the job earlier. I think it was on the criminal side, but on this side, on the pro, peace side, where the personnel being recruited will be evaluated. Here, before you can be even have a contingent employment in any police job or peacekeeping peace officer's job, they will do what do you call this thing? Um, what do you call it? The
Psych
one that
evaluation.
they will do psych evaluation. They will also do the wiring stuff. I forgot it.
Polygraph also.
Polygraphs, God bless you. They will do that. There's chances that you will fail it, even if you pass out the written test. But you see, they're looking at different, even if you have a bad credit, it's a ground for you to be dismissed, okay? Because they're trying to forestall any situation that will make you to be corrupt or compromised. So those are the things we look at. Now, when you have the personnel like those people that were stopping that woman from Lebanon demanding for bribe, what kind of forces do we have? And that is just a snippet of what we have as policing. I said it day before yesterday that what we've done is to give the job of police to the military. Okay, they say, well, it's just a matter of urgency that we needed the peace in the. And I said, look, even if you put military on the street in Plateau, in Borno, in any red zone, it will be for just temporary, because at the end of the day, you're still going to take a military, back to their barrack or put them in their normal, duty post, not just to be wandering around the street. So what government should do now is decentralize it, even though we retain the federal structure to the point that the federal will be reduced. Maybe the jurisdiction that will be created for them is just for maybe for higher crime or for national crime, you know. Uh, then the state will be,
Cross state,
empowered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
just like FBI. I said
No,
any
no,
crime that
no.
crosses states.
Yes, and for example, now it's only now we, even though we operate federal system, the state doesn't really have much. Anything that is considered felony is more federal because we have just one federal police, right? So the state doesn't really have, maybe at the misdemeanor level. So for example, like you say, if we have a crime that is committed but is across states, then this local police can also assist it. I'm talking about the local police that are equipped, also have the power of prosecutorial power, right? So in a way, it will be more of enhancing one another. And then you have, once the attorney general is able to draw out that template of jurisdictions of each police, federal and state police, then it will take away the conflict, of jurisdiction and what have you. So to me, that is what the government should do. And also, you can make use of people. In America or in even part of Europe, people do get compromised. They said, if you see something, say something. In most cases, sometimes people don't say stuff. Reason being is that people, maybe by moral standard or whatever, they would decided to keep mute. But in some cases, you have money enticement. Once they put money out there, people will call. You see something, you speak up. And in such a way, we have a situation where even people now becomes the police of themselves, where you see something, you call law enforcement, and you give a description of what you see. That necessarily mean that you'll be subjected to some form of further scrutiny, or prosecution, but it will help when you have one or two people in the community that are actually giving a very good description of what actually happened. It helps with investigation, right? Now, this young man that is telling the media that he knows somebody from the community and all that, I would have, honestly, they should have stopped this interview of a thing, because that is too much of an information being put on the media in the first place. Because whoever it is that perpetrated that, seeing this young man diverging this information, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to remain in that locality? Of course not.
They'll be running away.
Exactly. He's probably going to be somewhere in the Niger or somewhere in Burkina Faso or somewhere. So when you have somebody who is talking, like a basket like this, they should have stopped this interview. The police should have done the due diligence even before the media even had gained access to this young man, by
I take it
continuously.
that they will protect him now. They're not just going to leave him to
It's not
starve.
about
No, it's not about
protection.
him. It's
It's
about now
about
the people that perpetrated the act. Now they now know
they
that,
will
oh,
run.
there's a witness. So now they will be looking for a way to run away. So now it's now almost impossible to apprehend them, to capture them.
Have we
exactly
asked ourselves why he was sorted out by the attackers? This guy could
because
be a bad actor too, who has
no
attacked them
the
before.
the Baba,
And that's what I
Baba,
was saying earlier. It's more
the
like it
police
could be a retaliation. All these
no
Exactly.
communities that have internal long beef among themselves.
Baba.
So that's
You
what
know
it
what
is.
I'm
Yes, sir.
thinking? You know what
Yes,
I'm
Wale.
thinking? The
Yes.
police, Nigerian police, are trying to score a sheep score, a sheep shot, by saying we are doing something. That's why we want media to interview this person. Nigeria police always parade criminal or alleged criminal before the prosecution ever starts, right? What does that tell you? Even
Yeah,
at the
but
end
in
of
the West, though, they do release such information too. So I don't know why. I
But
don't
that's
think
that
they
is
do.
when
after
that
conclusion, arrest,
exactly,
everything has been done, and then they start giving
exactly.
us the.
Actually, they testify all the time. They will give evidence. They say they are looking for the suspect that they described. So
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
what the
that's
bad thing
done
is.
for the purpose of letting the public know that this person, we are looking for this person. If you see this person, call us. That's done for that
Mm,
purpose. But
yeah.
if they don't know the person yet, they haven't identified the person, they don't know, they keep it hush. They don't, they tell you, hey, there's information I can't put out yet. They will tell you that. They say
So
after the fact. But
But
then when
they
they are
didn't
done with
release
the
the person. They
every,
just said the person was the same village. They didn't release any names. Nothing.
no,
So
and that's even
This guy
that
may not cooperate after
so
this interview.
when you
exactly because now
have
they may have been threatening his family or things like that. And
yeah,
then
yeah, that
when you
family has been
have
triggered.
when you have a witness that is credible, as an investigator, what do? You don't put that person in front of camera. It's after you've gotten all the information you needed. This this kind of information should have come out maybe after uh, the court case, or when the perpetrator has been apprehended. That's when you have situation like this. The other day, Michael Sekome, when he was kidnapped, he came out. Was it Michael Sekome or somebody else from the southeast? This person was kidnapped. I want to think it was Michael Zekumi. And I was talking about one of the kidnapper was actually speaking their language and said that his father had, was it a car wash or something in the 80s or in early 90s in that area. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this is a good information. I mean, right there, that's a jackpot. If as a lawyer, I'm not so sure if it was Michael Zekome or not. As somebody who actually is about law, I expect that person to, or the law enforcement should have, called that person in and said, look, give us good description. Which area does he say his father had his car wash and all that? This person actually, he said it was a Fulani, according to, but he grew up in the southeast. So this kind of information is what law enforcement needed, but because they want to be seen as being hardworking, they want to score a cheap shot. That's when you will see them allow the victim to be. And sometimes we are so quick to speak to the media, so and it diminishes. And as a matter of fact, it put a stop on investigation because that investigation will go cold so fast. And if it doesn't happen within 24 hours, forget it. It's gonna be a hard one. It's about catch me if you can of a scenario. So, like I said, unfortunately, we've Fulani Elsman has gained
See,
because it's what they've done in it.
what you are saying makes sense. Let's say, yeah, if in a normal climb, you could get away with that. But for such a critical information to come out that is not Fulani, it's also very critical because a lot of people, we are already assuming it's Fulani herdsmen that did it. You see what I mean? So
Hmm.
maybe that's why they brought it out.
Yeah, but at what advantage? Right now, you try to portray the Fulani as not being the one perpetrating it, but at the same time, you're saying too much. Away from this, actually, I think the more we localize our policing system, the more effective it will be. When you make things generalize or you generalize things, coordination sometimes might have some lagging, and in some cases may not even work out well. Now, right now, there's a chances that suppression sometimes. What we honestly, what I think is issue with the states not accepting uh, uh, the state policing is that it's not the fear of using it against one another. It's the fact that they, in some instances, they have some pressure. If a case happened in Ondo State, right, and the military, assembly, and the police personnel were deployed from Abuja to go take over the case in Ondo State, there's justice of suppression. Remember, we are known to be, window shopping court injunction where a crime will happen in Osun State. However, we want to transfer it to Abuja because we feel that we will have a favorable outcome in federal court in Abuja. You remember we do that a lot. An example of it is the added doing of a case in Osun State, in Oshogbo. I mean, Ilefe, I believe Ilefe. So in that situation, that is what we are known for. And the police force also hiding and abetting this scenario because they want to suppress. So when you now have a case that happens in Ondo within the jurisdiction of that command in Ondo, now it will be hard because it will be hard for the federal police to deploy officers from Abuja, especially to go and suppress the case in Ondo. So they are scared of that happening because it will be out of their range. So in that situation, they will be handicapped, right? But at the federal crime, of course, they will have upper hand in doing that. Retaliation or using against one another is not really because we already have a duplicity of uh, defense corps. We have civil defense that are also armed. We have other paramilitary like the Nigeria Coast. Maybe you've not seen these people in action. The way they terrorize people and rampaging community as if the people, they are war, especially when they are going after traders to seize their goods and away, shooting sporadically. So in a situation where we already have all these efforts. I mean, we saw what happened between DSS and EFCC, where they were fighting about, office location and all that in Ikoyi. So we have all this duplicity of our police and forces and all that. But if the Attorney General and the IG, even the police commission can sit down together and then draw the template and the jurisdiction of the police and the state level, even if it's possible at the local government level. But of course, we know the kind of system that we have in Nigeria is going to be a hard sell. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, what happened in Plateau State is a local issue, but it's been termed as a national issue. And I think the police also is trying to exonerate the Fulani. And so it's possible that you might have people that are also Fulani, but also live in that community as well. But the investigation has not been concluded, and the alleged victims already addressing the
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, and the way they burn that church too just doesn't seem local kind of thing.
How do we get to this point where Fulanis have become this group, this ethnic group that we accuse of doing everything? Because I remember before we started saying Fulani, this insecurity, this community attacks things and kidnapping was already going on in Nigeria. This whole Fulani thing started when I think the first person that came online and started shouting Fulani was Nnamdi Kanu. And after that, it became Fulani. Where anything that happened in Nigeria now is just straight up the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani. And even though till yet we haven't seen when bunch of them were apprehended and they were all Fulanis. We haven't seen a single case where that happened. 19, pretty much everything in Nigeria now that if you attack everything, we haven't seen any.
Mike, but you remember when we have when those herdsmen were carrying AK-47 kind of a weapon?
Okay, we
Right.
saw a
15
husband
millimeters.
carrying AK-47 protecting his cow. That was
Yeah,
one.
but
We saw a picture of it. Okay, hold on now.
But wait.
They've been
If you come across an herdsman carrying AK-47,
El-Rufai confirmed it in an interview. They've been herdsmen attack.
Okay, my question is this: if we say militia, or even if we use the term Fulani militia, that will even make better sense. But when we say Fulani herdsmen, so you're telling me that person carry usually this Fulani herdsmen they carry like 50, 60 cow at the same time. So are people telling me that this guy they pack?
They were herdsmen.
Are people telling me that these people pack their cow on a corner somewhere and went to carry out the attack, and then they went back to the cow? Say, cow, yeah, let's go, let's run.
They were not herding cows at the time. Now they would not be herding cows at the time.
You know, there was a reported cases of people.
Dewale, give me 1 microsecond. I just need to do some quick administrative stuff. Only really because we have Folibi here. So it gives me the sorry, Dewale, you still have the floor, but it gives me the opportunity to update on the one man went to more level up initiative. So as you know, we sent 430,000 naira to Hassan in Maiduguri. And then we also sent 430,000 naira to Folibi, who's here with us. So Hassan has been trying to send in, he sent in this thing, which is not playing. As you see, it's not playing. But he also sent in a voice note. But before I go to his voice note, let me see if Folibi is ready. I think he's really coming to update us on where he is. Folly.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, when I received the money, I noticed that most of people that have to give it to have already traveled for the new year. So I'm waiting for them to come back this week. So before Friday, I will get everything done and sent to you.
All right, brilliant. So, and do you want to confirm the amount?
430,000.
All right, brilliant. So it's in hand. So the initiative is in hand, in the trusted hands of Folly Base. So now, Asan sent in 2 clips, which are both in Hausa language, but I can watch them on my phone, but it's not coming up on the computer. So I'm trying to work my way around that. But I told him to send in a voice note to account for what was said in Hausa language, and he sent in this. So let's have a listen to what Asan has to say.
Hello, one man. Good evening. How are you? I'm so sorry. I did not realize that I did not send the voice note yesterday. I thought I had sent it already. I'm so sorry. Now, so one man, my conversation with Mama Hadiza is me and asking her if she has received the funds and telling her that I will send this video to the people who actually donated. And I asked her if she has received the funds. She said yes, and I explained to her that this money you are going to use it for your business, so that by the time we come next time, we want to see an improvement in your business. And Mama Diza made a promise to me that when I come back next, we are going to see the business thriving. And so she said a special thank you. She prayed for all the people that supported and helped, and that's about it with Mama Hadiza. And then with Zainab, if you look at the video, she was laughing, smiling, and it was equally the same thing. And I told her that the people who sent that money to her, this is her opportunity to say thank you. And she said thank you, and then she acknowledged that she has received the 180,000, and that is what happened. Now, I did not give the money to this sexual violence survivor, because when I went to meet her and tell her about this money, she said there's no way she can be on camera. So since she cannot be on camera, I thought it is better to share the money into 2. Since Mama Hadiza has 7 grandchildren to take care of, and then Zainab had 4. That was why I split it that way. So Mama Hadiza gets 250 and Zainab gets 180. And I explained to both of them that the money is supposed to go into their businesses, so that by the time we come next time, we want to see improvement in their businesses. And they all promised me that they are going to put all their efforts to ensure that the business progresses. So both of them prayed for you, and then said many thanks. So that is just about it.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent. Hassan. Hopefully, you all heard that. I think he was talking in muffled tones, because it might well be in the middle of the night. Did you all hear that? Hello?
Yeah, we heard it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So that's accounting for that. So back to you, Dewale. I'll pull the videos he sent in. I'll find a way to pull them in, and then I'll match them with the voice note, and then we'll play it again. But as for the Southwest, it's in the capable hands of our Folly Bees. We're still looking for somebody in the Southeast. But there's somebody in the Middle Belt contacting me that she's one of the listeners. If we can't get somebody in the southeast, then I'll come back to the platform if you are wanting us to send it to Plateau State. But so that's where we are with the initiative at the moment. Back to you, Dewale.
Thank you, woman, and thank you and everyone that did the contribution. And God bless you, and God bless everyone on this platform. I think Florida encouraged that we should be preferring solution instead of just analyzing of what has happened. I would suggest that the armed forces of 280 something or less than 300,000 that we have, we should have no. We should. Sorry, I'm going on the military now. I want to go back to police. The military is not my issue. They have no business dealing with domestic issue. As a matter of fact, domestic terrorism is the hardest fight to fight. Uh, External aggression is easy. It's all about you are my enemy, I'm taking you out. But when you have your own subject taking arms against you, it's a tough call, and that is why it is hard to just go somewhere and start shooting and start, because how do you identify the perpetrator? How do you identify? It's hard. That's why you need a sound, solid, uh, collaborative intelligence to actually fish out perpetrator in any community. However, the over 300,000 police officers that we have, that is if we decided not to go in the route of state policing. I would suggest that the federal government should increase that number. But however, those that will be recruited will not just be a riffraffs, the one that was apprehended in your community in your state, one man. Not those people, because we needed people that, you know, sound minded. And for God's sake, what about this police checkpoint is meaningless, stupid. Who does that these days? We are not in a military era. Nobody does. If I'm going to transport arms, drugs, I'm not going to go when there's a police or military personnel on the road. No, I'm going to devise a means, a different way. I could use the bottom of my vehicle. Well, let me just don't say that loud. But I could do so many ways. Some of them they don't even check the vehicle. They just demand for what you brought for them. So increase the personnel. However, if that is the case, but however, when you are increasing and doing the recruitment, make sure you recruit the sound-minded people, and then make sure that the area that they are recruited is where they are going to serve. Do not take people from Plateau and bring them to Ondo State. No, recruit them, make them serve in that same state that they come from, so that they will have affinity, they will have something at stake if they fail to discharge their duty. And you will see some level of responsibility from security personnel. And not just that, if you are going to be increasing the budget allocation for the overhead costs and other expenses, at least ensure that they are well paid. I am not in support of building a barrack because police should not even be a force in the first place. It should be an organization that is more of, community relationship, relation, where you will have access to them, not a force, because they're not kind of sophisticated weapons. They are not militarized in the first place. So at least make them relatable. The motto of Nigeria Police Force says, "Police are your friend." How many people can claim that police are their friend in Nigeria of today? So when you recruit, at least we need not just double of that amount. At least we need like almost for a population of over 200 million, quote unquote. At least we need nothing less than at least 800 of personnel. And for crying out loud, take police away from this VIP because they have been Honestly, they've been traumatized, they've been bastardized. It doesn't speak well of that organization called Nigerian Police. So at least redefine what their job is all about, right? So increase the personnel, increase their remunerations, and then make them serve in that same community. There's a strong opposition to state policing, and then the kind of training that you would give them, it's not the one that you will seek in Sabu and roll in the mud and put a cloth on uniform on you and say congratulations, you've passed the training. No, make it rigorous. I have fought belly a little bit. People like me shouldn't be in
A
a police
little
force.
bit. We know what you look like. What do you mean a little bit? Standing next to you, I feel like skin and bones. What do you mean
We
a
are in
little?
the year 2020,
Look at this
24,
guy.
one man. Do not put me on the spot like that. You will not look. I already, you can't shame the
No,
shameless.
no,
I
no
already said
body
it
shame
before.
me. Don't they, you
I'm
know they have a term for it now. Body shaming.
you'll be surprised. This year is my year. I'm slimming down this year. So anyway, by the way, so at least people like that should not be recruited to the system. And if you have those who are already in that shape form, make, put them on the spot, let them lose weight. Make them work, make them. We have personnel that doesn't even know what their job is all about. They don't even know the act that uh, bring forth the job they are doing. They don't have no idea of any part of the law that is related to their job. And the police arrest you, they don't even know. They didn't even read your Miranda right. They won't say nothing. They just grab you by the pants and drag you to their patrol van, and that's it. Regardless of where they found you, you were smoking Indian hemp. As long as they want to score a cheap shot and say, well, this is a lot of people that have been dragged and sent to prison without them even know having idea of what they were accused of in the first place. So, but when you have somebody who is sound-minded, who knows the job, who carried himself with some level of professionalism, you will see that it will change. The system will change, and at the end of it all, we will all be the beneficiary. And that is if the people oppose, because I'm seeing a lot of I'm so foreseeing opposition from the northern part of the country. Because for the reason known to them, I think the fear of unknown, or for what I just said earlier about the elite not going to be in charge and use it to their advantage anymore. I think that will where the opposition will come largely from. But like I said, increase their wages, and then the training for crying out loud should reflect some level of professionalism, and also make them serve in their locality. And then you can now use them for those who qualify among them to be the intelligence officer among them, and use the people in the community as your eyes and ears. And everything is not about money. If every day I hang out with you, woman, because this is psychological, I hang out with you every day, and I see something that will harm you. Do you think I will not tell you? Of course. So in a way, you have people that are patrolling the area, and they knows every corners, right? And then they're able to inform, look, guys, we're gonna be doing this today, with this and that. And before you know it, it helps. If there's a robbery or some form of crime being perpetrated, people will know who to call. They will know the number to call instead of just being helpless, as we always find ourselves. So thank you, and happy new year, everybody.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Dewale. So, Dewale, if you really want to lose weight, the platform can help you do that.
One man, I'm not out of shape. Don't shame me.
You know how the platform can help you do that.
How?
If you weigh yourself and video yourself, weigh yourself and send it in, and then you do that every week, then we can just that will force you to be sending weekly videos of I weigh this and then I weigh that, and then you lose weight that way, because then you'll be under pressure to do it. But there it is. Look at that. Weight Watchers on One Man Way to Move platform. Dewale.
It is well. I will lose weight.
Don't worry. Who am I to talk? Anyway, you all know what I look like. But let's go on from you to Kulata if it's still there. Kulata, you're up next.
I am here. Oh, I just jumped into the topic without knowing what the original topic is. It has to do with Plateau, right?
Yeah, it has to do with Plato, and there's or you can just speak to anything that you want to. But the headline topic is imagine then that the what happened in Plateau State might not necessarily be Fulani headsmen, which was
Oh, okay.
yes, because from our victim accounts, they are telling us that the people that attacked them, like the account I just played, he said they called him by name as they were slaughtering at him. I wanted to know if he's still responsive or not, so they called him by name. He said the language that they were speaking that is indigenous to that space, and that he recognized two of them rather as being local. So that doesn't tell you the narrative of a Fulani headsman. That tells you the narrative of localized clashes, community
Okay.
clashes.
I get the context. Choma, hi. I was just playing. Anyway, let me go to the
No,
topic.
no Happy New Year for Chama.
Eh?
No Happy New Year. No, I love you, Choma. No, none of that. Okay, carry on.
So this Plateau thing, I've kind of like, I think I saw that video too from Ijele Speaks, and it's a little bit like confusing. First thing is, we need to first understand Plateau State. It's not like the states we're used to, like in the Southwest, where all Yoruba, apart from foreigners that come to live amongst us, right? In Plateau State, they have over 40 tribes, with different languages. And that's number one. Number two, there's illegal mining going on. And the Chinese people in Jos are buying columbite, tin, or cassiterite, I think silver, between the boundaries of Kaduna and Plateau. So there's that recipe going on. And then they also have this Fulani thing also going on. So literally, it could be any of those factors that could trigger this. Because it really could be the Fulani, because historically Fulani has been bothering them since the 19th century. They managed to push the Fulani back, but the thing has been unrelenting. So that one is that. And when you have Chinese nationals buying your minerals for cheap, there could be recipe to make sure your area is destabilized so they can continue getting what they need to get. Because
Hey,
when you
Kulata,
notice,
Kulata,
sir,
do you think it could be the same situation they have in Congo, where they have different militia groups trying to control
it's called
different
minds? Yes.
and then
That's
they
what
just
that's
at
what
war
I'm
with
getting
each
to.
other? Okay, that's what I'm
Mike,
getting.
Mike, is the same thing going on in Zamfara State. Anywhere there's illegal mining, especially in Africa, there's conflict. The only area we have an exception is my hometown, my Osun State, and it's not because of luck; it's because we curtailed it. Because at some point in time, there were people coming from the north, coming to do illegal mining, and then they almost turned that place to an insecure mess. Of course, Yoruba people
Sorry,
prioritize.
Okulata. It happens in my hometown too.
Well, so Yoruba people prioritize stability more than anything. So I think we nip that in the bud. But I suspect, I won't be shocked. So let me not speak with like certainty. I won't be shocked, but I do suspect something to do with the illegal mining of tin, cassiterite, columbite, or whatever going on in that area. And it does not help that they're not homogeneous people. There are 40 something tribes there. So that's just recipe for divide and conquer, mistrust, and so on and so forth. And still, like I said, it will be the Fulani. So in this case, this is where, when we talk about localized policing, state police in the Southwest may work. In this guy's case, if perhaps has to go to the level of local government policing, like district policing. And it's high time the federal government sets up some form of uh, anti-terrorism unit, a task force, where they hire graduates, not all these that kind of one man's or your police that was begging that Dutch woman for money. We don't. It's not those kind of like let's go and recruit 1 million. We need quality people, well paid, that are going to be I mean, there's going to be analysts among them, linguistics among them, people that can manage the patterns, people that are monitor drones, intelligence gathering. We need to plant people in all these groups, IPOB, Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, the ones doing the stuff for illegal mining in Niger State, in Zamfara State. We need to plant these people, and they need to be highly educated. They need to be sharing stuff, and they need to be well paid. We need something. I mean, you can carve out some aspect of DSS, some aspect of the Nigerian police force, but it's not military. It's supposed to be internal, like dedicated. In addition to having, of course, local police, we need a task force. I think Nigeria needs to recognize that we need a counter-terrorism task force dedicated to internal threats in the country, terrorist threats. Because we can't, I mean, when you look at even Fulani attacks, Nigeria has the highest number of Fulani attacks in the world. The next number two to us is far distant number two, which is Mali. So it's high time we decentralize the police to the local government level. Because I shouldn't be selfish, because state police will work in Yoruba land. Because of course, Yoruba, we're all Yoruba. I mean, regional police will even work in Yoruba land. But it's not going to work in the South. It's not going to work in the North Central. A lot of those people are not the same. So if we're going to apply the same rule to the country, then perhaps it has to be at the local government level. And then, I mean, you have to look at how they're going to fund them. And then at the national policing level, we need a counter-terrorism task force that will be filled with skilled people, not moi ragtag 100K a month people, very skilled people. So we have a long way, but there's nothing to rush about. We have to do things. I believe in quality as opposed to quantity. Do something that works rather than we create a bunch of ragtag people that all they will do is just choose going to be robbing you again, or just creating roadblocks throughout the country and be collecting bribes. Like, I mean, that's what will happen. So that situation in Jos, so it's without serious intelligence, this man's testimony is not decisive enough to say for sure they're not Fulani. Because, okay, if we understand the way Fulani pattern, I mean, the way they normally migrate, and to a large extent, their conquest, they will stay with the locals. They will adopt the names of the locals and adopt the language of the locals. I don't see any space in Nigeria where the Fulanis have not adopted the local language, the local culture, even the local names. Like, if you go to Ilorin now, for example, and something happened there, and the local there said, oh, the person spoke with me in Yoruba, can you automatically assume that person that spoke with you in Yoruba is a Yoruba person, or not a Fulani person, or not a mix of Yoruba and Fulani person? You really can't. And that could be the same with that locality in Jos, because that person may be local, the person may be indigent, or maybe someone that migrated and lived there for a while, but it could still have allegiance to some ethnic thing, because there's a cultural thing amongst the Fulanis where they defend each other. and reprisal attacks. There's a lot of solidarity. And the Bororos, this is, and again, one thing we need to clarify: this Fulani thing is not based on religion. It has nothing to do with Islam. The Bororo folks, a lot of them, they do their juju. They don't do any Islam or Christian or anything. They do their juju, but they are backed up by whichever Fulani in anywhere in the world, because it's a pack. That's just the deal. So I can't say for sure if that local person is a local or is a Fulani local or is a Fulani that acclimated without strong intelligence backing this guy's testimony. Because the testimony, there needs to be, it's just a testimony, right? We need to be able to prove that that testimony is correct. And someone getting stabbed, there's trauma. Is his recollection really correct? I can't tell. I've never gotten stabbed in my belly before. I may do with reducing some belly, but I can't know. I don't know how much to trust that testimony and to say definitely it is just local or it's not local without real intelligence gathering. But it's high time that our policing becomes local. I don't even think state police will be sufficient enough, because when you think about 40 ethnic groups, and then the Berom and the Ingas are fighting, and if the governor is Berom, they will say, governor is using state police to suppress this and suppress. You know how we do our things in Nigeria. But if it's at the local government level, at least you can almost guarantee that the local government will consist of homogeneous people. So it's well overdue. If Tinubu has to prioritize restructuring, attack restructuring further, this is the next thing. This is the immediate one that needs to go to the House. They've already discussed it before. They just need to resurrect it again and make sure it gets passed all the way to the states and ratified by the state houses and come back. So that's how I see it. I can't. This is not, that testimony is not strong enough for me to say it's not Fulani or.
But that testimony repeats, though. A lot of people actually say that it's not Fulani. A lot of people say that. A lot of the victims say that they recognize the people who attacked them.
So, do you trust if you're getting punched in the face, one man? If Mike, I believe Mike is a soldier, is big, right? If Mike is punching you in the face consistently, are you going to tell me you recognize the people walking past?
Maybe Mike is not the right example. He's only 4'2", so how will will reach my face? But no, you recognize him now.
No, you can't say for sure. Like, you cannot say it's trauma. You can't say for sure without someone else. Like, if there's an alibi or if there's someone that can corroborate that story, then you can say that, okay, certainly these are the people. Because we only have one man's testimony. Is there another person's testimony?
You know something. I'll tell you offline. Actually, something just not right now, but I'll tell you something offline. Let me take you. Let me take you to this space. We are not doing Obi bashing anymore. He's still a prominent politician, so there's no way that we will not get to him in the course of conversations. 5 reasons Obi should return to PDP. So this is a piece that is looking at ways to harness this now newfound popularity that Obi has gotten. And these are the reasons that they are adducing. They are saying the Labour Party is factionalized, which is to tell you that that place is too toxic for anything of substance to come out of. And then it's also said that the Labour Party has a weak structure, which we saw play out in this last cycle. So that's their reason number 2. And then reason number 3 is PDP has nationwide presence, which still speaks to that structure again. It's just a better, more functional, more well-oiled engine that can drive that. And then a zoning presidency to the east. This is This is arguably the best moment for the PDP to present a southeastern candidate, as Obi remains the only strong option from that region. In the last election, a northern candidate, Atiku, strategically annexed the southern slot, allowing the PDP to rethink their strategy in zoning the tickets to the east. With APC having a southwestern candidate in power, it is safe to say that PDP cannot avoid micro zoning its tickets to the cannot avoid, that should be cannot afford, it should say, micro zoning its ticket to the west. Conversely, the north has already used the spot in the last election. And then number 5, it says Article's 8 factor. Before the 2027 general election, Article will be 80, and he exhausted 2 golden opportunities under PDP 2019-2023 to become the president of Nigeria. Going by the simple logic and the antecedent of the internal crisis in the PDP, Atiku's place in the party has shrunk and may no longer be considered for the golden ticket. So, of all of the reasons being adduced, is this reason 4 really that stands to reason? If PDP are to launch at Tinubu in 2027, then by my reckoning, and you may disagree, their best option would be to have a southern candidate launch at him. And that southern candidate can only really be from the east, because Tinubu already represents the southwest, and I'm not sure that there's a strong enough southwestern person to take on Tinubu, and I don't think the slot opens for and yet another northerner in the PDP. So that slot really goes to the east, 2027, and there is only one name in the east, Peter Obi. If Peter Obi moves back to PDP, they will hand him that ticket on a golden chalice. And then, of course, he has a more robust structure around him to fully launch at Tinubu. May not still be able to defeat him, but certainly will rattle him even more. What do you make of that? 5 reasons that Peter Obi should move back to the PDP.
I think that's a Cinderella picture. It is essentially just painting a Cinderella picture. It's just someone trying to look for a reason for Obi to go back to PDP. And I mean, we know the smart game really is for Obi to go back to PDP. I've said it before on this platform that Obi should go to PDP, let Atiku run, and take over Atiku after 4 years. I believe in that than this. Because this one that you just posted, yes, Obi, there are many bombs in front. First of all, PDP is not going to micro zone to the southeast. They can zone to the south, but they're not going to micro zone to the southeast. And if they zone to the south, Wike is there to squash Obi's ambition. And then the southeastern politicians, PDP politicians, are there to squash Obi, because when he gets to PDP, it's not about popularity first. The immediate priority is the party primaries. Obi will not survive the party primaries. Party primaries is not by your popularity with the headless mob or the youths or some Christians or some whatever. That has nothing to do with the party primaries. Party primaries is just real
which other southern name is bigger than Obi in politics in Nigeria today, outside of Tinubu? Tinubu,
Wike is still a PDP.
Yeah, but Wike doesn't have a base now. It doesn't have a
doesn't have a. What do you mean Wike doesn't have a base? And
again,
let me even do it here. And again, knowing the nature of Nigerian politics, Tinubu, if they just let's just play that Cinderella story. Let's just say all that stuff happens, right? Tinubu will be the luckiest politician for the second time running, because all he has to do is play the Nigerian politics, which is, guys, I'm going to do 4 more years as a southerner. The North will take over from me, and you guys will do 8 years. If Obi comes in now, Obi is going to do 8 years. North will be out of power for 12 years. That resonates more in Nigerian politics than this beautiful nonsense of a story that you just told.
Do you think Wike will try to run against Tinubu? I kind of doubt that.
Wike will not run against Tinubu, but Wike will not let Obi win the primary.
The only person, honestly, I've seen that. I mean, if I can almost agree because Obi left PDP. If he hadn't left, if he had stayed in PDP, to be honest with you, right now it will be Obi being the only person I see that PDP will give that ticket. But like I agree with you, the guy can never defeat. Yeah, go ahead.
They will never give. It's primaries, Mike. You know, more primaries now. Why
I know, but after Atiku, well, really, I don't really see anybody in that PDP. After Atiku, I mean, I don't see anyone because that last district primary, the three
let me
names.
put it this way.
Be honest, the three names was Atiku, Wiki, and Obi.
The best thing PDP can do for its survival in 2027 is to recruit El Rufai into PDP and have El Rufai go head on with Tinubu.
I think that will happen.
Of course, it may happen now. They're all better off.
The only person that can defeat Tinubu will be somebody from the north. Definitely not someone from the south. Anywhere from the south.
Not someone from the south. Now, if they put Obi there, Tinubu is laughing to the bank. They will spank Obi. Like you just see all the northern PDP governors, all of them just walk against Obi. All of them will walk against Obi because why? You want another southerner for another 8 years? Obi lost his chance. This was his chance. We have a way of doing it in Nigeria. You go, your turn, my turn. South, take your 8 years. North, take your 8 years. You now have the Jonathan situation again.
Especially Northerners. Northerners won't joke when it's their turn, though.
They won't joke now. You will now say, because OP change the consumption to production. We'll now vote for Obi. Are you kidding me? In a cynical Nigerian politicians that are calculating every time. Then let me give you the stumbling block. Number one, the party primary. If they even microzone, it can't be microzone to the south. First, the best shot.
Yeah, but if they zone it to the south, it defaults to the south.
They won't even zone it to the south, because why zone it to the south? So the south can do 12 years. The south cannot promise that they're going to do 4 years, and then it goes to the north. So they can't even. PDP, from a politics speaking, will never zone it to the south. But like I said, let's play the Cinderella story. Let's say they microzone it to the southeast. How are you going to convince Bauchi governor? What's the name of this?
But what if the south and southeast and southwest PDP delegates unanimously work together to zone it to the south? It's possible that they can just buy a couple of northern few and they will get most of it. Okay. It's possible, man. Don't really.
Mike, who are the strong people in the south?
No, they are delegates. They have a lot of them. I mean, it's by
delegate. I mean, but who are the strong people? Because delegates, delegation, party primaries is who can buy what. It's not about I love you.
You know the way the PDP will look at it, because they did it for Atiku during the Buhari time. They say, okay, we'll let you not versus not to run against each other. So they may be like, you know what, we did it for you. Let's also do it for the South. Honestly, that's where I picture. That's what I think will happen. Honestly,
never to say, oh, we'll do it for you. So South go, then South can do 12 years. They will not. They will just rather let Tinubu stick up another 4 years because they know for sure it's now their turn.
So are you saying it's entirely in the hands of the North? Northern PDP? No, I'm saying the PDP. PDP. Do you know most of the PDPs are really southeast? Most PDP members.
Okay, Mike, in the southeast now, how many remain? Even look at the states. Look at southeast states. APC has 2. I mean, they still have delegates. So I'm not trying to say they don't have delegates, but I'm not talking in terms of power, which is who has access to the government money that everybody uses for politics. In the southeast right now, Ebonyi State APC. Imo State APC, Enugu State PDP, Abia State Labour Party. There's one more state. What's the other state?
Anambra,
ABGA. So look, only one PDP governor in Southeast. One, Okon. One.
Yeah, how you point there?
So
Obi should have stayed. He should have stayed in
I
PDP.
mean, it's not like that's why I call this a beautiful nonsense Cinderella story. It's not. If Obi goes to PDP, now the same water they did for him that made him run away from PDP, that they're going to do for him again. He's not going to win primaries. He's stuck. It's either he builds Labour Party or he runs away to build his own new party.
And that's what the guy should have done, man. And that guy, oh my God, Obi's daft, man. He could have just turned that party to, a big form. Because look at the momentum. He could have taken that Labour Party. He could have turned that party to the second. Even PDP was dead, to be honest. Like, he could have just turned Labour Party to the next opposition, like main opposition. But the guy was just watch his party, the whole party just disintegrate, just collapse, fighting among themselves. I'm like, this guy, man, this guy sucks.
He's not a builder, he's an opportunist. I'm not trying to, like, it will look like I'm trying to diss the guy.
If you was Sowore that had that momentum in the Labour Party, the guy don't take over the country. Because Sowore will start, he will be very strategic, he will start connecting with different people, bringing them, some powerful Nigerians, bringing them to the party, build that party up, start campaigning against, because that was the opportunity to create another party. Because that's how APC came about now. Like, all of a sudden, we all hear APC, it became popular, and then they maintained that popularity and just built themselves. But the Obi just came there, he was just looking like Mumu. He's watching it. The members fighting each other. He was taking side instead of bringing them to the table, discuss with them like, guys, let me show you guys a bigger picture. We can build this party. Let's work together. Let's forget all these petty differences. Who's supposed to be chairman? The guy, I'm like, this is the guy that wants to be president of Nigeria. Are you kidding me? You can't fix party issue, disagreement. You want to fix a country? Are you kidding me? You can't fix party crisis. Second, you couldn't even address the crisis going on in his region. He can't even address that, even publicly condemn ESN, all this guy. And this is a guy that wants to handle security of Nigeria. Hey,
Obi is an opportunist. That's just what he is. He's an opportunist. He's not a builder. Like someone, like if it was Bat now in this position, he will have been putting Labour Party structures together, creating his own structure in Labour Party, grabbing the Labour Party structure. But as of today, Obi is still dealing with Pampa and what's the name of that old man? He's still, is he even dealing with them, or is just kind of like stepping aside? I think he's even stepping aside. I don't even think he's attempting to deal with it. Like,
by now, the guy should have been a godfather of Labour Party. Kind of like Tinubu. The guy could have been a godfather of that party, man. Where, how Tinubu owns almost APC kind of. He would have been the sole godfather of that party. Bring bunch of people, drag bunch of people from PDP, bring them, some people from APC, bring people to just build that party. Well, this guy, man, just
Mike, by now the party chairman will have been resigned or been forced out if he actually has a stronghold of the party of Labour Party. But Abure is still sitting perfectly in his chair.
The guy was so dumb. First of all, if I was in his position, right, I would have made a Papa. He's a Southwestern guy. Make him a chairman. Who's more looking Southwestern? Who can be Southwestern look than a Papa? Whatever the man problem is, put some money in his pocket to tell him to shut up. Papa, you know what? Take this money. Here's the money. We'll take it. I want you to help me hold down the Southwest. Bring people from the Southwest into the party, right? That's what I would have done. I would use that Papa guy to secure Southwestern support, gain ground, even use to speak Yoruba to his people, have him bring it around to palaces of kings. Just go and gain some ground in Southwest. Find people from different regions to North, bring them into the party to be the spokespeople. Then find people from South. That's how you be the main guy. You have the money. You're a billionaire. And that party by now will be some unifying party where you see different people of different part of Nigeria in it talking. Bring Delevaro to me. Bring some of these. But this guy, man, he don't know what to do, man. The guy, he blew it, man. He blew it. Because that Labour was becoming a threat. Starting winning that many votes. 6 million votes already secured that. Boom. What's next? Few moves. or the region you lost, you didn't do well. You did okay in Lagos, but you didn't do well in Southwest. And Papa was already there for you. He's a Southwestern man. He say he wants to be chairman. Make him the chairman. What does he want? Is this free money? Give him some money in his pocket. Oh, will not be against you. And use him to help you gain popularity in the Southwest. Rather, you siding with your Igbo brothers to be against him. You turn into a tribal war party. I'm like, these guys are dead. I was like, oh my God, man. Obi, that guy. He got us in the politics, man.
Obi is right now is wasting an opportunity to actually build a party structure. He has a movement that has been weakened, but this is when he should be putting up a party structure. And even if he has to go to, like I said, if he goes to PDP now, he will not win any primaries. And if he has any shot at winning a primary in PDP, he has to go to PDP with two things: that party, Labour Party structure, the structure, and the promise of his movement. Of course, he has to come up with cash to cold cash, because I mean, if he doesn't pay delegates, they're just not going to vote for him. So, one man, I think it's a Cinderella story. Even if it happens, Tinubu will spank his ass if Tinubu is well and alive. So,
all right. Let me take you to one more space, Kulata, before I bail. Go back home. Nigerian students, others reportedly deregistered by UK universities amid new law. So is the tightening of the news around that you know, there was over the last 3-4 years, 5 years even, there just seems to be an open border sort of a thing going on in the West, especially countries like Canada and certainly the UK and even Germany towards the Yemenis and all that. But they now seem to be squeezing that space short now. So they are deregistering people and deporting them. What are you making of that, Kulata?
There's a reason. There's an economic reason. The economies of this country slowed down immediately after COVID. One of the fastest way to ramp up activity in your economy is to bring in immigrants. But I mean, look, as of now, a lot of things have kind of like calmed down post-COVID. Inflation is generally trending down in most economies, and they don't really need. I mean, by now they've seen how much they need to absorb, and they don't. I don't think they need more than they currently have, and that's why they're just backtracking on this. And it's not by accident that you see the likes of Canada, UK, maybe Australia too, will be doing something similar, because it's honestly it's pure economics. In my opinion, that's how I read it. It's when they need immigrants, they will relax the laws. When the things are okay now, then they'll
So
lock it up.
it's use and dump, Abi, use and dump.
It's use and dump now. It's easy access. Look at Nigeria, easy access to fast professionals that are willing to do
There was a
anything.
time they were sending private jets to Nigeria to fly out doctors.
Oh, really?
Yes, they will gather them in some plush hotel venue and then take them to the paperwork and make sure that they're fit, and then they'll give them the employment letter there and then fly them out in private jets to the UK.
Wow. I mean, but look at those people that they take. Immediately they'll start contributing to the labor force, but they're not getting benefits, right? You have all these legacy UK people that they don't work, but they're correcting gyro and co. So they just need all these worker bees, essentially slaves, indentured. Okay, let me not call them slaves. Indentured servants that will come from Nigeria, all educated, 1 degree, 2 degrees, doctor or this, so will come to the economy, even pay them to get their degree, start working, not start working and start paying taxes, not collecting benefits. It's a net positive to them. before you guys are too plenty, and then you become a negative then. So they just need you to prop up the economy. And once they don't need you anymore, they put the belt. I mean, they put the squeeze on. It's very simple. It's not more than that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me bail out. The conversation carries on under the able guidance of Thomas. Thomas, vigilance, the word. I don't need to say more than that. Super chats. Peace forever comes in with the Happy New Year. As does Play Summer and as does Alexander Gomez. So thank you to them. Prince, of course, joins them in that space. So thank you, Prince. Joel of Nashville, he only ever super task to insult somebody, so he's calling somebody Momo right there. So typical of him. Not a new year, same old Joel. Tim Ajek comes in to make an extensive essay on what's he even saying? Yes, to that recruitment space that we were talking about earlier on, and there he is poking at two Niger right there. Kulata still trying to make the decision if he was coming on, so super chatting to the conversation, and Tim Ajek has another little insertion right there. So thank you to all those. I was going to hand over to Thomas, who seems to have dropped somewhat. Thomas, are you there? All right. There he is. So Thomas, over to you. Thomas, are you ready? Thomas, I like by what? Doubting Thomas.
Yeah. Yes, Daddy. Yes,
all
Daddy.
Right. All right. Thank you, Daddy. All right. Thank you,
Daddy.
Thank you, everyone. I leave. The conversation carries on. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think this, let me say new Happy New Year. Maybe there are some people that wasn't here yesterday. Oh, Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah. From the down below. You always call it down below Melbourne in Australia. I think this year, my pastor declared this year as year of increase. Yeah. So
sorry, Thomas, how long have you lived in Australia?
10 years.
10 years. What did they say? What did you say they call it?
Australia.
Yes. Downwards.
Down below.
No, that's not what they call. They call it down under.
Down under.
Not down below. After 10 years, it's down. Nobody calls it down below. Down under.
Thomas, did you go for what's it called? Crossover service or something like that?
I went for I won't miss that. Colata. Why will I miss that? No. I've never missed that in my life. I think I'm in my 40s now. I've never missed that. If I miss that, that means maybe I'm in the hospital. They are passing drip on me. So Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah, it's been my year has been amazing. I don't know you guys. My year has been amazing. And we hope for good year and this year again. Yeah. With Tinubu administration, we hope for good things. Yeah. Who hasn't spoken? Because
Kulata.
No, but it's all wrong. I've spoken. Emeka hasn't spoken.
Kulata.
Huh?
So I was dragged to church last night for the crossover. And I was singing and dancing. I was looking at that. I was like, look at these people. God forgive me. I don't even know my spiritual man. Everything y'all make sure. Right? I was just looking at it.
I need deliverance, honestly speaking. All this crossover.
No, I'm sure issue, but I think Mike is the only issue. I'm not an issue.
You see,
there you go. But I was just looking at these people. You know, all these people. I was just like, look at these people. It's just a changing calendar now that everybody is, man.
It's the same thing. You know, you go there, you'll be praying. I mean, I'm not saying don't pray. Look, let me just shut up. Let me not use my.
I want more issue. We are better behaved than Yomo Jesus, to be honest.
Have we come to that crescendo again? Should behave like that, Yomo Jesus.
No, they behave better than Yomo Jesus.
We are the best. We are the best.
ọmọ
We are
jésù
the
yẹn tẹ
best.
máa ń parọ́ àwọn èṣù ń parọ́ ìkọ̀ èṣù máa pọ́nìṣì ẹ̀ tó máa ń parọ́ àwọn ọmọ jésù irọ́ pọ̀
You know
àpá
what? You know what's funny? As soon as they say Happy New Year, I saw somebody. Well, who was it?
You always say the wrong one, the wrong thing.
èṣù láìkí ọ̀ máa parọ́ èṣù dẹ̀ láìkí ọ̀ máa wà tó dà tó bá you behave bad èṣù will come after you when you behave good èṣù will help you that's who èṣù is. Èṣù is a justice minister if you people don't know.
Why you call it issue? Is it not the same Satan?
No, it's not.
She's not Satan, Thomas. Don't say that. She's not Satan.
But that is what they told us, that issue is Satan.
That's where confusion came. Do you know
No,
Eshu is the most loyal? Is the most loyal deity to Olodumare. You know that? So
All
that's where the
those
confusion.
itan, or you know, all those itan, Allah Apagbe, they always tell you in Yoruba history. Do you believe in that? If she's closer to Olodumare, how will she be closer to Olodumare?
I know
Come on
that
now.
Eshu is the messenger of Olodumare, direct
It's
messenger.
a messenger. Yeah, that's what they told us. The messenger.
You know what I mean? That's what they
Don't
told.
know.
Who else is going to tell you about Eshu? Say, now is it white man that will tell you about Eshu?
How many
We know
issues do
our
we have?
story.
How many issues do we have? What's the
I don't
difference
know.
between issue Elegba? Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. There's issue Elegba and there's issue something. I forget the other one. Or are they the same?
No. Kolata issue is one. Issue is one. The one that God sent down from heaven. That is the issue that I
No,
know.
that's the Jewish fairy tale. I'm talking about the Yoruba one. The Yoruba one.
Kolata, come on now.
That is devil. It's not issue. That's Satan. They're not the same.
I know. I think they just model up everything. Yeah.
That's why I
Kolata.
keep telling you, Christian, stop mixing your Christianity with our own. We are not. Don't mix your Christianity with our tradition. We don't want it. Have your Bible. Leave our deity away from your Bible. We are not the same. Stop taking our deity, put it in your Bible, and telling us our issue is your Satan, our Kiniko is your demon. No. We are different. Our story is different. Our issue is not Satan. It's not an enemy of God. It's not an enemy of Olodumare. It's a messenger of Olodumare. It's a
Even
loyal
I heard
messenger
that
of
issue
Olodumare.
is like even Jesus Christ is a messenger. Jesus said Jesus Christ.
We don't have Jesus in our religion, our own this thing. Leave Jesus with
Because
Oyibo people.
you are black man. Because you are black man. That is why.
No, listen, Eshu is from Africa. Jesus is from Europe.
Yes.
Satan is from Europe. Leave Jesus and
Wait,
Satan in Europe.
Mike, you're right. You know, Jesus is from Europe, but Yeshua is from the Middle East.
Okay, Middle East, Europe, that's them. Let's not bring.
I'm making a clear distinction. Europeans created Jesus Christ. The actual person, the historical person that lived, his name is Yeshua. Even the Muslim name is closer to his real name, and not be Isa.
But Olúwa kan wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn táwa ní olókan wà ń bẹ̀, olókan mi ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní pẹ̀lú Yeshua.
The person that walked the earth that Christians prayed to, his name is not Jesus. His name is not Jesus. I don't know why they even formed that Jesus name there.
Well, we don't know.
Even here, back then there was no J in our letter before.
Whose letter?
So how come? Yes, it's Kolata. Sometimes don't let me deceive you. When I came to the diaspora, when I came to the Western world, my Christianity want to shake a bit because they are even worse. All the churches in this Australia has been turned to pub and disco dance, naked girls. Oh my God. Australia was once a very religious country years and years back. Now, they've turned to Oma issue. Christianity, if you talk about God, they can sack you from work if you talk about God.
Almost. Hold on, jẹ́ kí
very
sì bínú sí ẹ. Hold on, jẹ́ kí sì bẹ́ẹ̀ já o. Leave Èṣù alone.
Èṣù olóbẹ̀jà.
Leave
With
Èṣù
what you
alone.
believe in. I don't believe in Èṣù, so
So
yeah, I don't know what you're
why you
talking
accusing
about.
him of all these things? Are you calling people doing bad things as someone issue? That's not, come on now. How much you say bad things now? How much you tell me more? I say you're from Yoruba land. Say that Omo Lele should don't say Kobruku. Omo Lele should, they are very humble. They behave well. I beg you. This is not how much you say Kobruku.
I read something today about the younger generations now. A lot of them are abandoning Islam and Christianity and embracing Yoruba traditional religion. So I came across that thing today because apparently they're kind of like seeing that whatever is being practiced in those two religions doesn't really adhere to the text that they're reading and is not really making any meaning to their life today. So they're going
Kolata
back.
is Mike and his people leading people astray. Mike and his people leading people astray.
Is it leading them astray or leading them back to?
How am I leading anybody?
Is that
Shay, you see me in a
is that
church calling people. I mean, you see me converting people. How am I leading
I say
anybody?
your people. I don't say you.
But we are not. How are we leading? We're not leading anybody. We don't share our anchor church. I just want to
No, you are the one teaching the young ones to go back to the traditional way. That's what
we are
I'm
not
saying.
teaching any. I've never. When did I teach anybody to go anywhere? I don't teach anyone to do anything. We just tell you the truth about who we are. Like right now, when you start telling us our issue is Satan, someone like us have to say no. It's not our Satan. And if somebody hear that information and decide to begin to follow my tradition, I'm not the one leading the person. It's the person that discover truth and he choose his way. So people head are clearing. That's what you want to say. Don't say someone is leading them. Their head only wants to quick pada. So that's they're being honest by now.
Kulata,
I read that thing. Not I stayed there. Or you
Amir, did
dropped.
you read it? Did you read it
Yeah,
too?
but I read it. They said people are actually what they use. I don't know. I didn't read it as much. They said they have youths of this are abandoning religions are going back to their roots. I didn't read it much. Probably you read it further where they say Yoruba and all that. But I know they said that
No,
people are abandoning.
no. I mean, I only, of course, it's not just Yoruba. I only picked
Uh,
the Yoruba part.
okay. Yeah. So yeah. I get it right. Because I read it too. I was surprised too. You know, I'm like,
But
oh, really?
Kulata,
This good? Because
what is going on? Yeah.
But sorry,
Continue. Yeah.
when I
Yeah.
started my own journey, because people like because you understand those days in school when you are in at your school now. You understand? Like in they will show your mother in NTA news dancing juju. How you be in class the next day?
You'll be. I mean,
No, that's what was happening to me
What
in my
is it
secondary
dancing
school
to
days.
you?
Yes, now that was happening to me in my secondary school days. In Benin, my mother drive to school. Hip
Even
hop,
those
playing
days,
loud
your
music.
mother wear traditional clothes to school.
Wait
Like
now,
today, where we are wearing dashiki. In the 90s, they wear
you
dashiki, they go laugh you now. They say,
you
this is what
you
they wear. You're supposed to
you wait
wear
now.
Versace, you're wearing dashiki.
Mike, my last day of secondary school around 92, 93, that Snoop Dogg were raining. Snoop Dogg, mother is the case. And when my mother is coming, we have two cars.
Tupac.
We have Mercedes Benz and a Tasso Sherry. My brother, as in Japanese speaker, Woofer and the rest was raining. As when my mother's is our school gate waiting for us. We'll be in class playing mother is the case. My mother dressed hip hop in that everybody knows me in school, know my brothers, because my brother comes from Jand. But unfortunately, 7 p.m., 9 p.m., they'll show my mother dancing in a local festival in Edo State. Is the one of the organizer. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I have to deal with that. But guess what? After from my university days,
I started accepting it. Now, let's leave university. I came to abroad. I left university in 1999. Then I ran 2002 till I already got. I came to abroad. You know, when I'm on abroad, I coming to Nigeria, I started agreeing that I do Omila. I did. Everybody know my mother anyway, so it was not the easy thing. I was having more fun with guests. I said, I'm Christian, but they will be dating me. I have friends that will hang out with me more. That say, oh, this guy is a juju man. Than other people that say they are Christian. Till today, my friends, group of friends, everybody, we talk about just like, go and talk to me, go and talk to what peace. But I make more friends, but I didn't hide my own. I make more friends. I'm more free than those people that claim they are Christian. I don't know why people are running from their tradition. When you embrace your tradition, you'll be more free than claiming religion that is not yours. You understand? I don't know what's going on with this youth.
You know that hip hop thing we were doing back then, when all of us want to be, cool, Tupac, Snoop Dogg. It was when I came to America, when I tried to do it, the black Americans, they looked at me like, Joe, why are you copying us? When those people put me down like this, my eye clear. When the funny thing was that in Nigeria, we see those hip hop dressing, those hip hop things as high class. But in America here, if you wear those kind of dressing, if you do it, you better stay in the ghetto, because even the educated black Americans, they will look down on you. The whites, they won't even give you a job. They will say, you look stupid. You are wearing baggage. You are wearing all this. They will look down on you. But in Nigeria, we see that as civilization. What is cool. The upper class in America, they don't regard those things, man. And the funny thing, what's even funny now? The black Americans themselves, they are running away from their dysfunctional thing. They want to be Africans, but the African people want to be them. I say, man, when I ain't no correct, man.
Kolata, guys, I don't know, maybe you guys are on TikTok. There's been something I've been saying lately. All this babalawo on TikTok, Afa on TikTok, pastor on TikTok, same vision for people. It's just, I think the world is changing to internet world now. There are people are consulting Ifa on TikTok. What is going on? I don't know, maybe you guys are on TikTok and see what I'm saying. It's just, if you just open your TikTok like this, it's just series of consultation from the three religion. Some pastor will be saying this, some alpha will be saying this. I don't know, maybe you guys are saying that. I'm getting very annoying with. I don't know. I don't know.
The babalawos are consulting for people on TikTok.
Yes.
I don't have TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
My brother,
The only thing I see now,
please go and join
is more
TikTok.
like short videos of people joking. I don't even do TikTok, man.
I don't even do TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok is more like people just posting shorts, comedy videos.
No. Live video. Tọ́mọ máa fi ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ báyìí, tọ́mọ máa fọwọ́ tẹ iyanrìn báyìí, àwọn àfáà máa fa hàn tú. The pastor will be saying prophecy.
Nǹkan tí fa èèyàn tó bá lóun fẹ́ máa ṣe fake kíní. I literally know.
But a lot of people also babalawo thing now. All this fake.
But there's the kind of consequence that will hit you. Even me when people tell me, I said, no, leave me alone. I don't, if you
but
joke
they've been doing it for ages now. All they'll tell you, go and bring this white this, go and bring this ad here, go and bring that, go and bring this. And
no, I'm saying if you start doing fake things like scams or fake things with the name of the deities, they will haunt you. And even Real Babalawo gonna say, if you go and start, because that one is the tradition is raw energy. It's not something I'm gonna be manipulating and be playing around or be doing whatever. They will haunt you. I know some people that are making that mistake is the one that are just coming back into the tradition. Some of them are making some big mistakes because they are used to that Christian world, Islamic world, that the dishonesty was. So what some of them are doing, they beginning to want to see it as opportunity to, they want to capitalize, capitalism mentality now. So they'll be doing middleman. So they will say they are the diviner. So they will be looking for customer. So now they will This is what some of they have good. It's not that they have bad intention. Though. They want to serve people, but they will tell people, present themselves as the real babalawo that knows the thing, can define, and they've not been trained to that extent. So what they do, they play middle person. They're going to actually meet the real babalawo to do the divination. Now they will take all the message, now trying to go to the person and deliver it. So now here's what happened. If they don't deliver the message accurately to that person as a middle person, now you created a what's the word? Some kind of cloud of confusion within the spirit realm, right? And it might derail that person's destiny. And now you have a situation where you created one bad energy where the thing will not fall on you. You understand? Because the judgment will not fall on you. So I've seen a guy that did it to the point where the guy is in the grave right now. I'm like, wow, it's not a joke. Like it's not the African this thing. It's not like Christianity. This one, you will just you will find yourself in the court.
Mike
It's not a
and
place to joke
Colata as
around.
well. I saw some Brazil doing all this Ifa, making incantation. I was just
That's normal now, Thomas. They do it. It's not even just they do it in Brazil, they do it in Trinidad, they do it in Cuba, they do it in Colombia, they do it in what's it called, Bahamas. I mean, they do it in Cuba. They do it in America. Like it's Yoruba. What that's one thing with Yoruba culture. It's
Yeah,
so strong.
90% of people practicing in fire are not Nigerians. Yeah, I'm on
Uh,
it. Yeah.
but they trace a lot of them have mixed blood and trace their roots. So most
Yoruba
black
people,
people,
Yoruba people are only 10% of practitioners today, or even less than
uh,
10%. More than
majority of the
90%.
practitioners, but they
Yeah,
mixed it up with some Catholic stuff like Santeria, Candomblé. Uh,
yeah, but that's before. But now they've reduced.
they've reduced. Uh,
They've opened it right to the complete version, original. You know.
yeah, that's the advantage. Yoruba right now is no longer an ethnicity. It's now, to some people, is a religion. So that's the soft power that Yoruba people enjoy globally. And you can't take away the sudden rise in the cultural renaissance of Yoruba. It's not by accident that you see a lot of Afrobeat music. Honestly, I was just in Central America last week. Not two countries, both places. Every Uber driver, conductor, or resort or whatever, blasting Niger whiskey, the Davido, Rema. That's all they were playing. All in Panama or in Colombia or Niger music. Been to India, Niger music, France, Niger, everywhere. So you can see that
Colata, local TV here, radio here, they are playing Nigerian music, Davido, Asake.
Ashake. So you can't
In
really separate.
Australia.
I'm seeing like a rise in soft power, really led. Let me just. It's not because I'm Yoruba, but a rise in Yoruba soft power across the world, which is essentially culturally led, from the religious aspect to the entertainment aspect, and even
They
when
are
you look
offering me
at,
money to come and teach Yoruba in Brazil in their school. Yeah, they're offering me
eh,
job.
so
It's just as I already have money. I'm like, okay, I can do it. They are
there's
flying
that
people there.
there's that soft power that is really because of that culture. So whatever we do as Yoruba people, we have to hold steadfast to our culture, because that's the only thing we have right now. And that, I mean, and when you can leverage, I mean, soft power is very important. When you can leverage that culture globally, is globally recognized, is perhaps is the most studied African culture in the world. Go to any university, any reputed university that has African studies. If they have African studies, there's going to be a Yoruba study. The next one will be that South African one. What's it called? The Zulu. But I can bet you there's if there's African studies in that university, they will be studying Yoruba spirituality and Yoruba, not just spirituality, the literature, the spirituality, the theater. It's so rich, and it pains. I mean, maybe it took me a while to start valuing what we have. I'm not. I don't practice Yoruba tradition. I'm not like Mike.
Because I think about
But
the tourism potential we have in that place.
but the potential we have, man, Jesus Christ.
The tourism potential alone. Do you know how many all of them in the West that want to do the initiation? They say, man, they have number one destination going to see Yoruba land. So, all millions, hundreds of millions of them are practicing our tradition. They want to visit the origin, the homeland. They want to go to Yoruba land. They are dying to come there. But guess what? There's no facilitation, no government that
We
even
don't.
believe in it.
We're
All your governors and your politicians, they are all Muslims, Christians. They don't they don't even know the tourism potential, man. Ocean River, Ife. When you know the stuff of Romeo. It's in Ife now.
Romeo.
You know how many people, millions of people in the whole world that want to come and see that? Do you know how many people want to come to the Ocean River? Do you know how many Brazilians want to just come and take baths in that river? Ocean priestesses all over the world, from Trinidad to Tobago, Colombia, Brazil, millions.
Even Beyonce is an Oshun devotee now. If they treat that place very well, won't she fly and come and take
They want to
there?
come there so bad. But guess what? They don't even know how to go about it. And because who the hell, there's no facility. If they go online, the only people that even, most of the foreigners that come there is their own fellow countrymen as Mr. Nigeria that will now bring them there. You understand? Like our own people is like, we just don't. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? Yoruba people are, oh Lord have mercy. They are mentally gone. Even Yoruba people will be the one even telling them like, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? They will be discouraging them like, why are you guys threatening this? We don't no. Go to Jesus. There was one video I was watching, some Nigerian youths, the Yoruba and Igbo, they were fighting these Caribbean children that are practicing our tradition. Like, why are they going to the devil? They are going to the devil. Only man, oh my God, man. Hi. So confused.
It's I mean, it's a thing for Yoruba people. I mean, I'm not denigrating other culture or anything, but for Yoruba people, that is a very, very potent, strong thing that we have, and we just don't know how to use it. But whether we know how to use it or not, it is dominating globally right now. There's just no one saying it. Like it's no one saying it. Go to Netflix. The Nigerian movies that are shot in Yoruba, like that Jagun Jagun, all those, they're doing very well. And they're not speaking English or doing anything like that. And you see people watching it all over the world.
Colada,
so we have something though.
Whenever I wear my ileke, my Ifa ileke, when I go around Nigeria, they don't even know what it means. When I get around Mexicans, and I'm not talking about the black Mexicans, Cubans, but hey, the way they start, they will start like hailing me like say me. I'll just sometimes I forget how they wear and say, and some of them mostly they will tell me it's like how if I help them, like they know about this thing, man. They
But
respect
Mike,
it.
are you telling me that all those things are real? All this Ifa you are talking about is it working? Is it real? I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're gonna figure it out now. I mean, you can't ask me now. I mean, I don't use my own words to convince people, so you're gonna figure it out. I don't know what you mean by real. I mean, real is.
He has never worked. Maybe because I was born raised a Christian, so and there's nothing I know about. It's just only the little one they taught us in the school.
Thomas,
Yeah, yeah.
am I still picking for you? You never hear Juju play band for you before?
Juju what?
Juju play band for you, like Olukon,
No, no,
mostly
no, no,
Olukon.
no, no,
I've
no.
heard it more than 4 times. My mother's shrine when the water dried. You will know things are real. The first one. Then my elder brother is in Japan now, but my late brother is still alive. We start hearing the sound very faint. You know the funniest thing? When you hear the sound, the next sound you hear will be louder than the first one you had. And the third one you had will be louder than the fourth one. And it comes with a feeling. Will be gripping you. And the sound will be coming closer, like a light is shining on your face. We hear kitikba, 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 kata. This was around 9-10 p.m. We ran out of the house. It was the guy is late now. One guy call him bricklayer. It was the guy that rushed out. Other people don't hear it. So inside there, were hearing it. People outside will not hear it. We ran out of the house. We were screaming. He says, when that came, I said, what? He said, Don, the juice playing ban. He now went. He came, I was laughing. He says, water is finished for my mother's olopon pot. And I put water. We didn't hear. So when my mother came back, we said, my mother went to thank her. Then this time around university time, now I heard like 2 or 3 times. Olopon will play band for you, and water is dried. Have you seen live snake in your parlor, big one? Before you blink your eye, you won't see it again. You will find it, you won't see it again. I don't know if you practice Osun. You practice in Benin, Osun not get there. That one go. We call it Osun in Benin. But we call it Osun in Benin anyway.
River goddess.
Just like Osun, in the port, it goes with snake. If anytime I want to give you a sign, you see a mighty snake. But once you blink your eye, you won't see that snake again. Once you blink your eyes, you won't see that snake. You find that snake now the next 30 years, you won't see it. Some of their things, There are things. I will send you a video. One of our whole house when it gets burnt.
I think categorize that as divination. It's to me it's evil. That's what I believe.
It's not evil.
Yes.
I will send you a video when
why do we follow this?
Clutter, sorry. I will send you a video. I'll go to my laptop. I'll send you a video when our family has got burnt. When our family has got burnt. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go.
When our family has got burnt, precisely 2014 here, everything burnt down to ashes in less than 5 minutes. Very inferno fire. But you guys didn't burn my mother's shrine. Not even the plastic chair, then will get smoked. When a full house burned when blocks burned down, my mother's shrine did not. It was I call it EBS. Actually came to record it. We had more than 4 firefighters. They couldn't stop the fire. It has got burned. So it of the eye, hot fire. But my mother's shrine, nothing touched. I don't know those bamboo leaves we put in shrine. They will get bumps. There are things, though. There are things. Don't underestimate to do. Huh?
Well, what I was trying to say is, why would Thomas call it evil? When in the Bible someone used a rod and turned it to snake, that's Old Testament. Moses versus the
that one work of God now.
Is that one not evil? Is that one not juju?
No, that is the work of God now. It's just to show him the king.
So the
Yes,
one
no.
is just talk about, that's not God. That's not work of God.
Now you sabi, you want more. Now you sabi. Now you sabi. People, so I heard somebody say there's some divination in the Bible. I say, come on. He now started naming some, like what you said now. When Jesus Christ, when God called Moses, he gave him some sign. The bush was burning. There was fire, but the bush wasn't burning. He said that is one of divination of Ifa. He make mention of the one you just said now.
Fire that did not consume the bush.
But now, Thomas, let me ask you the question you asked me. So now all this Christian thing, is it real?
Of course it's real. Why not?
So your own is real, are you? Okay, it means I don't believe you. Okay, you are balanced now.
It's balanced. Yeah. We are in the balance page.
Wait, is Emeka on? Or is he sleeping? Emeka.
Oh, I think he's sleeping. He's sleeping. If he's not sleeping, he could have been
you ever
talking.
notice when you're around black people, Like whenever maybe you say something to them, right? I'm not saying it's spiritual, just in general. But yeah, you are giving one information like that, and he'll say, "You're a liar, you're a liar," and then one white man will come and say exactly the same thing you said. You'll
They'll
not
be
say,
looking at Mumu.
"Is it true?"
Insight, like he gave insight. That
whenever,
thing is freaking annoying.
whenever we
Happy
both talk,
New Year!
everything are truth. Whenever they are
Happy New
Happy
Batman,
New
Year to
Year.
you!
Happy
Happy
New
New Year,
Year.
Thomas!
Dupsy, Happy New
Happy
Year.
New
Happy New Year. I
Year!
love you, sister.
Happy New Year.
How are you? How's the
Happy
family?
birthday. I'm good. How are you, Thomas?
Yeah, yeah.
How's your wife
Good
and
to
your
hear you.
children?
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
here. Àwọn wo ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ifá yẹn tó ní jẹ́ gbẹ́dùn? Ẹjọ́, ẹ̀kọ́ bó ṣe ń ṣe yín lọ. This is
our
2024,
topics,
please.
our topics that one be Dupsy. Dupsy would have been the panelist of the year if she was consistent.
I traveled ni, ẹ má bínú, ẹ̀yin tèmi. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I wanted to
yeah,
do a program last week. I think one man cancelled it at the last hour. That wasn't my fault. That's my boss's fault.
Maybe because of the festive period, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, yes,
That's
yeah,
because,
yeah.
yeah.
We
So,
need some break now, isn't it? Dupsy, we need some break.
we
Yeah,
need
yeah.
some break. I agree totally, Thomas. So I heard
Yeah,
somebody
yeah, yeah.
saying that there is no good and people should stop talking about all these things now. And people should go and use their brain. This is 2024.
Kulata.
This is 2020. I'm still
Kulata.
talking, oh my brother. Don't talk over me. Oh. Let me finish my own.
Sorry, no, I'm not cutting you short. Kulata, you know I know Dusi very well.
You know what?
Dusi.
Oh, you do?
Now, friend I should go federal though. Our classmate.
Are you a girl? Me, I went to a girl's school.
No, your classmate with the federal that year. We go park there every Saturday now.
Oh wait, you went to the Dupsy go to Federal Government Girls College, Akure?
Yes, sir. Akure na.
Really? I know a lot of women that went to that school.
Kulata. We will talk later. Just this friend, don't marry to my friend. Anyway, we will talk. I know this is very well.
But I don't know if Dupsy is my generation. My generation is old, yeah.
So my direct, I'm older than you now, Kulata. You know. I'm older than you.
How?
Tell me somebody you know from Fejikola.
I know. I don't want to mention. I know. Okay, let me name one of your senior girl.
Okay.
If I start, I'll age myself now. 1990.
Okay.
No, okay, let me say early 90s. Very, very early 90s. Your senior girl. I'm not going to mention any name.
But I'm older than you now. I'm older than you. Will you tell me what's the name
You're
of the
not
person?
older than me, Dupsy.
Okay, you're older than me. Tell me the name of the person. Let me know.
No, on public platform like this, she's a big girl right now. I can't be mentioning names.
Okay.
You guys type each other's age in a private chat to compare.
Hey, what's that, Mike? You got more than Kulata. What that wrong? In the private,
at least type your decades. Type your decade. The decade you are born in a private chat. You'll be the judge.
How?
Okay, Mike. So I'm going
Is
to
it?
the person that he knows from Fejikola.
I was probably dancing in university when Dupsy was graduating.
No, man, okay, let's see.
I was probably dancing disco.
Okay, I'm not ashamed to type my own. Just type yours too. Let's see.
No, when you type your own, I'll nod. Let me see.
Okay.
No, don't mind Kulata. Kulata, I've saw your picture before. I know how you look like that. I can envisage your age.
Don't be defeated by my face, so don't use that one. No.
Kulata is between late 70s and early 80s babies.
Early 80s, yeah. Abba. I'm not early 80s, so Mike, I'm the old guy.
I say between late 70s and early 80s, baby.
I'm not at all.
I know that.
Dupsy, you are not there.
Okay, let's type it now. Let's type it.
You type. I'm waiting for you now.
Mike, when you say Mike, when you hear me at class, talk say we come out for secondary school 92, 93 sets. We come out for university 99. How old you say we be?
Even you up this. You resemble
Mike, I did my daycare in 70s. I'm on the daycare center, 1979.
You did
We started
what?
in Motown, my daycare, that's daycare, in 70s. I started my nursery school KG 79.
You see now, I'm older than what?
Yeah, you are in the late 70s babies, man.
Which late 70s babies?
So yeah, Kolata, you are late 70s babies now. If you
Which
started
late 70s baby?
daycare,
Listen.
That's not
Listen.
late 70s.
you said you started
Mike.
daycare in the late 70s. Don't be baby if you are in the daycare.
You know, Mike, listen.
Mike,
listen.
that's not late 70s. That's not late 70s.
Daycare.
That's mid 70s, Mike. It's not late.
Okay, let me tell you something. My junior brother was born 1976. How about you? My junior brother 1976.
What's the difference? How many years between you and your junior brother?
Kolata is going to investigate our age before you tell us your own. Give us your own.
Doopsy. If it was back to back that your people did, back to back, 9 months.
No, back to back, man.
Wow, who told you? Back in the day, as soon as you drop the lead, they don't quickly do the other one.
My sister is 5 years older than I, so she's 5 years older than me. Yeah.
Doopsy, let me put it this way. We're the same generation.
I know. I want to know your age, please. So you say it.
Well, I don't have to say my age now. You type your own now.
Oh God. 419, 419.
I wait for you now.
Kolata, you are the one that post challenge now. Okay, this is what we do. One of you type your age, and the other person will show the ID. So the second person will show the ID. So that person, in your response, we know you are not lying.
Okay, should I screenshot my ID?
No, Doopsy.
Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Thomas, okay, are you okay? Let me ask you guys this. Are you guys okay with Thomas saying your ID?
Of course.
Okay, Thomas, are you there?
Doopsy is okay with it. So
What Thomas will do is no. This is what Thomas will do. He will put you guys backstage where only Thomas can see your ID, and you put your driver license that show your age. You show Thomas.
We don't
and Thomas will promise us that he won't tell anybody. He won't tell even us. But he will just tell us who's older, but he won't tell anybody your age. But he just confirm that.
Based on what Doopsy said, I know that we're the same ring.
Okay, like when now? Tell me.
You tell me now. You want to look at Professor now? 419. Look at you.
Hey, Mike, I can even say my age here. But this
say it now. Say it. Yeah, say it.
Is brilliant. It will be pretending.
I'm not brilliant, Conco. I'm not brilliant, Conco. Say it.
No. I can say my age here. But because
we are waiting for you. We're waiting.
Because of that sort so I can't. I'm not.
About those my game in me.
Professor,
okay, can you go? The goal is to confirm that you're older than me. Or
I am. Of course, I know that I am. Of course.
You're not.
I know that I am older than you.
Ọkùnrin ni mí náà, mo lè bímọ lẹ́nìí.
Mo lè bímọ 20 years time.
Mo lè bímọ 20 years time, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Look at One Piece is still having babies to date.
Can you imagine? That One Piece, stop it though. It's enough. It's enough.
Do see, further correct. We used to go there and park to federal girls Benin, federal correct. Federal worry.
I'm still older than you.
But see, Dupsy, in the 80s, people named that are admitted to federal, they published them in newspaper. Remember that? People that got admission to federal. I still have my paper. Yeah, my sister. I was admitted to federal Abuja, but my dad didn't allow it. Yeah, it was too far from Benin.
To federal government college.
No, I went to private school. I went to Lydia, owned by a white Lydia Secondary School, owned by a white lady. Private. I went to body house.
Did you go to Omoton? Is it Omoton? Sorry,
Omoton. Yes, I went to Omoton Nursery Primary. Prestigious. I was born in St. Philomena. So if you're
I
not
know
very
Emoto.
familiar,
I know Emoto.
Emota, yeah. I was Emota nursery, Emota primary. Then I was admitted to Federal. My sister was Federal Ibilo, but my dad didn't allow it. It's too far from Benin.
But
So
those days, Federal Shagamu was funky, more funky than Federal Akure. Federal Akure used to have
Really?
all these stock up
Federal.
Fico people,
All these words. Leopard.
all these stock up Fico kind of girls. But Federal Shagamu,
Shagam.
those were the
And
fancy.
Odogbolu girls were
Those
bubbly
were,
girls too.
Odogbolu. Well, in terms of the girls' school, Federal Shagamu had a lot of fine babes.
Okay, I agree. Sure,
You agree?
Maguwa. So where did you go to? Where did you go
Me.
to, Coletta?
I went
Yeah.
to a military school.
Oh, okay. So when did you graduate? When did you?
Are you people 70s now oppressing are we 80s? What's going on here?
You're not oppressing, no. I wish I'm 21. I'm telling you, there's no oppression in
Hold
age,
on.
actually.
The FGCs were created in 1970s, right? Mid 70s.
Yeah. I
So,
agree. I think so.
so you guys,
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys are seniors when you were there. So you guys were not the first
Oh,
set.
definitely.
No,
So
Definitely.
none of
We
you
are
can be
not.
claiming that you were early 70s babies. So you guys are you guys. Oh well, it makes sense.
I'm not even denying it, Mike. I was born in the early 70s. I just want to know this guy. Akwati Podu. Let us know his age today. Akwati Podu. Let's know your age.
I'm older than
I
you.
want to start giving a rational mind. Claiming you're one old man.
No, I'm not like rational mind though. I'm not a
At
grandfather.
least we can believe because your IQ match the age you are about to claim.
Kulata, things have spoiled and things have changed. You know, the first time me and one man spoke, we talked. First, in the school I asked him, I said, which school did you attend in Lagos? Is it Federal or King's College? You know, those are the two schools in Lagos. And if you attend those one of those two schools, any of us that attend Federal or prestigious school in Nigeria, we know ourselves one way or the other. If I don't know you, I will know somebody that knows you. I might have a classmate that was transferred to your school, your state for a federal state. I mean, attend your school in your federal or university demonstration school. I guess you guys had university staff school then, because it was university staff school.
You go university staff school, then you go ISI or ISL or federal government college.
Yes, college.
Then if you get money well, you go. What is the name of that school for jobs? You get one school for jobs.
Yeah, there was one school in Jos then. Wait. Private school. This is for very
private
school.
People. Very used to have like religion those days. That's one name we used to hear so much.
Hillcrest. Igbelejo came after Lydia. Lydia was one of the biggest then because it was owned by a white lady. Igbelejo came 92 now, be 93, 92 now. Igbelejo came 92, yeah, I'm 91. Lydia then was Word of Faith, then Greater Tomorrow, then Lydia, then Igbelejo. Then we all know ourselves. Then Motown. If you not attend a Motown primary school or Motown nursery or
there's staff school in University of Benin.
Yeah, UDSS that time. If you not attend UDSS, University Demonstration College.
Oh yeah, it's UDSS, yeah.
UDSS. If you're not UDSS, you're not a Motown. Yeah, forget it.
You know what's really funny? All these names you hear, still the best Nigerians out in the world still came out of the public schools, man. The Jack on these schools and all these schools.
No, not like the old ones. No worry. Mike, not on the old.
All those private school, they just know it.
Mike, I said it before. In my sister class of 85, they got so many first, like 12 first. They have to separate them by distinction. Now say first though, you say distinction and just distinction. This one got first. You have to summon parents to school. As they score 500 over 500. These people were brain. Not me, not like school then. So brainier people. Know how they transfer them. From primary 1 to primary 5, they'll be getting first semesters. That is first term, second term, third term.
Easy first. So now. Let me tell you why the private school, the public school. Hold on. Let me tell you why the public school students tend to come out to be the best. In public school, they go flog your yansh. Nobody say this one. They'll beat you. You go study where. But those private schools, it's not like you guys are They don't the bar is not.
No,
They don't
but
raise that
Mike,
bar so high for you
all
guys
these
for them.
schools we talk
So
are public schools, though. They're not private, though. Now federal schools, yeah. Let me put it that way.
no, we're talking about Benedict and all these special ones now that he's talking about.
Oh, the ones. Oh, okay. Those
All those
are
Benedict, all those Ajebo schools now.
those are Ajebo.
They don't raise the bar high now.
Mike,
They
that is
don't
secondary
in
school. I'm talking
public
about
school where they
primary
raise the
school.
bar so high. If you fail, they go
Mike,
flog you.
Mike,
Go
Mike, I'm talking about the primary school in the 70s, 80s. No, primary school 70s, they were not private, they're all government, but high standard. And Motown, UDSS, Command, their brain are fire. Yeah. In my Motown time, my dad was like 83, 84. And then my dad was chief inspector of Ministry of Education. They have to hold a meeting and stop it. For primary 4, people were getting common entrance to go to federal. And I said, no, they have to attend
a
to
lot
primary
of
5.
people were doing all that stuff, jumping from primary 5 to from 1.
Yeah. So the answer is said no. At least the kid have to go to primary 5 before jump. Primary 4, the brain, he will pass common entrance exam and he goes to federal. This people score 500 by 500.
That actually affected a lot of people.
Yeah.
Were jumping, classes and going.
Yeah, my dad, they had
class.
meeting. They were having series of meetings because my dad was chief inspector of Ministry of Education. They now said no, they have to stop it.
You see,
it's not good for the kids.
All that jumping.
It's not.
Okay, I too could have jumped because I think I wrote one of my exams, was it work or whatever, before the final class, and I made it and go. But I went back. I did not go to. I proceeded. I did not go to university because my friend just thought, why would you jump and go? I just did it anyway. But when I now got to school, there was one school created. When I got to school, there were some later down the line. There were some kids that came from a school called Suleja Academy or something like that. School of Gifted People in Abuja. Some supposed smart kids. Those kids entered university. They were brilliant though. They moved from their own version, maybe SS2 or SS1 or something. By the time they got to university, they were not mature. All the girls, from pregnancy to depression, they could not handle university social life. So they just push them. And then by the time they got to part 1, they were getting rusticated because all of a sudden freedom, taking them to parties, they couldn't mix both together, and a lot of them just fell down the wagon.
They will go 16 to university. A 16-year-old girl put on university.
Mike, 14.
Like my senior brother entered University of Ife at the age of 14, and that really messed him up. That's my eldest brother. It really messed him up badly. So it's not even good.
That's my school. That's my school.
Yeah. I know that you went to Ife. So it really messed him up. It's not a good thing at all. People should just try and let their kids grow with age, train them, nurture them until such a time they're ready.
The one me I don't even like when allow their children, all those Ajebo people, they don't allow their children to experience street intelligence or local intelligence. They put they don't even separate them from their extended family. No. Okay, I understand the street one. At least the environmental culture. You know, our the way Africa is structured. You get your education more like in social, we might call you learn it from the environment, mixing with the community, that kind of thing. You learn, they teach you. In African societies, the elders always teach you.
There are some things that you can't do in this Western world.
I understand the Western world
to go out, but there are some things that we never did here in this Western world. Training my kids.
That's why the kids in the Western world, you can't compare them with kids that grew up in Nigeria. Nigeria kids are way ahead of them. You know, we are way. The children here. I see some of my nieces and nephews.
Nigerian kids are when you compare Nigerian kids with your own kids here, Nigerian kids are more emotionally mature, way exposed. Way exposed compared to our kids over here.
The children are just docile, man.
But I don't really mind though. I love the way my boys are. I don't really want one kind of exposure that you won't. No, I don't.
It does matter, man.
I love my children to have empathy and to be human.
No, it's good for you, but is it good for them?
Yeah.
I see a lot of Nigerians there in America.
It is. Most of these Nigerian children, to Mama mix one university. I want to expose, see, like, using other people's documents and all that. I don't think it's a good life. I don't think so.
No. The thing is, it's what you point to your children at the time of action they will make. It's not what they get. They eventually they will be. There's a mistake. Listen, here's a mistake people make. You want to hide things from your kids for them not to know it exists, right? And thinking, oh, that will make them good. And then you think when they become adult, they won't eventually be exposed to these things. They will. I don't think the exposure is
to be exposed to the wrong things of life.
I don't think the exposure is the problem.
I want them to learn, but I don't want them to be exposed to wrong things of life. They should know.
Well, there's certain things I can agree with you that maybe they shouldn't be exposed to. But what I'm saying is the wisdom you pour. It's not what they expose. It's the actions, the decisions they were making is what matters.
Compare the life skills a 15-year-old kid in Nigeria had compared to a 15-year-old American kid. A 15-year-old American kid is just video game, middle school, trying to prepare for high school, one thing or the other. The 15-year-old Nigerian kid is probably in part one.
But it doesn't mean they are bad. Doesn't mean they are bad. The Nigerian kids, are they bad? The American kids, they don't know too much. They are even worse.
They can't even do anything. You know how kids here, they know how to clean the house and all that. But they don't know how to do a thing. No.
I'm alone. They're useless. Because this one, I don't even.
I don't. Let's accommodate one is headache. So it's not all of them. So
honestly, we don't. Let me put this. You see, when we left secondary school, some of our sets came straight to America and UK, and of course, some of us did university in Nigeria and all. When you now compare like outcomes. I mean, this is unfair comparison, but when you compare outcomes, like everybody's graduated maybe a few decades after you graduated at school, and you now look at, okay, who is doing better? I'm serious. For the most part, the people that went to school in Nigeria, I don't know what that thing does to us. They seem to be faring better than the ones that went to university abroad. This is just particular to my own.
Even in the workplace,
in the workplace, I'm talking about the workplace. The workplace, because the people in Nigeria, they come out of Nigeria, they suffered Ojuwantiri, then they just enter abroad, do masters, find work, suck it up. But I noticed that my peers that came abroad immediately, especially the ones where their father is not multi-rich, they will work one semester, go to school one semester, work another semester, another one, they will just abandon school or change this course to that course. I mean,
they don't have that work ethic. They don't have
that work ethic, that direction. And
see their life here now. Even when I want to talk about, we become lazy. When I go back to Nigeria, certain things I normally do, I can't do it again because I become lazy because you spend most of your time sitting down, you sit down, watch video game, watch TV, lay down. I mean, that's how these kids grow up here now. They just lay down, and then a few times they get out. You're taking them somewhere, put them in a car. Even as children, when they go to school bus pick in front of their house. So they don't develop any kind of
started working at the age of 15. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah,
my first son started working at the age of 15.
Yeah, but that's
McDonald's and stuff like that. You still know
that's another
problem.
No, Doopsy, hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah.
A lot of people that can work in McDonald's or Burger King or whatever, they have this false sense of security that maybe I have a job, I can buy some rickety car, I can rent some,
and they quit.
And then they get stuck. They get stuck in that.
How can your child get stuck?
Are you saying working in McDonald's is even hard? And what am I reading? We work my
they have to learn now. They have to learn
somehow.
You have to learn somehow. That's what I'm saying. But then McDonald's was in the motor because they're still young. But you won't do that again.
But a kid to graduate from Nigeria at 20, 21, 22, like, to graduate by, he comes abroad, when it gets abroad, recognizes the opportunity that's abroad and grabs it. Is not taking it for granted.
I
Unlike
agree.
someone, sometimes when you want to reset, if you spend abroad, you want to reset, you go back to Nigeria. Just that 2 weeks or so you spend in Nigeria. When you come back to America or whatever, you start
you
seeing
reset.
opportunities.
Yeah.
You start
Because in
thinking
Nigeria,
like,
you are forced to be thinking. Because if first of all, people around you, they are thinkers. You see everybody moving, hustling. So that alone, they rub that
But that
mentality on
doesn't
you.
mean that you should not take your child to Nigeria to go and study. Me, I don't support that.
no, I'm not saying that, but I'm just
See, it's
acknowledging
another
what.
mistake you are
I
making.
don't support it. I don't support it.
If your children
Bring your,
don't do,
bring
see,
your
if
child by yourself.
you know what, miss, you sound like my sister. See, if these Nigerian women, they just like to see if your children don't experience Nigeria,
I
right?
know
They
my
don't
kids,
experience. They
my
don't
children
experience
can go
Africa.
with me whenever I'm going to
Hold on
Nigeria. I
now.
don't want my children to experience Nigeria.
But
So I
then they're
can train them
American
by
forever. Then
myself. Let them be now. You know,
okay, you sound just like my sister. Like I'm
bad.
like you let these children know another country or where they are their origin. At least make them
This person
experience.
you are talking
They
about,
say I don't care.
they are doing a lot of things, very terrible stuff there too. Don't go and take your child to any secondary school now, thinking that you are training your child. I hope you know what's happening.
No,
now.
you don't even
But
have to do
people
that,
as
man.
well.
No, you don't know. No, to me, I don't think you
People
necessarily have
should be
to
aware
make
of
them.
that too.
But at least let them visit in the summer, spend time with your grandmother,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
grandparents.
said we go. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, let
But
them
when you
spend time
want
in
to,
at least the rural parts. Let them
yeah,
interact.
I
Let them
agree.
experience
I
that
agree to that.
interaction. You just have to
Yes,
guide where you put them. Let them
yes,
experience
I
that
agree.
interaction with those, especially our female. Let them experience how those mothers behave, how those mothers talk,
I agree
how
to that
respectful,
too.
so they can learn something. But if you just raise them here, they only emulate what they see on TV here now.
Yeah,
They
I
want to
agree
emulate
to
the
that.
adults they see on TV, start behaving like Mega the Stallion, Cardi B. That's what it's not. They become a lady, they start behaving like Cardi B, they are celebrities. But if you let them grow up in around those mothers, those aunties, those people with culture, they will learn that they will learn those mannerisms from them. And it's really helpful. You can't compare the American mannerism to Nigerian mannerism now. The American is very toxic. I mean, they don't even have culture here,
They
man.
are toxic, and there are a lot of toxic stuff happening in Nigeria too. A lot of secondary school children, almost substance in Nigeria. So don't let us think Nigeria is that same environment that we
We are
live.
not saying it's same now.
Yeah.
You
So
see,
don't compare them.
there's a value to taking your kids to Nigeria to let them appreciate the other
Yeah,
side of life.
I agree to that.
Just to like get exposure, like to see that like, Eruleko, when they come out of the plane is hot. It's hot. You take them to your hometown, they get harassed by all these when the hometown people are greeting, they are pulling them. Just
Oh,
to
my mom wasn't Duro that wasn't Duro
start well. Exactly.
When I look at my nephews and I'm like, when was in Duro, man? Well, stand where now? These American kids, you can't stand like this in Lagos now. You fall, man. They will push you.
I agree.
I
I agree
don't.
to that. But thinking that is a senior society, me, I agree, singing. I'm telling you, there are a lot of things that are almost secondary school share Nigerians, all those boarding houses that people take their kids to. There are a lot of stuff happening there as well. So
But they were
I
happening
didn't
during
even
our
allow
own
my
time.
boys to go to any boarding house. Even here, they went to a private school, but they never went into the boarding house. So all through secondary school, they were with me. So university, no law. So do you understand that? So boarding house, I don't trust anybody now again. I don't. So that is
Honestly,
why.
honestly, if one can afford it, right?
Mhm.
I mean, really, once you even plan to afford it, it's not a matter of if.
Mhm.
Your kids here, I don't. It's better you pay for the education. Don't let them get into this McDonald's rut, because a lot of things, a lot
They
of
have to work now, so you don't
no,
allow
they
your
can
kids to
walk.
work.
They can walk in the
Yeah,
summer.
no.
See,
Yes, now.
they can
In the
walk
summer,
in the
yeah.
summer.
That's
They
what
can
I'm
walk in the
saying.
summer. But
Yes.
what I'm trying to say is,
Mm.
at some point in time when your kids are teens, when they start to rebel and they think, okay, I can make it by myself, and then I can
They
make it by
can't.
myself based
Dulcie, are
on
you in Canada or
McDonald's.
USA?
Canada,
Jacob,
I always tell you that.
That's why you're talking like this.
Canada, Moa, I always say that to
You,
Mike.
you.
Hey, Dipsy or something. You always asking. Dipsy, are you in America?
Canada is good now.
I
You
live
know,
in Canada.
in USA, you are telling me the exposure on Kiniko. USA, hey, unless even private school go, I'm America. They've learned everything. By the time they start having boyfriend at the age in primary school in America. They all of them. They will even introduce their boyfriends to you. We say, this is my boyfriend. They are in elementary school. That's America for you. You're telling me corruption Nigeria. American children, where all of them are already started watching pornography at the age. Forget Yankee. If you send your children to public school in America, they don't know. They don't know everything before anything. So don't tell me about this exposure. The best thing is to just teach your children, guide them. That's it. Just teach them how to make decisions.
Yeah.
The exposure thing is no, you can't hide it again, man. It's there. They know everything by the age of.
They do.
They
But
already
you
know
still
how
have to
they've
do your
seen it.
work as a
They've seen it
parent.
happen on live.
And
They've
I
seen everything.
don't even.
Do you know in America here now in school they are teaching them about homosexuality and all those things in
They
school?
do teach them here too about masturbation and all that during sex education. They do. Yeah. So I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying that you should be there. You should be always be present in their lives until such a time they're ready. That they are going to face that outside world. You should always be there. Nigeria.
Is that grounding?
Nigeria, be there too. Be there. Be on ground in Nigeria.
Is that grounding that really is important? And another thing, maybe to put a chip on their shoulder to let them know that, hey, look, you are not really from here. I mean, I let my kids know that, look, we're not Americans. We may have the passport, but we're from Nigeria or we're from Osun State. Like, I just want them to feel like the otherness. So to just make them so you don't start like thinking, no, I'm from this country. I mean, no, we're not from here. So I want that just to keep them, just to have them have that focus.
Yeah, and
Because
that's very important.
It pains me when I see folks that maybe from 2 or whatever, they left for America, and then you look at what they're doing. I'm like, God, you're still carrying the maturity you had in secondary school up to date, the Nigerian maturity. You did not grow your Nigerian psyche outside of what you learned in Nigerian secondary school. So you just picked up in the American way, and then you're stuck. And then us that did Bogwe in Nigeria will come here and will now start looking at you that, what's wrong with your life? So I just don't, that scares me. It's at the back of my mind every time.
Can I get here?
Of course.
That's a nice topic. Good morning, everyone. That's a nice topic you guys have been talking about. First, Dupsy and Kolata, I just want to guess. Dupsy and I just want to guess that you guys will be in the range of late 60s or early 70s.
No.
Correct for Dupsy. Wrong for
No. Okay.
Can you imagine?
I'm not 78, but I'm not rational mind either. I'm not in.
You guys are not rational mind.
I'm not definitely 60s too.
Rational mind is not to 24 years old, man.
I'm not 60s, but early 70s. I'm not 60s, but early 70s.
Okay, Dupsy, okay.
Yes, thank you, Kulata.
And then Kulata says something about going back to Nigeria. I totally agree with that because I always go to Nigeria. So what I learned is that when you are in abroad, sometimes some of my folks there, when I was first in China, they just get swept away by the life there. When we got there, we discovered so many things were so cheap and so affordable. We can live as little as that time for $150 in a 2-bedroom apartment. And in China, all apartments became furnished. You have your TV, your sofa, your bed. You don't need to. You only need to take your suitcase. That's all, and probably buy your cooking utensils, refrigerator, microwave. Everything's inside. So
in apartments in China.
Yes, up to today.
Every apartment, including the ghetto.
Everything, every apartment. That is the way. I'm telling you the truth. It's when I came to Europe here that my first apartment here. No.
So if you spoil anything in that apartment, what will happen?
Of course, you pay a deposit as usual. Then you forfeit your deposit. And what can you spoil? All those things. How much is a TV in China? If you buy a new one today, in the following month, the price already go down a lot. So up to now,
What if they have the TV you don't like? Or it's an apartment? Okay.
Of course, you can buy your own TV and tell the landlord to come and take his own. He will just tell you to go and put it somewhere, anywhere in the apartment. Or if you like, and come and take it away. So all these things are very cheap. I knew a friend of mine still in China now. We bought how much did we buy it? If I quantify it that time, it's not up to $20. How many inches? About 24 inches TV at that time. All those that was when the plasma is coming out. So what I just want to say is that when you go to Nigeria, you always reset. I always see 2 or 3 things in Nigeria. There are some friends you left in Nigeria and you are just abroad for 2 years. And before you go, you went back home, he's already building his own house. Life is prospering for them. And there are some that they always complain. And there are some, they will not complain. They want also to get out, but they will ask you for something. So I always look at those ones, their life are prospering. Look, these people, they didn't go out of Nigeria. They already built a house. They already have 1 or 2 cars. By the time I went back, I always reset again. I need to build a house. If these people can build a house without stepping out of that country, and they're just putting everything together, little 2 or 3 businesses, what about me? I'm here just working my ass off, and sorry for the language, and I didn't do nothing. So each time I went back, you always research. And I totally support you guys that at least on holiday, send your kids home, let them experience that Nigerian culture. And if you have been following TikTok nowadays, you see a lot of Nigerians abroad. They are learning Yoruba, but their Yoruba is not good. And they will be saying, Yoruba. You will know that they have stayed, they were born in America, UK, and the rest. They were extremely excited. They were happy to be in Nigeria. They are enjoying their life. They want to mix with the culture, with the people also there. I think it's a good advantage because in this
and that's what I'm saying. Like people like Dupsy and my older sister, for example, they don't see a long term. Like those kids, if they don't when they become adults, they won't be able to teach their own children the culture because they themselves were not really connected with that culture fully. You understand?
For me,
it's almost like a generation will come where they will completely cut off from Nigeria.
I also look beyond that. I look at it this way: Nigeria might be in trouble now, but what about the future?
The future, exactly. You may become
if you want to be a governor, you want to be a senator, you want to be a commissioner. This is why the wealthy people are smarter than people that.
And Remy, you know that they can never be first class citizen in this America and UK, Canada. They can never be. They just be black there. They can never be that first class people there, citizen. But in Nigeria, they can always become first class. They can become president, become something different. You know what I'm saying? In Yoruba land now, our children they'll be first class Yoruba people that they are.
So go, Mike.
But what I'm saying is no. Content means something. But you are not. Like I've seen many Nigerians where they only see their own interests, but they don't see the interests of their grandchildren. Because
but what are you planning to do with your kids? Are you planning to?
No. You have to let them connect. You have to let them be. You have to let them be Yoruba, and the only way you can make them.
And I told you that they go home. But
no, I get. Okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe I'm just saying some people that I know.
I think you are talking more about a permanent thing for them to be living there.
Quickly so that you guys can continue.
Okay.
I think the beauty of it is this: if you take them home often, and they also mix and they see they can compare and contrast where they live. They can see the good and the bad. So in the developed world, life is so like there is constant electricity, the road are tied. But what about when you talk about the social vices in this developed country? You ask yourself, you'll be amazed, what is really going on? It's like 50% of people here, they are weird one way or the other. They are kind of behavior, what is not acceptable in my own culture as a boy that grew up in Yoruba setting. That you have to respect your elders, you have to know what you should do at the right time. Some of them, they are not highly independent. they still continue to depend on this. If they are not depending on parents, they depend on the benefit they will get from the government. And how much is the benefit? I've come here in Finland. I asked myself, there are so many benefits, but how much is it? And I got to know that there is not really free benefit. One way or the other, they will get it back from you, whether through the tax system or through the, okay, you now get a better job, then you start to pay back some of the benefit. There are some of the guys I knew here, they collected thousands of euros during the COVID-19. And after the COVID-19, they think it's a free money for them. They're now working hard to make more money. Then the social office wrote to them that they need to pay back those benefits, those advances they gave them. So you can, they are still renegotiating how much to pay back. But in a nutshell, taking your children to Nigeria or to any African country to know about the culture and tradition is good for them, for in the immediate and also in the future. Because who never knows? The Nigerian diaspora is so huge that who knows? Maybe the next president or the next governor or wherever will come from those areas. So there's always added opportunity. And I always say, where there's still a lot of mud, that is where the development will also take place. That's where there's a lot of opportunity. If you have 20,000 euro in your hand here, how can you get a shop? Can you start a business easily here? Well, with that your 20,000 euro, you can make a lot of difference in Nigeria. So I see it as I totally agree with Kolata and you guys that. In fact, I'm quite impressed with some of these Nigeria boy in England, America, trying to speak Yoruba. Their Yoruba is not all that good, but at least they are putting effort. And some of them will say, it's my mother that taught me, or I really want to even speak better. And there's one particular girl. She's a Filipino Nigerian, probably born to Nigerian father and Filipino woman. She's a singer. I think he's in Germany. She said her greatest regret, I think the father is a Yoruba. She said her greatest regret is that she cannot speak Yoruba. Because if she can speak Yoruba, then her music would be, at least the people at home can know her music. And she can often go to Nigeria. So you can see, and there's another Nigerian from Norway. She sang a song called Coco, something like that. She went home recently and people love her music. So you can see opportunity. Opportunities are that. All those Nigerians entertainers that are famous all over the world now. Ask yourself, how many Nigerians living in UK? How many Nigerians living in America and Europe and Asia? They listen to their music. That is why they become instant billionaires or millionaires. They are listening to their music all over the world, even more than the traditional American music like before. So the diaspora is really helping a lot. So, and I think taking our children back home to see what is going on is good. I totally support that idea. Thank you.
Remy, my middle sister, senior sister is in the US. Has been there for maybe 2 decades. Herself and her husband just decided to remove their kids from America. Now they are in Nigeria in boarding school. I said, what is going on? They said they are seeing some traces of all these, all these LGBT. They don't just want their kids to be exposed to that at
That's
all.
another danger.
What does your sister
Yes.
do? Thomas, what does she do in America?
Do you see you agree with this one, Sha?
No, what does she do? I'm just asking. What does she do?
She's a nurse. She's a
I
nurse.
think she should just resign and go and sit down with her children. I'm telling you. She should never.
But they were good. They
entrust
visit
her
Nigeria
kids with-
every 2 months. They put them in the hostel.
It's important.
I didn't
I'm
like
telling you
it.
the facts. They shouldn't do that. She should resign and go and sit down with them. It's a matter of time. They don't care.
And the husband had some. The husband has some change. So if she doesn't work, they are fine. The husband is okay.
And it's just for some
I think
time.
she should go to Nigeria. You
Yes.
can't put your kids. My cousin tried it. He had to withdraw the kids from the
I'm telling you, Thomas. She should just resign. It's just a matter of time. How much you can pay dagba? How much you can pay dagba? She should resign for it's just a matter of time.
They have 3, 14, 10, then 2. The 2 is with her, obviously.
but the 14 and 10, they put them in
Please, she
boarding.
should go and
I didn't like
stay
it,
with
but
them.
you know,
She should go and stay with them for a while. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. What I'm advocating now is that please, one child per couple. One child per couple. If you really want to do your own thing in this life, don't have too many kids. It's going to waste your time if you really want to take care of them, except you just want to let them wander the way they want to do. If you really want to take care of them, have one. Have one. Because it's not easy to take care of children. It's a
for
lot.
the average Nigerian family parent, one is not.
One is enough, my brother. It's a lot to take care of children. Okay, you have the strength. If you have the strength for two, it's okay.
Let me tell you something.
Now.
Sorry, just hear this. You know, I live in China for a lot of. I don't want to give a figure. They have one child. Do you know that some of them, they lost their kid when they are about to get to university, or when they are in the university, or maybe in the high school? Come and see depression. Come and see suicide. The only child they lost, and the mother will nearly kill herself. Because Chinese people, they don't like to marry a divorced woman. That's one. Chinese people are also traditional. They cannot say, okay, this woman already married before, then I want to marry her. She herself, she does not want to marry herself.
They don't marry anybody after 26. Any woman that after 26 is condemned.
There is a lot of leftover women. Some women will be begging you that I have a house, I have everything, and I want to marry you. But you know, some Nigerians,
Mike, we like that kind of thing. Mike, that is an offer to you.
They jump into it.
You think I would like that kind of thing?
And when you
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I know.
They jump into it, and they jump into it, and then later they regret, because a woman that has have everything, she will control you to death. Now she'll be your boss.
Remy, 2 is still better. Dupsy, why now? 1K. 2 is still
two. Because one, if anything happened to that one, for men it's okay, but for that woman already at 40s. And the kid is already 20 or maybe 15 or
it's our mindset. We have to change our mindset, you see.
I understand.
Where we are now,
one kid is not easy.
It is our mindset, brother. You're not here to have kids by force.
Do you have one?
I'm not saying I have 3 boys. I always say that.
Boys are.
I have 3 boys. Don't let me go.
Saying practice what you.
Yeah, and I'm saying henceforth because we don't have the strength. We've been brainwashed. Who told you?
That's true. That's one thing that has killed us in that society.
Brainwashing
Dupsy, how long have you spent abroad? Dupsy, how long have you spent abroad?
23 years since I've been married. 23 years actually.
You spent abroad. So roughly, I think we spent roughly around the same time. But you've adopted this Onyibo selfishness.
No. It's just about research. It's just about research. No, it's not about Onyibo. Okay.
Because Dupsy wants to enjoy her life. Okay, I have 1 kid. But you don't have that. You've lost that Nigerian Kabisika resi, you know. You want to bring more kids to the world, raise them and all. But you are now particular about your own joy.
But not necessarily though, Kulata, not necessarily about
Dupsy knows what I'm talking. Dupsy knows what I'm talking about.
But it's not necessarily.
I'm not even saying everybody. You know, some people are nurturers by nature. They just love kids. So some can have. They would devote their time. I'm not talking about people that want to do their own thing. Do you understand? I'm not talking about those people. Some people are naturally nurturers. They want to nurture kids. They can take care of 5 kids. 4 kids. I'm not talking about those people. Somebody like me, I'm not supposed to have any kid. And I want to tell you something, Kulata, today. That my grandmother, I'm exactly like my grandmother. Do you understand? My father's mother. Exactly like I show them. Oh my yes, so some women are like that. We are not naturals by nature. Doesn't mean we are.
You don't like to nurture.
No. Doesn't mean we are. Doesn't mean we're bad. Doesn't mean we're not.
No, it's not bad. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter. We are just
it doesn't matter. Exactly.
Kolata, have you ever seen it
Yeah,
from this
yeah,
angle? There are some
yeah.
people to actually, there are some things they want to do in this world. You understand? We have they see some vision of some kind of advancement that they want to contribute to this life, and they know that for them to achieve it, they have to sacrifice
I hear that, Mike. Thank you
the
so
things.
much
They
for
have to
saying that.
some things have to be out of their way. They don't have time to now be raising
I have an
children or bunch
auntie.
of children.
I have an auntie just like that. She's a professor. She had kids, but you could know that it was an inconvenience for her to raise those kids. So, in as much as possible, she just wanted to outsource and let the kids just get out of her way because she had research to do.
Okay.
That's just her nature. She's not. She's nice. She's not evil or anything. But you could know that she was caught up just for come and contribute research to the world.
Okay, so do you think
So
that person is being selfish, or do you also
I'm
do you
not
agree
saying
that
she's being self. I don't,
okay? Do
don't
you
get me
also
wrong.
think it's
Don't
okay
get
for
me
people
wrong.
to start pressuring her?
I'm not saying it's a negative. All I'm trying to say is Jupsy has left that Nigerian cultural norm because the culture,
I
the
think we need to leave it.
expectation.
To be honest, if you ask me, for now, we
Because
need to leave it.
the expectation for Nigerian women is to nurture. That's what I'm saying. Is that's
Don't
why I
you
asked Jupsy
don't you
like
think at
how
this
long.
point we need to leave that culture alone for now? Do you think so? For the sake of
That's why I first asked Jupsy, how long have you spent abroad? That maybe you've weaned yourself off.
Kulate, that's why I talked about my grandmother.
And
For some
I
people
get
are
what you're
like
saying
that.
too.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
explaining
It's
to
not
Mike
about
that
Western male life at all.
it's not about
It doesn't
Western
have
life.
no. It doesn't have anything to do with it.
do you think at this point it will make sense for Nigeria to adopt contribution to society or to the world, to put that above having children at this point?
It's a mixed bag.
No,
The
to
reason
put
that,
one above the other. Do you think?
but when you say Nigerians, Mike, this is where the conversation is going to go to hell. When you say Nigerians to do that, which part of Nigeria do you think will adopt what you're talking
No, I'm not. I'm not saying whether it's feasible. I'm just saying if you have the
about?
means,
No,
the power to
I
make it.
agree. No,
No.
let me say it
I'm
one
just
way.
saying what do you think
I
is
agree to what
best?
you are saying. I agree to what you're saying that it's high time people need to look at humanity, maybe rather than people having 15 kids, 4 kids, and co. Have a few kids, and the people that have kids that can't afford them, take care of them or help them take care of it. But what I'm saying is the consequences to that, the practical consequences to that is the demographic destiny we have in Nigeria is going to accelerate, meaning uh, the people that will never adopt that, a lot of Northerners will never adopt that. So
We know that. But I just want to see your view that you think it's more favorable to adopt that a culture of saying you are more respected based on what you contribute to community and society than where you are married or you have children. Because in our society, well, we respect someone that's married and have children than someone that's just contributing to society that has no children. Like literally, it can be someone that's fixing the community, doing things that's contributing that to the betterment of the community. But once people ask you whether a woman or a man, how many children do you have children?
if you're
Are
not
you
married,
married?
you
Once you
are
say
not.
no, they would automatically look down on you. They will see you
Yeah.
as a fully, they will look down on you. They will not respect you.
You're not complete.
Actually
If you
dictated
don't
the
marry.
Exactly. They
culture.
will not respect you. Even your own family will not respect you. And
What I'm
they don't
saying
look
that
at the what this man, the person is doing. Actually, is the one actually saving a bunch of lives in the community. Maybe he's too busy saving
no,
lives or doing. So we don't encourage
what I'm
that. Maybe that's why
saying,
we are backward. That's why we are not progressing.
what I'm saying is that who are these people now that actually lay down these rules about cultures? Is it the people that never witnessed any kind of technology? Are those people? Am I supposed to be following them, or have to follow the rules and regulation of somebody that's I'm not talking down on forefathers. I'm just saying that I'm more advanced than our forefathers. I can see that some people bring children to this world and they won't nurture them, they won't help them. They will just some people think having children is like bragging with them. No, it's more than that. They're human beings. You have to actually be there for them. It's a lot of hard work. So if you know you're not cut for it, don't let society put you in that cocoon that you have as a woman, just the way Kulata talked. That is a Nigerian thing. As a woman, you have to be a nurturer. You have to have children. If you don't, that means if you don't, you are not a complete human being. Do you understand? Don't let us pressure people into doing that. Let people decide if they are good enough to raise a child or 2 children. Let them go according to what their capacity is. I as a person, Dupsy, I love to live my life without children. Do you understand? But the society put me in that corner that I have to get married, start having children. But when I looked at it, I said, this thing is not really for me. Why did I do it? If not, I don't think I'm a bad mother. No, I'm really, really trying my best. I do a lot for my kids because I've had them already. Before even thinking that why did I have them? You know, the society have cornered me into that thing that you have to have them. So I had them already before researching, before looking at it in another way. That why? Why do people? Why are we boxed into those things? Are we supposed to have them? So the thing that we are preaching is that if you know you are a good woman, that you can nurture children, you can have as many as possible, like 4 or 5. But if you know you can't do it, have one. No. Oh my father, you don't know that some people they have postnatal depression. They don't get out of it. So if you know you are not that strong, then have one. That is my own. I'm for crying out loud. People should understand me. I'm not putting the people that are natural nurturers down. I hail them, I salute them, and I respect them. That's not what I'm saying. I respect them a lot. I'm just saying somebody like me. I'm not like them. So if you're like me, don't have 3 kids like me, or just go and have one, or don't have a child. And it doesn't mean you're not gonna impact humanity. Just stay to that your God-given talent, excel in it, and make sure you impact your world. That is my own preaching. I'm not saying, but people like Kulata wants to come for me. So that's why.
I think what you are saying, you are right, especially if you have to look at the financial situation of most parents, especially in the developing countries. For example, if you know, it's not only about naturalists. You have to see your income. How much am I making? Can I feed 5 children in a space of 4 years? You see some parents, they are having kids every 30 months. For God's sake. And how can you improve?
Remy, in Nigeria, you see in Makoko, you see parents come. My brother, parents will come to visit their son and his wife inside Makoko, and they be fighting the wife, saying she only give birth to 2 for their son. Say they need more children. No? Say in their house they don't only born 2, they have to born at least 5, 6.
I have the same.
They'll be fighting in the middle of Makoko, in the middle of the slum, where in the poverty. That kind of mentality is what needs to end. Man. Government needs to step in. They need to start flogging people that think like that. Yeah, if someone in poverty, you are coming to fight the woman to have more children. They are barely feeling the truth they have. You are coming to fight that she only has 2 children for your son. If she needs to have more, can you come, BC? You must have children, plenty children.
That is what your in-law or your parent will push you into. My mother-in-law also pushed me into that. You only have 2. I think you're going to have more. I said, okay, no problem, my mother-in-law. Once we have another one, from the day the baby will be born, we'll just give it to you. And then you continue to pay all the money from kindergarten.
Don't mind them.
I'll just give it, and I'll not even bother to come and see. I'll not give you a CC. Since that day, that woman never uttered such a thing to me. You're not going to be the one who's going to feed your children. They're not going to be able to pay school fees, clothe them, prepare their life for the future. They're not the one. It takes a toll on a parent for you to even send a kid to.
Nigerians, they know how to push you to do something, but they won't be willing to be there to help you carry the consequence.
They'll push you. And they forgot they are the one that push you to buy for them.
No, one has to be able to push back against those kind of
Yeah, you have to, because some people don't push
family
back,
pressure.
and some people they themselves they just know how to knock. They don't know how to take care of their children. Just knocking their madam every
Yeah, but nobody
Just
says
say,
don't knock now, but she gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ń láti dóyún.
Do you have to?
ẹgbẹ́
You're not
mi náà
doing.
títí madam náà gbọ́dọ̀ dọ́gbọ́n sí ni gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló máa filẹ̀ wọn á ná ọmọ ló ń gba ara wọn dàbí ọ̀pọ̀ làwọn ọmọ wa tó bá ti kàn wọ́n báyìí wọn àdóyún.
No, don't say that. Hey, madam, but see you. My husband is the one that did vasectomy, not me.
Vasectomy.
So vasectomy. What do you call it, Kulata? What's the one that you?
It's vasectomy now.
Yeah, vasectomy. Yeah, now why are you confusing me? He's the one that did that. No, I didn't do any family planning. So you should go for vasectomy. Yes. Yes.
No. What did you change your mind?
No, change your mind about what? What is this guy talking about here?
If you want to have kids later,
a woman can change their mind in developed country and you can walk away. So you are.
But you know it's reversible, right? You know it's reversible.
Yeah, but it's another surgery now.
Yeah, it's another surgery.
It's another surgery.
Yeah, it's reversible. So it's good for you to go for family planning, Remy, not your woman. You go for family planning.
Me and
why? It's a selfish man, no. I want to say my bad deal.
It's less intrusive.
Selfish man. Selfish man, no. So what do you want to do with your spam, Kulata? Kilo she very fishy.
They donated now. Who knows?
I like Billy, Kulata. Kilo very fishy. I don't know why I was.
No, I just cannot imagine. I go and do a medical procedure that is not necessary, absolutely necessary.
It is necessary. Are you planning to have more kids?
When it's not like I'm removing my appendix or something. No.
Are you planning to have more kids? That's what that's the question.
No,
then you go for it. Why? Go for it.
You
should. You should go for it. Not just. I wish your wife can be listening to this, because those pills and all those family
collateral. Bad idea. Bad idea.
No, it's not. It's not a bad idea. It's not.
No, you have to take Rosie. I said Rosie Dupsy. Yeah. He may want to take the second wife. You know.
Chama.
Colata want to take second wife.
So much only vasectomy. No way.
Hello, the
No way.
No, but Kulata, I'm just so man Gidinie. What the one exposed guy. Local boy.
That was one of more exposed. Who told you? Me, have I denied my Oshunness?
Oshun boy, Koshani.
I'm fully Oshun. Why would you do vasectomy?
Don't worry too much about Kola. It's not going to have a second one. But as normal Yoruba guy, Omani side chick.
Psychic or bother loan now.
Psychic ayé àtijọ́ ló ń lóyún. Psychic
kò gbọ́dọ̀ lóyún.
Ayé èsì òfin lóyún. Ayé àtijọ́ ló ń lóyún. Ayé èsì náà ń lóyún.
Ó dàbí rẹ̀ bí mọ̀ pa kí ni ẹ jẹ́ ká question rẹ̀ mi dáadáa. Thomas, you have to question rẹ̀ mi very well.
That's too intrusive. Too much.
No, nobody.
You say, I'm totally disappointed tonight. Why are you talking like this? Okay, what do you want to use it for? Actually, I want to know. Why?
Just what?
You think psychologically it can affect you? Is that what you?
So it's like, let me think of a body part.
Okay.
So appendix. Okay, let's use appendix. So the fact that appendix doesn't really do much for you.
Okay.
Did you now just decide to go and cut it off?
No. You can't even compare. No. That's incomparable. I wish Roberty can be here tonight. No. You can't even compare that. It doesn't matter. You're not going to use it. So why do you want to keep it?
No, you don't know what.
I don't understand the operation. Do you mean they will cut the two boys off totally?
No. They just take. That
they will nip it. So you'll be firing back.
Yeah. When you shoot from, so that my block her off. So my baby
So
can't say
that person will not be able to shoot anymore or what?
Exactly.
You'll be firing blanks. It's not that you won't shoot, it's just blanks.
No, I think
It's blank, exactly. It's blank. You'll be shooting, but it's blank.
It will have side effect in the long run.
There goes side effect. Go and Google it now.
I'm not Google. I'm on Google.
Go and Google it.
And another thing, the procedure of ours is it has what's it called? Risk. It comes with its own risk.
What risk? What risk?
Like any medical.
Because I might say under 15 minutes. What risk? What risk?
Oh, so say could see anyone do to go wrong.
No.
Irreversible.
Now,
irreversible. Irreversible.
No. You should go for the reversible one. That's what I'm saying.
Some of them, maybe some of them, you don't know if they don't do it well, and then they can't reverse.
No, you go to a good surgeon now. What are you talking about? You live in the state now. Should be insurance, no mistake.
People die.
You go to him.
People die under some.
What?
So they'll say what kills you. Any
excuse not to do this thing.
When you get to heaven, you'll be explaining that you went to do vasectomy.
I know you know what you're talking about. I know you know more than what you're talking about. You are just lying here. So that in case your wife is listening, you'll be like, Mama, I get to pay alone. Mama,
you died of vasectomy. That's right.
Bukulata, I'm suspecting you. I should write a letter to your wife. She should be careful. I'm suspecting you.
Nobody's going to do that suicidal procedure.
Just say, I can bet you 70% of Nigerian women, they will not support their husband to do that. Yes.
But why? Let me know.
70% of Nigerian women. I'm not talking about diaspora Nigeria or whatever. But
no, I'm listening. I'm really curious. What happened there?
No, I don't know, but I just don't understand. But even for most Nigerian men, they will chicken out. Really, to be frank.
I know about the men, but I'm so curious when you said the women. I understand a lot of Nigerian men will chicken out, but the women, I don't understand that. Things are happening. Why wouldn't they want their husband to do that? Why? I don't understand that. And it might be possible what you're saying, but sometimes all these women, they're just not okay in their brain. Most of these Nigerian women, they're not okay in their brain. No. Sincerely, once you are brainwashed, why would you be so, not wanting your husband to do that? I don't understand. So that perform will affect the other room. If that's what you're talking about. It won't affect the other room, actually. I don't know why Remy is talking like that. I don't know. But Nigerian women sometimes don't talk.
Sometimes the Nigerian women will want to bring second wife for the husband. So
that's what I'm, maybe. Okay. Probably. Maybe that's why. But I wouldn't understand from the point of I don't want my husband not to, peg that place. I don't know. The way they think, they are so weird in their thinking. So I just want to know what they can be thinking about regarding that. I don't know. But in Kulata, I'll be on your case. I'll tell one man tomorrow to call your wife to make sure that
he doesn't know my wife.
I'm sure that Mama will find out.
There's no way.
You should submit yourself for vasectomy in 2024. You this Kulata. I'm suspecting you. You have to go.
But if the wife has reached menopause, what's the point of doing that?
No, it's not now. I don't.
You don't want him to go and give another woman, really?
No, I don't. No. Instead of you, it affects a lot of men. All those birth control pills, it affects us in some other ways. Do you understand? So that is why it's all because a lot of people don't have education regarding this. They might think it's their women that should go for all those birth control pills. But I'm saying that men, it's safer with men. But this argument now will take forever. If people like Baba Jare Koko this argument will take another pause. This gypsy, she has lived in Western world for life. No. It's not about that. It's about people's health. It's about people's body.
The way
When
that
they
we're
do,
more like into poverty in that country, man. I thought it was normal until I left Nigeria and came back. I'm like, kilo day.
You thought it was normal having too many kids.
If you go to Makoko, I come around, baby everywhere. You see one woman like, you
But
see
Mike,
the
Mike,
oldest is like 3 years old. But four matele.
Kilo Makoko in the first place.
No, what confusion happening? Well, I mean, like all the poor area. I'm just using Makoko as example.
No,
but
you don't understand. It's those area you see a woman having like 8-7 kids. But when you go to the Ajebo side, I want to manage meta and
I agree. Yeah, that's true. Because they lack the education. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Because the man does not have a clear-cut job. Every night is just to got to be seen on.
You know, maybe they need to change their clothes. But you roll man roll, you roll man roll, so it's easy for the guy to just you need to she's already naked in bed. So
unfortunately for a country like Nigeria, because of religion bias and so many other stuff, it doesn't give people to really plan for all these people we are talking about. If to say like Nigeria was supposed to have a plan, you cannot have more than 2 children. It's enough. But
yeah, but the mentality they treat it.
Yeah, the mentality is bad, because and then the religious leader will come out castigate it.
Do you think it's the dressing of those women, those poor women? Maybe it's the dressing.
No, it's not the dressing.
You know the Ajabo women. No, because me I know sometimes like my woman when she's wearing trouser. If I want to do something, you like I say my bought trouser. You know, you just ignore it. But if I pay roll, it's easy now. Like, come on, I want those women, you roll my roll, so you roll it. It's easy to just take off the roll and start doing it, you know. So maybe that's why the men do it a lot in those poor areas.
No, it is. There's no pastime. If you're poor, there's no.
When you're wearing rapper, you're playing rapper all the time. I mean, rapper.
That's the extracurricular activity, Mike.
That's the only extracurricular activity they have.
That's what
they're not going to go fish.
They don't go to the gym.
And another thing is that they also compete among themselves in the same environment. Yeah, like what might be married, but no, my belly.
No, I think in Gotoman Shelele, okay, if I born 10, maybe 2 will be successful. So if I born 2, the 2 of them may not be successful. So they just say, okay,
the pressure on the first 2 sex, the firstborn and secondborn, if they are not successful, oh my God, they are expected to take care of all their junior ones and take care of their parents. The pressure will be too much.
It doesn't go to the next generation. Like if you notice all the Nigerians that made it, there's no intergenerational wealth, you know. It doesn't. Even my grandfather, he was a rich man.
So Mike, when you go
wives, bunch of children,
you go to all these European, I've discovered most businesses here are private. And some of these businesses have been there for more than 50 years, 60 years, from generation to generation, from generation to generation. That is the hallmark of all these developed countries. It's family business. From one generation, you see big hotel, they say it belongs to this man. You also have that hotel over there. And from generation to generation. But when you look at
wealth.
Yes. When
even Amabiola, some of them are broke.
I just told you, I just spendthrift. And I don't know. You cannot even pinpoint one that he has what I don't know what adjective I can use. Build on the sources of the father and then carve a niche for himself or herself. We do not hear such a thing like that. I don't understand it. And then our culture, we like to destroy more than build.
We are selfish now. The mentality the mentality let me come to this world, enjoy myself and move on. So they want to enjoy women, enjoy drinking, eating, sleeping. Just that's what they think they come to this world to do. So the moment they see money, so now I think what 30 children. They are not thinking about anybody, the children, their fate, the next generation. They're not thinking like that. They just want to have fun. That's black man's natural mentality. Naturally, that's the way black man think.
Yeah,
they just want to have fun.
You see the self-destroy. Look at the second Niger beach. They just built for them. some people from that past, some bad people, not only the Eastern, even in Yoruba land too, they go and remove the ring or something that connect the bridge together in the middle. In the Southwest, before they used to use all these panel or steel to demarcate the road, they go and remove them. They go and remove the cable, high power cable. They go and remove them. They go and tamper with the transformer. We are
You know
too
why?
self-controlled. I don't understand.
Because they named the bridge Buhari, Muhammadu Buhari Bridge. So they think they're attacking Buhari.
It's poverty. It's just poverty. It's just
I
poverty.
don't
People are
know.
poor.
Things that is for generality of everybody to enjoy. You will see that in some street they have street like this week or this month. Give it 1 year. They are the one set of people that go and remove the solar panel. They will remove it. The same
All those
thing.
people that remove, what are you going to do with remove?
I don't know. Maybe they are going to use it in their house or go and sell it to as a use something to.
But is it usable?
I don't know. You know, Nigerian people, they will find something, whatever. It's unbelievable. Sometimes the way we just finish ourselves, and at the end of the day, everybody will say it's leader. It seems that the leadership does not come from the followership. The people mindset is bad, is selfish.
Our number one problem is religion. We can use our brain. No, we got to destroy one. We can't use our brain. You say people are removing cables. And Kulata asked for what? You can't even answer. Probably those people removing cable are just removing it for removing sake.
No,
we can't use our brain.
Scrap. All those real life, the new
imagine. So there's no critical mind in even removing it. And if you're going to make millions in removing that cable, you will remove it, Abby. But if you're still going to make like
people are electrocuted on that way.
Exactly. So if you're making like 2,000 or 3,000 from removing it, you won't. You will know it's a total loss for removing it. So religion all over brain. What about brain?
But there's no religion that tells you to go and start removing cables now.
Okay. So if you want us to start going into this one now, we won't sleep tonight because I'm going to tell you how religion is going to like deplete your brain. Your brain will not, it's the same a child smoking marijuana. The way the brain won't develop. So you won't have that your limbic system for emotions won't develop. And the frontal lobe will be affected. Do you understand? Because you started smoking marijuana where you're not supposed to be smoking it. Because your brain is not fully developed, then you will not be able to have a critical mind to be able to decide what is useful and what you can do with your life. So that is why you see somebody removing the cable for what? For 5,000 naira. You will not win. So exactly that's the way religion is. That part of your brain, religion, is just like you smoking marijuana. People don't understand that. So religion here, all brain there. So what do you think the Chinese government don't want you to take an under 18 into the religion homes? So that you won't, make their brain to be useless because they need those fresh brains to do stuffs. So, but I'm not speaking tongues. So to buy your money now. To buy your money because you just speak in tongues. So to feed the set call, only they could think properly. Do you understand the way the way religion is? It's like you're on a highway. Then when you reach from Lagos to Ibadan, you're the highway. So the day redeem camp, because there's a blockage. So you go back to Lagos. So you can't actually go through to Ibadan. But if you don't believe in that blockage called religion, that blockage, you move past it. Do you understand? I don't mean me. I'm not very fluent with English. So I'm not like Kulata. So it's like you not passing that barrier that is blocking you. So you won't be able to think it through to Ibadan. You are running directly to Ibadan, but there's a blockage at Redeem Camp. So you have to actually go back. You're not thinking, how am I going to pass? So if you're now talking to me about Holy Ghost, I don't understand. If you're talking about Jesus Christ, I don't understand. So I won't be able to stop. Me, I'm going straight. So I will think past it. I'll be able to think past you because my brain is running through that highway. There's no blockage for me because I don't believe in Muhammad. I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I'm not going to believe in Allah. Do you understand? So I won't be able to be blocked. I will just run out through from Lagos to Ibadan. So that's the way my brain is working. I have a critical mind, so I just think about things all through. So there's nothing blocking me actually because I don't believe in anything. I'm not like Mike that believe in Shango. No, Shango won't be able to block me because I don't believe in Shango. I will have to run straight to Ibadan. Do you understand? So that's the way the brain of human works.
Hey,
Do you understand what I mean?
I will advise you not go and steal from Winnie Shango because I'm not Shango here. Don't come and steal from my property because you say you don't believe.
So that I let Russian go see me. My G property because I don't believe in it. So I have to think things through all the time. So if I want to steal cable, you have to be able to tell me that I can make like $10,000 upwards from this cable. Do you understand? So if you're saying 10,000 naira, it won't make sense. I won't be able to understand what you're talking about. 10,000 naira came over the ordinary payment for also tell Kuli Sanwo. So it's about
you're a rich Western raised Western you don't have to deal with kidney protein source. Millennium. Is it going to be egg, a single
but
egg?
Kulata is not fair to go and steal cable to affect everybody in that community.
Of course.
Right now, because of my protein for the day. You're not still thinking things through now.
No, but I want you to also think about the choices some people have to make in life. Like your own choices is Shea Fendi or whether you want to do Malone Blanix or something. Their own choice. Their own choice is it Agbado 100 and can I do pass me a jack? You know?
I agree.
I'm not excusing their criminal behavior because it's still criminal. But what I'm just trying to say is some people have to deal with some things that we don't have to consider. But
what
is,
as a thief, you should be able to think about the long-term effect of whatever you're doing in your community as well.
They can't. That's the thing with black people. No, let me not say bad things again. Okay. I was going to say that's the thing with black people. We don't have.
So where are we thinking like that? That is the bone of contention here. I said religion. Why do we think like that?
It's not religion. I think is our duduni. So whether it's your well, we can't blame it on religion because a lot of us.
I'll be honest. When it comes to talk about extremely poor, is hunger. If hunger catch you, you go and you go and cut that bridge and go and sell it for food. It's when people that are in the extreme hunger situation. I'm not saying that I'm excusing certain behavior, but even animals, when they are extremely hungry, they behave desperate behavior. You will be very desperate. You know, they can't really think well. You can't, So those ones, I won't say it's religion or anything that's affecting them. But people that are not hungry, they are still doing stupid things. And I can buy that one. Like, okay, you have the reason not to be using your head, other than something that's making you use your head.
Imagine you have to risk your life to go and steal something that will make you 3,000 naira, $3.
Why do you find
Nigeria?
Yeah, why do you find yourself in such a situation that you are thinking is animalistic? You are in that, you're in that bottom.
Maybe because
have you ever gone hungry for 2 days straight?
No, wait.
Maybe your dad and mom were one of those people that birthed 10 kids. That could not afford 10 kids. 10 kids. That can't afford to 10 kids. Yes.
No critical thinking.
You're born into perpetual poverty.
But that doesn't mean I can't think things through to be able to know what I can do to fetch me money. So if my brain is deluded with some things that are not supposed to be there, I might not be able to know what to do to fetch me money. Do you understand? So I would think it's by stealing the cable in my community.
Okay.
So if I
Let me
can
even
think
make it.
things through,
Let me make it
yeah.
worse. Assuming you are one of those 10 kids and you also have low IQ, how are you even going to think?
There's a reason for people having low IQ. Even that poverty, Kuleta, if you leave people alone to be able to sit down and think about their life, they will be able to think how to get out of poverty. And on me, they have hand works that they can do. They know how to play here. They know how to, instead of you to collect that 10% of that thing they are doing again, for them to reinvest it back into their business, they will take it to church. They won't go out of poverty. You do understand, or mosque? I'm not talking about Christians alone, please. They will take it to Babalawo too.
It's not religion. I don't think
it is. It is religion. People are not thinking things through. So
I
they
think
will
it's
go
just
and do.
a poverty, badly managed country, people behaving badly, all combination of just messed up people.
You know,
Leadership,
to me,
everything.
honestly, I believe the primary function of leadership is to take care of the basic. Function of any society is to take care of the basic human need. Like in Nigeria, there's supposed to be some kind of social netting program where if you can't eat, let's say there's no access, you can't eat at all. There should be a place where you can get food now.
Social safety net.
Yeah, something like that. Now you have to take care of that before anything else. Human natural, basic survival. Like, okay, if you can't make money, you can't afford anything. At least there's one food place you can go and just government. You just go and get food. You're going to sign up for that welfare program. Okay, you don't have job, don't have money, you don't have. Okay, you can go here, line up, and get your breakfast or something. At least people to be fed. Let's do that now. If government have to create one special area for farming and just grow food for that purpose only, for those that can't eat,
And it doesn't have to be government alone. Private individuals can do that too, to contribute to the society.
Churches should be doing that. Actually.
Yeah, churches,
mosques,
everyone. But black man church will never do anything like that.
No, they can. No, they can if they.
Because first of all, the purpose of people creating churches in Nigeria is to make money, steal money. It's not because
I
of.
know mosques. They do that. Churches, some churches.
But government got to take that should be the number one thing. Just take care of people's basic. If your population, if food is not their biggest worry, then you can start thinking. You have thinking population are actually, because once you take away that food aspect, next thing people will be doing is just using their brain trying to figure out to climb up and do other things. But we have millions of people where the only thing in their mind is what will he do? They start rationing Gary. Yeah, we used to make jokes. They play the whole family. They go so Gary inside basic. They go wait for that Gary to swear where they start dancing around it. That kind of should not exist. Like people thinking about food should not even exist. What people should be thinking about is, okay, how can I make it in life? How can I climb up? How can I become successful? It shouldn't be food. That should be taken out of the people's out of the equation.
But Mike, when an average Nigerian think going to be a farmer or farming is a waste of time and they are not going to get enough income from it. Like when I was growing up in my father's house, there is a small part of where we fence around. Just you can plant anything you want there. My parents encouraged us to go and plant something there. Even the school I went, my secondary school, we have a small garden. They give us small land to plant something. And we did, and our great teacher will go and check and tell you what you can do. And when you see your corn growing, you are happy, and you can harvest it in 3 or 4 or 5 months. I forgot it that time. But just opposed to today, I'm telling you, if you want that country to really grow, there must be an element of force. This is our time. We have big land, uncultivated.
Remy, you see, I'm glad you mentioned that. See, if you have a leadership that has sense, like someone like me, if I'm in the one they call to come and take charge of Nigeria, design things in Nigeria, our curriculum, first of all, many parts of it be agricultural based. Now, the practical, not like you sit in a classroom and start drawing. This is how you put this in the ground, how you do this in the ground. No, but secondary school students will be spending time in a farm just for the. I'm serious, just to learn agriculture. Now, in the process of the learning, they're actually planting the food. So now, if you have millions of students learning agriculture at the same time, actually in the process of learning, they're also planting it. There's a process of learning. So that food that do not grow out of the teaching, the education, right? You now use that same food to feed the same school. You understand? The time they spend in the classroom learning Mongo Park and all that rubbish, you take that curriculum to agricultural science. So every this thing they spend time in the field, right? To come and see the how to grow food, all those things. The children are learning it. So now they in the process of learning, they're actually planting the food, and the food will grow. Use the same food to go feed the schools, and then when these children now finish secondary school, at least they learn basic survival skills, which is agricultural, poultry, how to feed themselves. So if they can't find job in society, they know that okay, all these years I've spent in primary and secondary school, at least I learn how to grow food. I know how to grow everything: corn, grain, fish, or whatever. Poultry. They've learned all these things. So now they can become their own welfare. It's natural, they're regular survivor. But you have schools where you just send children, they don't even know what they are learning.
Mike, do you know that it's through one of my friends that I learned how to grow tomato inside your bedroom? Real tomato that we are eating to make with tatashi and the rest. Inside in your own living room, just expose it to sunlight and it will grow. The tree will grow there. So, and when you go to all these developed countries, I don't understand our governors and the rest. You say you are copying this system. You see vast land in America cultivated for agriculture. The same thing in China. The same thing here. Even here in Finland, they did not have anything for agriculture. Their forest is full of trees, and they make use of this as an export incentive. They get a lot of money planting trees. You cannot see an open ground just like that.
Our education in Nigeria is all about teaching children. Oh,
It's not
this
even
is
about
the aeroplane. This is sheep. This is blue. This blue fire. They're just teaching us Oyibo. They're just teaching us everything Oyibo make.
Mike,
So we can consume them when we grow up. And in Igbo
Mike,
country,
there was a time I
the
traveled
Oyibos become rich.
from Ibadan to Abuja, and then from Ibadan to Oyo, from Oyo, then we have to go through Ilorin and the rest. It is only in Ilorin side that I see some vast land because their land is plain for agriculture. What are we doing now? You're nothing. And when you go up north, all just thick forest. So we have a big chunk of land that needs cultivation. I think to me, it's high time we force our people. I was making something the other day and people were laughing. If you are serving your Nigerian government, the 3 months you are going to use to serve, let us push you to farming, farmland for the state, wherever they put you into. If you are doing your NYC, stay 3 months, help the state to farm. Everybody will do the same thing. So if I'm from Taraba, I come to you, I farm here. If you are from your descendant to Taraba, you also farm in the government owned whatever. I think let's solve the issue about food. If there is enough food for people, then people can think rightly. But if
Remy,
no food for people,
before Oyibo came to Africa, before Oyibo came to Nigeria, before we encountered them, before we started even participating in this global economic rubbish that we are doing, how were people surviving?
It's true agriculture now, farming.
Everybody, they work the soil. They grow their food, they grow everything. Nobody's going to Sokoto. It's not Northerners coming to supply you your food in Oyo or anything. There's no such thing. I'm not saying some trade we're not going on, but everybody depend. You wake up, children, you learn to farm, you learn to grow soil, you learn to create your own water. You do everything for yourself. There's no such thing as government or anything like that. But today, we just, what the heck? Everybody believe their survival depends on one government somewhere.
Yes,
It's
so
like this
everything
British system just came to turn us to useless people, like population. I don't know.
yeah. You
Now
know
we are
what?
importing food. We are importing most of the food we use.
And to not even make it worse, Nigerian will be telling you, I don't want to buy made in Nigerian rice. I like that Thailand rice. I like that. Just what kind of people are these? You don't want to consume the fresh rice, fresh really grown is better than the parboiled one. because the parboiled one may have been stored for 6 months before shipment. So if you eat a fresh rice grown under 3 months, though it does not taste as sweet or delicious as those one parboiled for because they put a lot of chemicals into them. But people don't know that the rice that grown for 3 or 4 months is the best. It's better than those ones that are already in the store or maybe in the warehouse for 6 months through going through a lot of processes. The point I want to make here is this: we have a chunk of land all over the country. I think there is a way we can encourage, and our commercial banks or banks are not also helping. There should be a soft loan, monitor them so that people can have, even if a lot of people have just 1 acre of land for farming. When we are growing up, I've always say a lot of this small punch of land and the plot of land. There we see this old man planting lettuce, cabbage, and all those kind of something. They always sell it to all those Oyibo at GRA at that time, and they're making their money. They use the money they get to send their children to university. Nobody complain. But nowadays, because of what you said, globalization and so many other stuff, internet life, or a lot of people they became so lazy. Everybody want to blow. Everybody want to make money very quick. Nobody want to work hard. To be frank, if you stay in diaspora, before you can find your feet, if you're extremely lucky, it before you can say, okay, I'm getting better. If you're extremely lucky, to take you 2 years, under 2 years. Let's say probably 15 to 24 months. But some people, even 4 or 5 years, they have not even find their feet. They don't even know what they want. Here, the system might look so perfect that everything is shiny, but you have to work for it. For every dollar, for every euro, or every pound, you have to work for it, except if you want to do illegal stuff. But legally, you have to work for the money. And it's not easy. If we go tell you, say you are going to do 1 hour, that 1 hour, woman pay. It's not like in Nigeria, you call in sick today, you call in sick tomorrow. So I don't know. The society, how to say, we need a lot of orientation and we need a lot of carrot and stick. Or what do you think, Mike?
Yeah, like I said earlier, man, the creation of the country was not really something they thought through. I mean, it wasn't something they created themselves. It's just something handed to them, so they don't even know. Nigeria is just a system that people running it. It's not something they created. So they just running. They don't know why who created it. It just So they need to reset. They need to take a step back and redesign the system from education to just everything.
Yeah.
They need to, you can't tell me that the system Chinese are practicing. You can't tell me it was British that gave it to them. You can't tell
No,
me
the
the
British
system.
never colonized mainland China.
No,
It
no,
is
I'm not even saying colonial. You can't say the system. I'm even gonna say you can't say whatever British is practicing. It was another person that gave it to them. So the point
no.
I'm making is that you can't say a system any society that's working. It was another society that designed everything for them and gave it to them. Like, okay, take this, platform, this whatever, and use it to advance yourself. So they have to sit down to look where they're trying to go, and then they design a system and use it to, as a vehicle to where they are trying to head to. We've never done that. I mean, the closest thing to that was maybe when AO and all of them started in the beginning and decided, like, oh, let's do regional, let's each region or whatever, whatever. I mean, that's the only thing closest to, trying to have some kind of vision. But since the military came and just say, hey, okay, we are one country, we just, okay, put us together. He didn't even design the way forward, design how, so the way everything was started was just wrong, man. They say the beginning always determine the end. I mean, the beginning was terrible. So that's why we're struggling where we are. I mean, we can't even meet our potential. So me, I think that's what it is. They have to, Nigeria, they have to face reality, man. But unfortunately, people that are in a position to do that, they like someone like me that if I go Nigeria, I don't have a problem because me, I'm enjoying myself, I have money, I can go and stay in a rich area and but for the general society, it's just not, man. It's not.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, it's true. And they too, they are not also helping themselves, like giving planning for their future, not having more than enough children they can really feed. I mean, and people, one thing I realized is this. I don't know. My experience was that an average Asian man would tell you, stop complaining, stop giving excuses, find something to do for yourself first. And people will say, hey, I've been looking for work all over the place. Nobody is calling me for interview. You have been looking for work for 5 years and you continue to look. Why don't you look at other things of life? You can be a little entrepreneur, start from somewhere. You can go back. There's so many places. You can start a poultry with as little as 10,000 or with as little as 20 or 40,000 naira. You can start it. I saw something on the TikTok the other day, and I was quite excited about it. It's just a portrait. The way
And
they
that's what
build,
I'm saying. So that kind of thing.
the cage of the birds they were built up, and below it there has a pond. So the excretion from this chicken turned to maggot will feed the fish, the catfish below it.
Okay, for example, and that's part of what
The
I'm
whole
kind of trying to
area,
say.
Patapata Mike, is not even more than half a plot of land.
Okay, so here's the problem. The we are not industrialized, right? We are not industrial. We are not in as a country. We are not in industrial age. We are not in an industrialized country. Now, England, America, these are industrialized countries, right? So when they design their educational, when they design their curriculum, they design it based on their industrial stage, right? So the people now you go to the school, learn about factory or things about factory, things that has to do with where you get out. Now they fit into the workforce, right? That's
Yes.
what the curriculum is. Now we are still in agricultural era. Basically, we are not an industrialized country yet. Shouldn't our curriculum be based on more of agriculture, where okay, you go to school, you learn more of the Greek. I mean, primarily, I'm not saying entirely, but that's what curriculum should be. But guess what? We copy and paste British curriculum, bring it to our society. Now we are learning industrial curriculum. You get out of school, there's no industry to employ you. You get the point. So that's what you're saying. Oh, people should go to factory. Well, the curriculum is not designed to uh, condition you to know
They
that to
don't
do
have
that. You know?
a yes. You know what? Look at all those industrial bases in Nigeria. When you go there now, they have turned them to mosques or churches or religious places. There
Those
was
places, it was foreigners that brought it to any industry in Nigeria. It was a
yes,
foreigner that brought foreign
and before
investors.
you can even know it, you see auditorium being built in Nigeria for churches. I just wonder, you build 60,000 capacity, you build 40,000 capacity just for people to go and worship nearly every day, to go and worship there. What kind of productive ventures comes out from that way? Fine, it's good to believe in God and pray
Some
to
of
Him.
them eventually they wake up like Dupsy now. You know, Dupsy, Dupsy,
So
lunch church.
actually, that is part of our problem too. It's part of and it's a big issue in Africa. I'm sorry to say it. And a lot of people cheat people one way or the other. But when you are here, you think you don't have potential. It is here that you realize your potential. Oh, I can do this. I can do that. I can have this thing. Even some people, if you have a good proposal, you take it to the bank. The bank can help you look at it. Maybe something they can give you a soft loan to start. But in Nigeria, it's man who know man, and the interest is just too huge. So there's so many things that I just don't know. When you start to talk about it, you don't know what to do anymore. It's unbelievable. A country, oh God, I don't believe it. And when you talk to some of our new guys, our youth, something that is coming out of their mouth, only few of them are very creative and very intelligent. Some of them, the way they talk is like, I don't care, or they don't even have nothing to contribute at all. You'll be amazed. Don't they teach you this in the university? Don't they teach you in the secondary school? Don't you know this? Don't you know that? Wow. Okay, it seems that everybody is going to bed. Me, I also have to get up and go to work.
Èèyàn kan wà lẹ́yìn gan, Thomas ló ń tiẹ̀.
Okay, you know,
Àbó trying is trying to call you, but Thomas, yeah, really me gan away.
okay.
Thomas man, nǹkan tó máa ń abandon ilé ẹ̀, he just.
Bóyá ń ṣì wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ àbí àbó lọ sùn àbó bí ó wà ní tó ń attend sí family issues or whatever.
Even Deucey going, hey, are we can he go Deucey this one must know. Well, can he go mute Mike and you? I'm like, I don't know.
Òun ti wọlé dé. Yẹ́n mọ̀ pé
Mike ló ló ń pa mi ò snow mo ń gbọ́ yín. Mi ò snow mo ń gbọ́ yín mo ń gbọ́ wà tirẹ̀ mi mo gbọ́ gàtọ̀ sọ pé tirẹ̀ mi sọ̀rọ̀ religion. Mo ní mo ti sọ fún Mike àti Kòlátẹ́lẹ̀ kan ọgbà. Africans are really affected by religion. That is very true. So are you guys ending the program? For what
I
are you
guess
guys
so,
doing?
because everybody
Okay.
is already.
Yeah. So that's good. Good talking to you guys. First day of the year.
Yeah.
Good talking
Happy
to
New
you
Year.
guys. Happy New Year to you, Rennie. Happy New Year, Mike. No fighting this year.
No
Mike.
Fight. Where you see me fight?
You always fighting.
Mike, I
will
will last year.
Okay, Mike. So good to talk to you guys.
And that Pansat.
Pansat. Pansat is my friend.
Supreme Court Justice.
Supreme Court Justice.
Supreme Court judgment, Jerry. National man. Man.
Mama dying alone. Demo pọ̀. Mama dying alone. Ẹnu ti pọ̀ jù. Mama dying alone. Ẹnu ti pọ̀ jù. Okay, let me leave you guys. Have a blessed night.
All right, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. God bless.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I'll preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.